Oh shit.
Greetings from the archive. Welcome on in, folks. Good evening, good morning, whatever time zone you may be in. It is a pleasure to see you on this fine Saturday. It's Saturday. Yeah. That is the correct day. Good time zones, folks. Hello, let me say hello to everybody. Welcome on into Mal. Hello, Maddie. Thank you for the hydrate. I need to fix my hydrate thing. Fuck shit, goddammit. Where is it? You. Beautiful. It's working. Welcome on in, Maddie Mal, Lycan, Omega, Zelda. Thank you so much for the resub, Natalie Weiss. Hello, Cat Eared Yuri Enjoyer, Ian Tino, Dusklight Wanderer, Astra Arts. Finally managed to make it back to a stream. Been busy? No worries, it's lovely to see you again. You'll always have a place here, alright? Even if you disappear for months, it'll always be a wonder to see you. Hello, Flowy Void, it's been a hot minute. King Raven, or Raven King rather, thank you for the watch streak. Definitely Fuse, lovely to see you again. Crochet Dragon. Let's see. Ender Cats, hi. Isopod Media, it has been a while. Won't take some spoilers, but keep you in touch so you can get the view. I do appreciate it. Don't worry, we usually spend like 2 to 3 hours yapping before we hop into the game. It's really, really wonderful to see you. Hope you've been well. And congrats, Omega Scales, on that 50 stream streak. How's everyone doing today? Hope everyone's had a wonderful, wonderful evening, morning, whatever you may be up to. Me and Omega are so cool, yeah. These fuckers make it to every stream. Be like them, /J. I appreciate any amount of support, no matter what the, how do I say, quantity. It is a privilege and an honor to have you all here in my life, in whatever capacity you are able to be. Thank you so much for making this bullshit I do possible. I have been reviewing the statistics for January, and while I have my frustrations with myself and my own productivity, like, so much of what I do would not be possible without you guys. And honestly, just like me being able to live comfortably, to make enough money to like survive would not be possible without you folks. So like, thank you for continuing to help me live out here. It is an honor. Hello, Stealth Hobo. Return to lurk. It is appreciated. I had a very long day today, but you know what? It has been long but fun. I went out to an art market day. I bought some new patches to sew onto one of my patch pants. One second, let me grab the new patches actually, because I really fuck with these. Let me grab them. Oh, chat, I'm so excited to put these on one of my pants. We got the Make Bad art, we got the rat, we have a moth, we have a little scorpion, and then there's the fox! Look, that fox patch is so pretty. It was also so expensive, it cost me $15 fucking dollars. But it's so pretty! Look at it! I saw it and I needed to have it, even if it cost way too much. And then there's this little skull as well, but like the fox! It's so good! Worth. So I spent like 45 bucks on patches today, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta spend $45 on patches, so that you can look cool and be a freak in public. My entire strategy for like making friends is looking like a freak in public, and you know what? It's worked pretty well for me. I go to events, have to get complimented by strangers because it boosts my very, very, weak ego. I need to like, my ego is not big enough. I have to go to events to get compliments from strangers because I need my ego stroked just a little bit, and it works. What does the fox say? Bark, bark, bite, bite, bark, bite, bite, bite. Yeah. So I acquired myself a treat today. I also have a secondary treat, which is weed. I might be the tiniest bit high right now. I might be the tiniest bit high. I don't think to a noticeable extent. I don't think to an extent where it's going to be hard to stream or anything, but just a little bit of weed as a treat. I always freeze when someone compliments me, I get a debuff. How do I make it a buff? I don't know. I know that I look cool. I go out of my way to look cool, and so when people notice, I'm like, I'm winning right now. When people notice that I have gone out of my way to look cool, I know that I'm doing something right. I'm winning just a tiny bit. Gonna do a weed now and maybe go thrifting? Wanna come? Absolutely. Take me thrifting with you. Like in thrifting adventure when? I think it's so cute when people like keep me in their pockets when they go around doing their chores. I love doing that as well with some of my streamer buddies that I'm closer with. Sometimes I will I'll be in their chat and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna put you in my pocket while I go run my errands now. Like, you're coming with me to Publix. I hate Publix. I fucking hate Publix. Look like the main character, look unique. Literally, chat. My entire strategy for making friends, and it has worked very well for me, is looking like a mentally ill punk furry freak show in public. It works every time. Want to look cool, but don't have enough stuff for it. Trying to create it though. Yeah, DIY is the way to go, genuinely. Like, if you have the time and energy for it, DIY is the way to make yourself look cool. Your dream alternative wardrobe is a few hours of sewing away. You might have to learn a couple new skills to get there, but I genuinely believe is incredibly worth it. I enjoy it at the very least. I think it's worthwhile. I 100% encourage people to, you know, put in the work that is required to, like, learn DIY skills. I think DIY is just fascinating. I love DIY. I will admit I've spent way too much money on my leather jacket. Oh my god, chat, I want a cool leather jacket so badly. I want a cool leather jacket so fucking bad. I every now and then, I've talked about this on stream, I will open up whatever fucking website of choice at the moment, usually eBay, and just scroll around looking at like vintage leather items, because I am such a sucker for vintage leather. I hate pleather. Pleather is terrible for the environment. Y'all have heard my pleather rant before. I fucking hate pleather. Quote-unquote vegan leathers are not vegan. Even the ones that advertise themselves as being made of like cork or whatnot, they have plastic backings. It's all made out of polyester. It is all made out of fucking fossil fuels. Most vegan leathers are not sustainable. Real leather products, I know it aches a lot of people that, like, you know, a real animal died to make this product, but real leather products are by and large far more sustainable than any kind of quote-unquote vegan leather alternatives. They will last you longer, and they do not require mass amounts of fossil fuels in order to produce. I love vintage leather, and I take very, very good care of my vintage leather. I adore my boots. They are from the 1980s, and they held up well to this day. Will leather last? Always found it silly. Yeah, genuinely. Like, if you take good care of your leather goods, they can last you a few decades. And that is far less wasteful than any kind of plastic alternative. I'm a firm anti-leather person because I hate the texture. That's fair, but like for people who... So many people want the aesthetic or feel of leather and jump to plastic because they don't want to hurt animals. And you're hurting way more animals by getting that plastic leather. I get vegans for not eating meat, but when dealing with things like clothing, you cannot win. Yeah. I love the smell of leather specifically, not gonna lie, chat. Last night I was cleaning my boots. I'm gonna be so dead ass with y'all. I was cleaning my boots last night in VC with some friends, specifically because I was going out to an art market today, and there was a large chance that I was going to run into the friend who gifted me those leather boots. So I was like, I gotta polish these nice so that if I see them, they can see that I've been taking care of the boots they gave me. And I did see them in chat. I am aromantic, but I am so deeply infatuated with this person. Like, I think there's been, 4 instances in my life where I've experienced something adjacent to a crush as an aromantic person. Because, like, I don't want to date this person, but I have this very deep sense of, like, I want to be an important part of their life, you know? I've had a handful of instances where I have felt that about people. Like, it's beyond just the regular platonic love I feel. There are just some people that I'm really drawn to, and like, I want to be an important part of your life. Not necessarily in a romantic or sexual sense, or even a partnership of any sort. I just want to have a place in your life. They're one of those people. And I hadn't seen them in about 6 months. I saw them for the first time today in 6 months. And the infatuation is there again. Sounds very cute in a way. I was on the drive home trying to figure out like what that emotion is. because it is a little bit different than the way I long for general friendship or like the attachment I felt as a person with BPBD towards like FPs. There's something distinct to it that I felt for a small number of people, and I don't know what the word for it is, but God, me when I get you. We love Wonder. Everyone in my chat, you better go follow Wonder. Wonder's one of the coolest people I know. If you like listening to me yap as a loud punk bastard here on the internet, Wonder is a fellow trans anarchist who talks about a lot of similar things that I talk about. Definitely someone worth your time and attention. Hello, Core Shift. It's been a while. How have you been? Nah, Wonder is one of those people that I genuinely admire. I need to, as soon as I finish the next section of it, send you my video essay drafts so you can tell me that I'm doing a great job. Because I need reassurance. Had a really cool thing happen the other day. Oh, definitely curious. Penis. You have my attention. Please do share. I would love to know. Got partnered with company. Oh, congratulations. I hope it goes well for you. Genuinely. I've been very hesitant with the idea of like brand partnerships as a content creator personally, because I'm very much a brand risk, and I worry a lot about like partnering specifically with companies that meet my values. But like I would love to one day, how do I say, be able to advocate for something. I don't know. Weird feeling towards it. Gonna be doing West End tomorrow and I feel really chill about it. I hope it goes well, Belladonna. Genuinely, lovely to see ya. Blame me for starting to make creature noises when I'm in VC. Congratulations. I live in your brain rent-free. Suffer. This one is I've actually had news before and it's tasty. Hell yeah. I really hope it treats you well. Hello, U.S. Department of Gay Affairs. I did see your message. I did not have time to respond to it because I've been on my feet all day, but lovely to see you. Welcome on in. Nah. Chat, you're a furry. Me when I almost consider a sponsorship and see don't be political in the TOS last second, then I explode and decline. Real. How do I say? I've only gotten a couple like actual sponsorship offers. There was one that I was actually going to accept. It wasn't a sponsorship per se, but it was a indie game developer that was making a game that I genuinely thought looked interesting, and they had like, you know, a demo out and a campaign for it, and I was basically gonna play it on stream, talk about it, and push people towards the campaign, and like if it got funded, they were willing to do further partnerships if the game got fully funded. And I genuinely really liked the game because it was a queer horror like story game based off of a tabletop RPG. And then, but I unfortunately was on vacation until like the last few days of it, and by the time I got around and was about to do the stream, they had taken down the campaign and canceled it all. I was so sad about it. I was so sad about it. I'm a furry, I'm literally a dragon. We love furries! Of course I connect your main username in that account. I'm very well aware that you are the same people in my brain. Don't be political is basically just saying we want to get money from everyone, even bigots, so don't say anything the bigots wouldn't like. Yeah. If I can't say trans rights during a advertised or a sponsored stream, then I'm not doing the sponsored stream, you know? You know what else we love? A's silly little hyena giggles. Hee 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 hee. If you tell me not to be political, you will lose my attention because everything is political at this point. Oh, absolutely. Like, I need to be able, like, I understand if there are rules, you know, like, be careful what you say in regards to, you know, political officials or don't use violent rhetoric and whatnot. I understand shit like that. I've had to put a no violent rhetoric rule in place in my community after I got investigated by the FBI because I did not want to give the FBI any further leverage against me. But like, no politics at all. I hate that shit. Can't stand that shit. Saying trans rights should not be political, it shouldn't be, but it is, you know? It shouldn't be, but it is. Oh, did you not know that I got investigated by the FBI? Fun fact, that happened. I keep forgetting that I used to keep quiet about that situation. Like back when the FBI investigation happened, I wasn't talking publicly about it. I was like keeping that shit entirely private. And then I spent like 3 months refusing to talk about it before I just decided, you know what, fuck it, actually. This happened. It's always so fun when someone new finds out. Yeah, it's genuinely hilarious. There was a period of time where I was just so quiet about it. I didn't want to acknowledge it. I didn't want to talk about it because I didn't want to like risk further. I didn't do anything wrong, but I didn't want to risk giving them reason to continue investigating me. And then at some point I just decided, fuck it. I was planning initially to keep quiet for an entire year. I wanted to wait at least a year before I came out publicly about it, and I probably will wait a year before I publicly talk about it on YouTube or anything. But like, I lasted about 3 months before I started blabbing about it constantly. Been a hot minute since I was last in streams, had a ton of IRL shit happen, and that's totally fine. Real life comes first. I hope you all know that, like, you are, even if you disappear for a year, you will always have a place here, you know? I am happy to entertain, for lack of a better term. Yeah, I'm looking back, alright, when you stopped watching, or the last time you were here was a couple months after the FBI situation, and it was still in the phase where I was keeping quiet about it. Hello, Jordan, lovely to see ya. Wow, 3! Hello, Brink _ as well. Enjoy your pierogies and mac and cheese. I love mac and cheese. And no worries, Belladonna, you get to sleep. Remember, ACAB, and do not turn Mar-a-Lago into soup. God, okay. I don't know how much I want to get into the new Epstein files drop today, because I have not had a chance to look at them. After stream last night, I passed out for 12 hours. But there was a new Epstein's file dropped, Jesus fucking Christ. There was, in fact, a new Epstein files drop, and... Ugh. Ugh. Also, hello, Druid, lovely to see you. Not so fun fact, half off topic, because I have an interest in law enforcement. I've been getting accused of spreading ICE. How does it even connect? I mean, how do I say? ICE are law enforcement. Like... Okay, here's the thing. A lot of the time when people see someone having an interest or fixation on something, they assume it equates to support, which I think, while often true, is also often not the case. Well, true more often than not. There are a lot of exceptions. Like, for example, a lot of punk wear and whatnot is very heavily inspired by police and military uniform. Hello, Glitch Shady, welcome on in, bark bark bite bite. A lot of people I know, their battle jackets are built on military surplus and whatnot, but that does not equate to, like, you know, support of the military. But it is pretty common for people to conflate, you know, interest in something with support of it. That said, ICE are law enforcement. But hello, Glitch Shady, doing well. Lovely to see ya. Make sure you get some good rest. Thank you. This is my scuffed model. I do have a main model, but this is the funky little scuffed one when chat wants to steal my pixels. All that said, fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. No law, no borders. Screw that shit. Thank you so much for the hydrate. I appreciate it. ICE is law enforcement. They are a quote-unquote federal law enforcement agency. Those are not state-recognized. They are federal law enforcement. They're not state law enforcement. They're federal law enforcement. Like, they're... Even if they're not... Okay, this is... how do I, just because they're not officially like state recognized law enforcement officers does not mean that they are not being used by the government to enforce the law. They are functionally law enforcement, even if not definitionally so, you know? They are acting as law enforcement. But yeah, the yapping fox will yap despite the circumstances, no matter what. Like, they are evil. But they are also law enforcement, because chat, in case anyone needs to hear it, legality does not equal morality. Just because something is legal and or illegal does not, you know, make it fucking moral, and I think a lot of people have trouble separating out those ideas. There are a lot of illegal things that I would argue are moral, and a lot of legal things that I would argue are extremely immoral. And I'll be honest, I also don't believe in objective morality. I'm one of those motherfuckers who disagrees with objective morality. That said, the law ain't the decider of what is moral or not. I've done a lot of perfectly moral things that are illegal. They do enforce laws, but if I recall correctly, even by one of the US federal laws, they're not recognized as law enforcement, they're just recognized as federal agents. They're enforcing laws. What's the difference in this particular capacity? Like, they are being weaponized as law enforcement, even if they do not have the legal right to do so, you know? Hello, JM! In any case, it is a kind of pedantic, argument, that doesn't particularly matter in this capacity. It also ignores the fact that, like, ICE have the support of local police in the majority of places they go, for the purpose of, you know, being shitty and fucking over, anyone they perceive as being not white enough. Like, they are collaborating directly with local law enforcement in the majority of places that they are working. They are functionally law enforcement, but that doesn't fucking matter, because fuck cops. Like, rather, they are functionally law enforcement even if they are not definitionally so, but that doesn't matter, because what they're doing is shitty, and fuck cops. ACAB. Yeah, ACAB includes ICE. That follow your example? Get investigated by the PF? Don't do that. Chat, don't get investigated by the FBI or whatever the equivalent is in your nation. Don't do that. Tyranny can become law and that ain't even moral? Oh, 100%. Like, authoritarians and fascists love using loopholes in order to enact or enforce laws even outside of the intended or pre-built mechanisms. And I'm of the argument that, like, all law enforcement is evil. I want to see police and prison abolition, because I believe that, like, any such force is an unethical one that causes more harm than good. And that justice should be handled with a focus on rehabilitation above all else. But, you know. They're an arm of the ruling class, which are the same thing as the police. Yeah, literally. Just because they're not definitionally cops does not mean that they are not functioning as law enforcement via legal loopholes and via presidential order. You know? People who dislike police will probably feel the same about ICE. They kind of do the exact same thing regardless of how they're technically categorized. Yeah, like, again, authoritarians and fascists love to find ways to enact or enforce laws outside of the actual rule of law, and that is what's happening. They are weaponizing legal loopholes in order to enforce things that are difficult to otherwise. I've actually seen local LEO working against ICE. It depends on where. Worth noting that I'm in Florida. Hi, hello, Floridian here. I'm in Florida in a place with an extremely high Latin American and Hispanic population. I can tell you, around here, ICE and cops are in cahoots. I can tell you, they're in cahoots around here. Also, like, in practice, ICE are doing what right-wing politicians want cops to be able to do, literally. Like, literally. I'm just too legal brain today from spending like 6 hours reading up in California's vehicle laws and business and provision laws about security. Yeah, I hate, like, I'm a police and prison abolitionist. I believe all of that shit is evil. But that's just me. But they're literally like acting as, even if they are not definitionally law enforcement, they are acting as law enforcement at the behest of the ruling class intentionally, you know? It really doesn't matter at that point whether or not they technically count as law enforcement, they are acting as it. They are being weaponized as law enforcement. Thank you for the hydrate, isopod. Be crime, do... Yeah, be crime, do gay, and fight fascists, literally. Fuck fascists, fuck Nazis. Fuck fascists, fuck Nazis, fuck all this bullshit. I hate cops. I think there's some use making a distinction between them because they don't work completely in tandem. ICE is way less popular than regular cops, but yeah, in practice they are much different. I mean, yes, and there are places where, like, local police and whatnot are not collaborating with ICE, but that's usually only after ICE has started to murder people in the streets, you know? Like, that's usually after ICE has already started murdering civilians. They're usually pretty happy to help the ICE in, like, you know, hunting down people who aren't white enough, you know? They're usually pretty content to help there. It's just as soon as they start, like, murdering white people in broad daylight that the cops start to actually, you know, argue against them. And stop collaborating. A couple years ago, I had plans to move to the US one day. Fair to say my plans have changed. Now is not a good era to be at all interested in coming to the US. Completely fair. It is definitely not the ideal time to want to be fucking visiting here, for any reason. Like, I think things will get better, but not before revolutionary effort. We need to see mass revolution before I can claim that there's anything good happening in this country. Regular police are only more popular due to propaganda that's been dumped into our media for decades. Also true. I want to visit, and I can't, and I'm mad I want to visit the FOP. I hope you can someday. I want you to visit me someday, but also keep yourself safe first and foremost. I am just a guy. Please do not endanger yourself on account of wanting to see me, though I hope to one day see you. Also, there's news, my BF might be visiting me this year. Hell yeah! I hope that goes well. Congratulations. Fuck propaganda. Like, I'll be so honest if I can be. For me, like, a lot of true crime content is a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine, but that is content that is very heavily ridden with propaganda. And it pisses me off to no end how propaganda ridden that media is, you know? You'd think the people who were fascinated by studying crime and criminals and some of, like, the worst of humanity would be able to recognize the fact that in the majority of these situations, police, like, they only got so bad because the police didn't do their fucking jobs, and excused or ignored crimes until it was too big for them to stop it, you know? Or until it had blown out of proportion. Like, you would think the people who were studying the stuff in depth would realize how incompetent and useless cops are in the majority of the situations. I've enjoyed a fair amount of true crime stuff, and I think the ones I enjoy the most are the ones where they show just how incompetent the police were. I agree. I think it's really, really unfortunate to me as someone who has a little bit of a guilty pleasure for true crime, how little of it is willing to recognize that the cops are incompetent and useless, and do not do their jobs, and by and large tend to fuck over marginalized people. Especially with how many, with like the majority of true crime fans are women who find it fascinating, and defend it as a means of learning how to protect and defend themselves. Like, you'd think they'd realize that the cops will never take them fucking seriously when they report shit. Police incompetency has been the reason a lot of terrible scenarios have been allowed to continue. Absolutely. Like, there are so many murderers and criminals who, being completely real, the reason they got away with it for so long is because the cops didn't care. Because people would come forward and say, hey, XYZ person is you know, sexually assaulted me, and the cops didn't fucking do anything. I think, was it Dahmer where, like, one of his victims, despite the fact that police, like, you know, encountered one of his victims with a, like, bleeding hole in his head while they were together, like, they didn't do anything? Was that Dahmer? It doesn't particularly matter who the specific individual was, but there was, like, one case, one of the more prolific and notorious, like, serial killers, where the police literally interacted with him and one of his victims together while the victim was injured with, like, a bleeding hole in his fucking head, and the police didn't do shit. Yeah, police allowed a Dahmer to bring back a victim to his house even though he was injured. Yes, literally. Hello, truth-telling puppet. The cops are fucking, like, I wish that more true crime was willing to recognize how incompetent and complicit cops are in so much of this bullshit. It's part of why I enjoy the podcast Behind the Bastards, actually. Behind the Bastards, it's not specifically true crime, but it talks about, like, you know, some of the biggest bastards in history and some of the weirder details of their life. So it'll take, like, you know, a terrible figure and it will highlight all of the weird little secrets and nuances of these people's lives that kind of destroy a little bit of their powerful image, as well as just, you know, telling their stories. It's a really, really fascinating podcast I would definitely recommend listening to if you haven't already. But, like, one of the reasons I appreciate Behind the Bastards is because there is legitimate leftist sentiment behind it, and they do talk about incompetencies of law enforcement and whatnot. I've seen a lot of them too, where they just assumed the people were working the streets since they were younger and female, didn't investigate the scenario since they thought of the victim as lesser. Yeah. If you were perceived to be a woman and you report a crime, good luck. Good luck getting that taken seriously. Even with minor crimes, police just closed my stolen wallet case even though the guy was caught on camera. Only reported the wallet because it had my ID and banking shit. Real. No, I'll be honest. When I was getting doxxed and harassed, I did open up a police case entirely just so there would be a paper trail in case, you know, things continued to blow up. Because, like, fuck cops. Don't talk to cops. But in case someone, because the main reason I did it was because someone had actually already shown up at my previous address looking for me, presumably with intent to harm me, while I was getting doxxed. I opened up, I did not expect the cops to do anything, and they didn't do anything. I never, you know, nothing ever happened with the case, but I wanted there to be a paper trail in case someone showed up and tried to kill me at my current address. Because they did that at my former address. Cops don't do shit. True crime is interesting. Wouldn't be surprised if most true crime stories basically made the cops seem more competent to not get a defamation suit. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised either. That makes sense. They tried to what at your former address? Oh yeah, when I was getting doxxed and harassed last year, someone showed up nearly a year ago, actually just over a year ago, at my former address looking for me. Hee hee. I disagree. In fact, I'd say shit is basically the only thing the cops can do. I'd say that shit is basically the only thing cops can do. You know what? That's real. That's real right there. But yeah, no, I literally only put in a report so that there would be a paper trail in case someone did, like, show up at my home. Because I wasn't fucking playing with the kinds of threats that were being sent my way. I know how this shit goes. If they tried to swap me or anything, and I will say, having that paper trail came in handy when the FBI knocked on my fucking door. When the FBI started calling me, one of the like biggest pieces of evidence that helped me out in defending myself, it was the fact that there was an existing police report that I could point to. They went and they talked with local police. They were able to pick up that police report and see that this was connected to a larger scenario, and that I was being a victim of cyber stalking and harassment. But Jesus Christ. A guy had his home firebombed after someone firebombed the wrong house. Jesus Christ. Terrifying. Sometimes strategically talking to the police protects you from the police, yeah, honestly. Like, there are very few situations where I would recommend interacting or talking to the police. I was in one of those few scenarios. Sometimes I watch videos about crimes from over the years. There were more than a few where the cops didn't do anything to help out people that worried for their lives or someone's well-being, resulting in those people getting killed or injured down the line. Literally, yeah. That's exactly the kind of shit we're talking about. It is very common. Friendly Geordies had that happen basically because they showed that there was corruption somewhere. Okay, I think I have heard of this situation actually. Apologies, I'm not the best at names or keeping up with the news because I'm a very busy critter, but I think I have heard about this. Yeah, shit's fucked. Shit's fucked. Like, it is kind of scary being a political commentator or someone who openly, discusses the kind of things, this kind of subject matter, because there is a real risk to your safety that it entails. It's a worthwhile risk for me so far because I find this shit incredibly fulfilling, but it is definitely a risk. Hello, One-Eyed Ghost Kid. Hello, hello. We're talking about how the cops are incompetent. Hello, Pyro, as well. Lovely to see you. I've seen a number of, like, prolific voices in leftist spaces get punished hard by the system for speaking up. I've seen folks get debanked. I've seen folks get, severely injured in ways where the only viable explanation is that it was done on purpose by authorities. I've seen people get doxxed and harassed to hell with no support. It is really hard it is really dangerous being like a loudly leftist commentator in these spaces, but it's a worthwhile thing that we need. Corruption regarding a local politician in Casinos, if I'm remembering it right. That sounds like the kind of thing that would get your fucking house fucking firebombed. That sounds like the kind of thing that would. Evil ass shit. Evil ass shit. Fuck ops. Before we got here, Sheer Princess of Power is leaving Netflix, even though it's a Netflix original. Chat, I hate everything. I hate everything. Go get a good Eve. You take care of U.S. Department of Gay Affairs. Oh my god, I hate everything. I hate copyright. I hate copyright enforcement. I hate streaming services. I hate the fact that, like, everything has moved to streaming after the death of, like, physical media. I hate the fact that these goddamn services are able to just shove shows into the ether where they'll never be seen again at a whim because they're not profitable enough anymore. That's genuinely such a fucking... I miss physical media so bad. I agree. I adore physical media and I miss it. In fact, I've been trying to switch to more physical media in regards to my music consumption recently because I am sick and tired of streaming services. Genuinely, chat, it is more supportive to the musicians you enjoy to pirate all of their music and then buy an EP or an album once a month than it is to keep paying for services like Spotify. Also, fuck Spotify for playing, like, ICE ads and whatnot. But it is genuinely better for both yourself and the musicians that you adore to just buy their shit directly once a month and pirate the rest of it than it is for you to continue paying for Spotify. if you have the capacity, even if it's digital files, support them. Whenever I go to shows, like the main thing that I'm looking for at the merch table these days is CDs. I love CDs. Hi AE, it's cold as fuck out here. Yeah, it was so cold out today. Chat, it was 40 degrees out today. I was dying. I was being able to own things. Me too. Me too. Thank you for making me normal, Jordan. I appreciate it. I can probably still get physical media here because good old third world country. Oh yeah, there are ICE ads on Spotify, and that's why a lot of people canceled their subscriptions to move to platform. That and like it being flooded with AI. But if you can, if you have the resources, support the musicians and artists you enjoy directly, whether it's digitally or physically. Local artists I know have literally been telling people they'd rather us just pirate their music than use Spotify. Yeah. I know a lot of musicians actually that either have never uploaded or have specifically taken their music off of Spotify because fuck Spotify. And I don't blame them. Do not blame them at all. It does suck because it was a wonderful way to aggregate a lot of art and music before this. And I do kind of miss having it all in one place, but like no support for the business choices that Spotify is making. When I'm at shows though, like the primary merch I'm keeping an eye out for is always CDs these days. I love physical media. Yeah, Bandcamp is a wonderful resource if you want to buy directly from musicians. And Bandcamp does this thing every now and then called Bandcamp Fridays. Keep an eye out they'll usually announce a little bit ahead of time that a Bandcamp Friday is coming up. On Bandcamp Fridays, 100% of sales go to musicians, whereas Bandcamp normally takes a cut. So normally I will wait for a Bandcamp Friday and I'll just buy a few things off of some of my favorite artists. Handed Chris $300 directly to the band at the concert. Half joke. Nah, I love buying merch. Also, hello, Russ. Welcome on in. Yeah, support your artists. Like, if I am seeing a band I like, I try my best to always get something from the merch table if I can. Even if I'm just, like, buying a $5 patch or pin or something. I want to support the artists I enjoy. Just bought 3 CDs from one of my new favorite artists directly off her site, and she sent me a sticker and a note. Oh, that's so cute. I love that. If you know an artist personally, buy them a pizza. Hey chat, if you're at a small show, especially if like you know the artist, offer them a drink or something. Some of my favorite interactions I'll see, there'll be like a band currently setting up and someone in the crowd goes, "Hey, can I buy you a beer?" I love that shit. It's adorable. I think it's so cute when people do that. Big CD fan, need to convince some of the local ones looking to producing physical if feasible for them. Honestly, I'm trying right now to work on an EP that I want to release later this year. And I plan to, because it's actually really cheap to, produce CDs. You can probably produce like 25 CDs for like $50. And then you sell them for like, 10 a pop. It's really affordable to produce and easy to DIY merch. Even if you get like the plastic cases, like it's cheap, it's easy, and really, really worthwhile. I've actually asked a couple local musicians, and I need to ask more of them, if they'd be okay with me like ripping their music onto a CD and like DIYing something. I'm sure they'd be fine with it. But hell, if I had the free time, honestly, if I had the free time, I would 100% offer to just like produce CDs for some of the musicians I enjoy, like produce like 10 CDs for like $25 or something, just for the hell of it. Also wish some of the local artists would accept more money for their CDs sometimes. Okay, here's what you do. Usually they're gonna use like something like Cash App or Venmo for their merch. That's what I've noticed anyway. Well, they're not looking at add $5 extra to the transaction. You can just do that. You can just pay them more. Oh, you don't? Okay, never mind. I don't know what's like in Canada. But but like you can just do that. You can just do that. Reverse scam them, literally. Also, hello, Nakuya. Last show I went to, one of them was like, I'm really feeling a gin and tonic right now. Like, 3 people bought him drinks, the whole bit and a drink each. I love that. That's so good. No, I think, like, it was when I went to... It was the first time I saw Apes of the State. Confession Kids was going up. Really good band. And someone in the crowd goes, hey, you want a beer? And they just bought, like, 2 of the band members' beers. It was beautiful. E-transfer through bank direct is one option, but a lot of them just take cash. I see. Just like shove a 5 in between the dollars or something. I don't know. They'd probably count it out. Physically force them. Force it down their throats. Sneak it into their pocket. Reverse pickpocket them. You know. Snuck a bill or 2 into their merch just a couple times. Good. We love to see it. Some bands do not charge enough for their merch, straight up. We'll be back after Truck to the Snow for a bit. No worries, do what you gotta do. Just throw a gold bar at their heads. You're so right. Usually it's PayPal, to be honest. I see. Yeah, with PayPal you can just add a little bit extra to the transaction sometimes, but I know it's not that easy. Not always, anyway. You know it's a good idea? Force fit. Reverse rob your favorite bands. Literally. Just give them a new instrument. So what you're saying is give the fobs all your money. Yes, you should give me all of your money. /J. Please only give me money if you can afford to do so safely while taking care of yourself, chat. I love you guys. The financial support I get through streaming means the world to me, but always take care of yourselves first and foremost. I'm very grateful that streaming, y'all, if you've been here a while, you've heard my fucking story. I was homeless for the last few months of 2024, and this community saved my life. The past year has been me desperately fighting for stability after escaping homelessness, and the only reason I am currently financially comfortable is you guys. And I dream of one day being able to do this full time, of this being able to cover all my needs. We're not there yet, but I'm fighting really hard to get there. Thank you, everyone. This month was a relatively, like, frugal one, for lack of a better term. I did not spend as much money as I normally do. And looking, like, I've been counting out the money that I've made off of content creation this month. I think I'm about like $50 short this month of being able to cover what would have been all of my expenses. And of course I would have to like worry about taxes and whatnot, but like the fact that it's getting close to being feasible is incredible. Thank you. Found out how much a friend was paying for their shirts. They were only making a couple dollars each shirt sale. Bruh. I mean, as someone who like makes merch, I get it. Fun fact, with the existing arrangement I had with merch, I was actually only getting 10% of every order, so like I was only getting $1 per patch. And I'm the one who bought all of the supplies. I did not make a profit off of our merch. But you know. Hello, Boofton, lovely to see you. Wish I could do merch for you, but cross-border shipping would kill probably. Yeah, unfortunately. I need to figure out a new solution for the merch because things are kind of fucked right now, but you know. Hello, Reina, welcome on in. Bark bark my bite. Meow meow, boofed it. Meow meow. Merch production is expensive. But like, hey, artists, merch producers, etc. Charge more for your products. Charge what you're worth. I felt so bad about making my patches $10 when I initially started producing them. Even though I recognized that that was like probably what I needed to charge in order to, you know, make it a worthwhile transaction. Both materials wise and effort wise. I only started feeling better about it today actually after spending $45 on 6 patches. Because some of those patches were like 10 fucking bucks. Did purchasing for years and loved it so much. Whole scenario that Can US has right now has made it rough. I can imagine. I can imagine. I'm currently trying to move my entire merch operation elsewhere because of a part of it. Honestly, the primary reason is a personal quarrel with my merch distributor, relating to like some long-held drama, but also he hasn't paid me for any merch that's been sold in the last 9 months. So I'm trying to seek out like a new merch operation that allows me to continue selling handmade items, while, you know, not compromising my own privacy and safety, because I would like to not get doxxed, please. If I could just ship this stuff from where I live and like handle all of the production and storage and manufacturing and whatnot myself, I would do that. Unfortunately, that's hard to do without doxing myself, but like, yeah, I love merch production. I love the stuff that goes into it. I want to sell goods affordably while making sure that it's worth my time. I wish this shit was easier. All kinds of international shipping, though, are unfortunately kind of down the drain at the moment. It is nigh impossible to do any kind of international sales these days. Between the unclear, iffy tariff situation and just the state of the world, it's pretty bad. Big Og. Big Og. Chat, why does weed make talking hard? To digital products, I could charge what it's worth and find people who would buy it, but any physical products are just unsustainable for me, yeah. Like, I'm really glad I can do my little physical items, and I honestly, I wouldn't care if I didn't profit at all off of my art, or off of my, like, physical merch and whatnot, if things were actually getting produced and sold properly, but they're not. Are you high? I had one hit off of a new cart. I have here a little vape pen, a little weed vape, and I had like a half a second hit, so I'm just the tiniest bit high. Not to a point where I am like high, but to a point where I can definitely notice it. I was so mad when I shipped you your holiday gift. I had it inside a custom wax sealed envelope inside the shipping package that was addressed to the archive. They made me send it boring so they could categorize everything. Gross. My cat is prohibiting me from moving. Please send help. Play this sound for your cat. Play that sound for your cat. It usually works. Chat, it's still snowing outside now. I would never survive the snow. I don't know how y'all do it. I don't know how y'all do it. I had to leave the event I went to today early because it was too cold. Snow is nice. Nah, can't relate. You'd get used to it? No, I would not. I need it to be known. I need it to be known. I have lived in Florida my entire life. In fact, I used to live in a much warmer part of the state. This winter is the coldest I was actually talking to one of the vendors at the event I went to today about this. This is the coldest weather I have ever lived in. Recently, it has been hovering between the high 30s and low 60s, kind of jumping around in that range. This is the coldest weather I've ever lived in, and I am struggling to go outside. In like thick leather jackets and whatnot. I am struggling to go outside. I start struggling the moment the temperature drops below 60. I've lived in Florida my entire life. I spent the majority of, okay. I've got a lot of medical issues. A lot. many medical issues. The majority of my medical issues are caused by the fact that I spent the majority of my life concerningly underweight. So my body does not process temperature correctly anymore. I'm not used to it, and my body does not produce heat regularly. It's currently 21 degrees Fahrenheit with a real feel of 17. I've never been in weather that cold before. I've never experienced that level of cold before. I've never seen snow in my life. I have not left Florida in 8 years. No thanks. My body also doesn't process temperature properly, but just the heat stuff, nah, my body cannot process or cannot warm itself. It doesn't work right. It warmed up because it rained today and the clouds insulate and keep warmer. Interesting. Huh. Didn't know they did that. When you said you'd die if you were somewhere cold, you weren't being dramatic. I was not being dramatic, no. Also, the seasonal depression kicks ass. Chat, seasonal depression sucks. I'm not even diagnosed with seasonal depression, I'm just schizoaffective, but I notice my depressive episodes get so much worse during the winter, and I keep writing sad songs about the fact that it's winter. I'm not even diagnosed with seasonal depression, but like, Jesus Christ, the depressive episodes get so much worse in the winter. Like, this is the furthest north I've ever lived, and I'm suffering. Really, seasonal depression sounds like it'd be so fun. Like, I swear, even if you don't have seasonal depression, even if you just have, like, regular depression or, like, bipolar depression, winter makes it so much worse. Winter makes that shit so much worse. Up here, up north, the warmest days in winter are often cloudy days. Real and valid. Can't relate. My body just does not produce heat correctly because I spent so much of my life underweight though. So like my body really struggles. I start boiling whenever we get above 20 C. You'd hate it here. I feel like if either of us ended up where the other lived, we would just be in hell, you know? I'm built for Florida climate. I'm not built for anywhere else. And I love this state. I'm gonna defend it with my life. I stumbled upon this really, really cool vendor while I was out today where all of their stuff was just about like Florida. They had mugs that were like Florida born and raised with a bunch of native species on them. They had patches, iron-on patches, including a lot of like native reptile species. It was such a lovely vendor at this place we went that I did buy a couple things from. I'm Florida born and raised. I love Florida. I'll defend this place with my life. But Jesus Christ. Ever since I got heat stroke, I haven't been able to handle heat at all, so Florida messed me up. I'm so sorry. This is my home. See, we're just animals with very specific native climates. My body does not handle cold well, though. If your weather is, like, dry and cloudy for some reason, temperature kinda don't matter. Can't relate. If it is... My ideal temperature is 72. My ideal temperature is 72 Fahrenheit. What's 72 Fahrenheit in Celsius? Give me a second. I gotta make my streams more accessible. My ideal temperature is 22.22222 degrees Celsius. Ideal AE conditions. I would love to live somewhere where it is a solid 22 degrees Celsius year-round. I would literally pass out from that. We are different animals. We are extremely different animals. Gotta set the tank heater to exactly 72 degrees or you die. Literally, I am, despite being a wild animal who is not at all domesticated, I'm very particular about my temperatures. So I bake in ideal AE temperatures. I think my ideal temperature is half of that. What is wrong with you people? What is 11 Celsius? Give me a second. Oh, I know what 11 Celsius is. 11 Celsius is 50 degrees Fahrenheit. I know that one off the top of my head. Long story. Never been to anyone's house that stays at 72, so I just take a jacket everywhere, even in the summer. Yeah, no, everyone that I visit, they keep their houses at like 62 degrees or some shit, and I die. I freeze to death. Hearing all this makes me feel almost overpowered from growing up in Michigan with our year-round temperature range of 80 Fahrenheit to 4 Fahrenheit most years, with hotter and colder happening more frequently.
Oh shit.
I think you do have superpowers. Hi, Rivy! Hi, Rivy! Hi, Rivy! That's my friend. Points at Rivy, that's my friend. I can handle 22 if I have my ice packs and fans, cooling pads, and so many electrolytes. 72 degrees is not hot. Fucking northerners. 72 degrees is not hot. Turn my heat up to 60 Fahrenheit when having friends over. It's usually on about 50. How are you alive? How are you alive? 72 degrees is peak summer here. I need you guys to know that it frequently gets 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer here. Let me get that in Celsius for the fucking non-Americans. It frequently in the summer gets over 37 degrees Celsius. I just need y'all to know that. Our house is set to 72. Good-humored gaming gets me. Good-humored gaming understands me. 72 is ideal peak temperature. Good-humored gaming gets me. How hot would be too hot for you, AE? I start to struggle when it gets into the mid-90s. So around a 95 is when I start to struggle with heat. My house is a 70 Fahrenheit, real. Also, bear in mind, I never go outside without a jacket. My ideal temperature is like 74 to 76. Rivy gets me. Rivy understands me. Literally hugged my AC. Poor thing. Poor thing. Christ. I'd say 15C is best, but up to 23 and down to negative 9 is good. Anything over 27 is evil. Nah, can't relate. Can't relate. My ideal temperature range is like 60 to 90. It's a pretty small range. Do not touch the temperature dial in my enclosure. I'll be very sad. 90 plus is where it starts to suck. Yeah, agreed. It's fine, AE. It's okay to be wrong. Gun emoji. Gun emoji. Gun. Convinced you lot saying 72 is best or just reptiles disguised as humans. No wonder you need oven temp when you're cold-blooded. Fuck you! Oven temperatures are like 400 plus. Oven is hot. Oven is like 300 degrees. The fuck you mean? I freeze when 10 Celsius. I have a 10 Celsius tolerance window. Real invalid. As far as like comfort, it's more like 65 to 80, but I can handle a little bit more than that. My ideal temperature of 98 degrees, because that's the average body temperature of a human, and I want one of those inside me. Like in a vor way? Sorry, I don't respect the opinions of secret geckos. Excuse you? I'm secretly an alligator? Respect my species? Sorry, I was being silly, Blink. I was being silly. My ideal is truthfully below 10. Anywhere between negative 10 and 10 is the ideal. How are you alive? How are you Chat. Okay, I'm convinced that, like, Fuse is a penguin. Evolve the rest of a brain and then I'll think about it. Fuck you. Actually, alligators don't freeze to death. Yeah, they just hibernate. Why do you think I've been sleeping 10 to 12 hours a night? Why do you think I slept 9 hours last night? I can feel my skin warm up. God, I love my heated blanket. Heated blankets are nice. This is real and true. Also, hello, carnivorous cannabis. It's like 7C, since I feel neither hot or cold. Fair. I don't know, 72 is perfect. 72 is ideal, alright? I like it. I like it, it makes me happy. It makes my brain and body go burr. Love when my skin doesn't feel like it can shatter with one good punch. I think that might be a medical condition you should get looked at. I feel like that might be a medical issue. EE would love Rio de Janeiro climate. Maybe I would. Welcome back from ads, folks. Apologies, Twitch just forced me to run ads. You survived! I'm so proud of you! You lived through the ad break! You're doing amazing! I actively embrace the reptile allegations because fuck you, mean I'm beating them. Chat, sometimes I feel like I should make a reptile OC just because I'm so Florida pilled. I survived ads. I'm now warm though. Poor thing. I've been tempted to make a reptile sauna entirely because I'm just too Florida pilled. You know, okay, you know how a lot of furries will make those like raptor mask things? Give me a second. I don't know what you call these, but like the raptor mask furries. These bitches. I've been really tempted to make one of these. I've been extremely tempted to make one of these for myself just because I'm so Florida coded. What I mean is alligator hibernation is different than mammal hibernation. I mean, I assumed so. I give you a second. No, I'll take it back with 1,000,000% interest. No thanks. I lived through 30-degree summers and 0-degree winters. I have range. Can't relate. Nah, I've been really wanting to make one of these though because I'm so Florida coded. And I feel like I could make something that's really Florida pilled with one of these bases. I feel like I could turn one of these bases into something that's very Florida pilled. I'm really tempted, but then I need to get a mask base. Should I buy one of these and like do a series of streams where I work on it? That could be very fun. I'm tempted. What AE needs is a dino sauna. You're so right. At the local gay bar, some people use me to warm up their hands. See, here's the thing. I know the way that you mean that, but my brain has interpreted that in a very different way. I know what you mean by that. But the part of my brain that's currently a early transition trans guy undergoing second puberty interpret that differently. Highest temps I've ever had was 40 Celsius, 104. Felt like I was going to die. I couldn't go outside. Was also stuck in the wrong country because family was sick in COVID pandemic. That is, I'm so sorry, Crochet Dragon. That sounds like hell. Hey, I feel like you'd be a Utah Raptor, but that's the wrong state. The gutter is strong here. Listen, I need you guys to understand that I am 6 months. I'm actually 7 months on HRT. I'm 7 months on HRT. I'm 7 months. Okay, chat. I've always been one of those people who's of the opinion that like, or who never quite really understood how much HRT can impact that kind of stuff. I was always like, you know, and I'm still of the mind that it's not a super big part of determining behavior and whatnot. I still think people very much overestimate the extent to which HRT can impact your personality and behavior and all of that. I didn't realize, or I didn't fully believe that that teenage boy puberty horny was as bad as people were saying it was. Gonna be perfectly honest. Did not believe that the teenage boy puberty horniness was as bad as I often saw it depicted or talked about. Until I upped my HRT dosage a couple months ago. It is, in fact, as bad as people say it is. Teammates with libido increase, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it was as bad as people said it was until I upped my dosage, and it was a time. As someone who went through teenage boy puberty, I am unsure about this. That's fair. Like, I can say that upping my dosage of HRT very much increased my drive for that. Like, I don't want to get too into the weeds with it. I like my privacy and whatnot. It's all a little bit TMI. I've always been someone with a relatively high but come and go kind of drive. When I first upped my dosage, there were a couple weeks where it was constant. Like, I had to lower my dosage again because I was struggling to function. And of course, this is all a very personal, individualized thing. It's not going to hit everyone as bad as it hits others. It happened, though. AE, if you were to be period accurate with your dinosaur soda, you'd be a marine reptile because Florida was underwater during the Mesozoic. Florida was underwater during the Mesozoic. I want to be a raptor. AE, that's just called a rut. How dare you? Like, it's definitely an individualized thing that doesn't impact everyone the same way. But I also think that there's very real reasons why some people's sexualities genuinely shift into change on HRT. And I didn't believe that as much as I did until pretty recently. He is slowly becoming a beta. Fuck you. Gonna have a rock thrown at my head for this? Oh. Oh yeah, no. I'm more than throwing a rock at your head. I am sinking my teeth into your neck. And like, not in a hot way. Sometimes don't have to make sense. You can be a marine raptor. I just want to be a raptor. I feel like for me, being quite far in the ace spectrum, Debbie would still definitely be a different scenario for me. Oh, absolutely. Like, and it is a very individual thing. And if you're in the like arrow or ace space, it's likely going to impact you differently. I'm the kind of person, I'm aromantic. I am very much not asexual, and I am relatively active in like my local kink community and whatnot. While I don't get too into the weeds on that stuff on stream, I prefer that things stay in suggestive territory and don't get too explicit on stream. It is something that I do occasionally like discuss from that more distanced viewpoint. I am very much not ace. I could not be asexual. You want to be a raptor, but then seafaring bird, those existed at the time. No, I want to be a raptor. The only kinks I've gotten into are the ones in my neck. Damn. Hey, hello, Vivi. How are you doing tonight? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Also, hello, Miss Nomer. Hope everyone's doing well. Thank you so much, Vivi, for the resub. It is wonderful to see you, as it always is. No, I'm relatively active in my local kink community, and it is a time. A worthwhile time, I will say. But it's been pretty interesting exploring and being in that space while on HRT. Cause oh boy. Gotta be my favorite joke to say when kinks get mentioned. It's a good one. AE, my TikTok is algo been feeding me videos of white trans men saying being feminist is racist. What the fuck? There's no way that's enough of a phenomenon for it to become like a frequent thing on your timeline. What? What? Like, listen, I've got my critiques of like modern feminism, but what? Fear? Very much coming into my own when it comes to sexuality. I thought I was ace, now the HRT have made me realize, not that. I haven't fully addressed, how I need to address this, or I haven't fully understood how I need to address this. It's a very individualized process. Like, I've met some people who started HRT and realized they were ace, some people who realized they were very much the opposite. A lot of people, they have some amount of disgust with their bodies, and HRT makes them more comfortable exploring that. It's very individual. I can't offer a whole lot of detailed advice in it, aside of like communicate, if you are going to engage and explore things, communicate your boundaries and keep yourself safe, you know? Generally think there's a section of TikTok trans men radicalize themselves into incels. Oh, absolutely. It's a thing that happens. It's like, there is a genre of trans guy who, in an effort to project masculinity, digs themselves very deep into the hole of toxic masculinity and the gross tropes of people that come out of that. It is a small subsect, but it is a subsect that exists, and most of them eventually pull themselves out of it. Unfortunately, modern internet makes that harder. My TikTok algorithm before I stopped using it, unrelated to the content I was given, was mainly just trans girls talking about their realization that they weren't trans. I think the algorithm's trying to tell me something that I don't think is true. You know what, Valid? I think the funniest thing from a creator perspective with my algorithm is the God, everyone on the internet keeps assuming I'm a trans woman. It keeps happening. It keeps happening. My algorithm keeps pushing my videos towards trans women, which I don't mind. That's totally fine, and many of them are enjoying my content. I love my trans sisters. A lot of them don't realize I'm a trans guy. I'm like, my pronouns are right there, guys. My pronouns are right there. They're right there in my bio. Guys. Meanwhile, people mistake me for a cis woman. I mean, hey, congratulations. That is, for many folks, considered winning. He loves his trans sisters. As a trans woman, I enjoy your goofy cannibalistic tendencies. I'm so glad. Eats you. Brain reading. This interplay of dinosaurs and sex is weird to my asexual dinosaur ass. That's how it goes sometimes. Welcome to Twitch chat. Buying into toxic masculinity and Tate stuff is like the least manly thing you can do. Oh, I agree. My point just being that there's definitely a number of like trans masc people, even if they are a small but loud minority. And here's the thing. When it comes to any kind of group of that sort, they are a loud minority. Like even the genuine like Andrew Tate enjoyer cis men, like they are just a very loud minority. This is a thing that's been proven. A lot of people assume that like, oh, the internet makes people feel safer being mean and terrible people. Studies have not shown that. Studies have not backed up the idea that the internet, the anonymity of the internet makes people feel safer being assholes. It's just that people who are assholes and prone to confrontation and whatnot are more likely to be loud and aggressive online. And tend to dominate spaces because the people who are not loud and aggressive and who are nice just don't engage. That said, it is a loud minority of like trans guys who, in an effort to try and project gender, eat up a lot of this toxic masculinity and end up in the manosphere, and it is terrifying. It is terrifying. It's the same people who fucking fake claimed me on I Don't Regret Girlhood. Fun fact, when I released I Don't Regret Girlhood, my video talking about trans masc perspectives on girlhood and gendered grief as a trans person, when I released that video, I had a lot of trans people on 4chan accusing me of being not actually trans and calling me slurs and shit. Fun facts. Buying into that toxic masculinity and Tate steps are the least manly thing you can do. I already read that. Apologies. As a trans woman, I enjoy chaos, and I'm glad that people enjoy. I feel like me having the stance of he, him, but any may be playing into a bit. I don't care how anyone genders me or respect other genders, though. That's real as shit, honestly. I will say I've known a lot of people who started as the he, him, but I don't really care and ended up trans femme, but also a lot of people who didn't. Gender ultimately is an extremely individual journey, and we are allowed to explore it as we please. Or at least I think we should be. Feel like hearing that there are trans femmes not reading your bio after spending 2 years of early transition complaining about people not reading their bio, assuming they were cis women? I'm not, my brain's not perceiving that sentence. My brain is not perceiving that sentence. You deserve your polygons back. Thank you. I'm so glad I have my polygons back. My agenter ass likes the gremlin, and likes the energy. Hell yeah. Speaking of, the Epstein files today revealed the Nazi board of 4chan users were suggested to 4chan's founder by Epstein himself. What? I'm not... Okay. That's wild. I'm not surprised, but also that's wild. Hello, Mixed Maxi. Sorry, a little delayed in seeing this question. I do believe that there are more trans femmes that watch me than trans masks. I haven't officially polled the community on this, but I've been kind of wanting to just for the hell of it. Like, I kind of want to do an AE community census. I do think a larger percentage of my audience is trans femme than trans mask. At least on Twitch. I think on YouTube it's majority trans mask. I think on Twitch it's majority trans femme. I have just also noticed, though, I am friends with a lot more trans femme content creators than I am trans mask. I think I'm friends with 2 trans mask content creators and like 24 trans femme content creators. I don't know where my other trans mask content creators are. I can't find them. And a lot of my audience, it's like, you know, passed back and forth with me and other creators, so. I know a lot of people who started with he, him, but don't really care, and then went he, they, and are now she, her with optional she, they, transitional. Yeah. It's a thing that happens. Gender is weird and fucky. One of the he, him to he, they to he, him to he, they to any, all to they, them pipeline. Classic. Real as fuck. Hi, Nekuya. Personally, think you have more critters than watch you. We have polled the audience for how many of you guys are furries. I know 80% of my Twitch audience is trans, and 70% of you are furries. But God, nah. Fuck Nazis. Fuck Epstein. I have not had time to properly dig into the new Epstein files drop. I've just been seeing things passed around on, like, Blue Sky. Jesus Christ, it is all disgusting and terrifying, and it's a little hard to tell what's real or not, so I don't want to talk too much about anything I haven't had a chance to verify as being real. But Jesus Christ. Who here isn't at least a little bit furry? Raise your hand if you're not a furry, chat. We need to shame you. Me, hi, but I accept I'm likely the minority. Nah, you're real and valid. We can fix that. It's not too late. Define furry. Okay, here's the thing. Furry is really complicated because it is kind of a label that you like. There's a lot of different ways to be a furry, because you don't have to have a fursona. You can just appreciate anthropomorphic animals, but you can also appreciate anthropomorphic animals outside of the context of the furry fandom. I am also Therian. Like, it's complicated, it's messy. I don't care. Labels are weird and complicated. It's kind of an opt-in thing. I don't care if I am a furry, but, like, would I say I'm not a furry? Yeah, also valid, you know? I'm not a furry, but I still love you all. Thank you, Mix Maxi. I may fall into the bear category of the queer spectrum, though. That might be the closest I might be. Obligatory furry.
Oh, shit.
Obligatory. Just because you're a bear. Thank you, Adele, for the sub. How are you doing? It has been a while. Happy New Year. I can't believe it's about to be February, Chad. I'm mad about it. I'm not a furry, but my Sona is kind of towing the line between otherkin. I mean, also valid. Like, the Therian, otherkin, and furry communities are so deeply intertwined that, like, sometimes we all just kind of congregate in the same space, and a lot of us are very overlapping. If someone calls me a furry, does that make me a furry? I do think furry is a kind of an opt-in identity. Like, you can engage with even furry adjacent content without engaging with it, like, through the furry lens. Why is there a hype train happening? What did you do? I was like, am I one of the 2 transvest people on here you know? I forgot to include you in the list. Chat, I know 3 transvest content creators. 3! Upgrading here, chat. Upgrading. I might technically be a furry, but minus the anthropomorphic part. I mean, I think it's called being a Therian. I don't know. Both Therian and furry on my end, definitely a dog girl in many senses. Real as shit. I'm just an aminal. Chat, I'm just an aminal. I'm just a dog. It's a 50% increase. Let's go! Plus 50%! I need to find other transmasc content creators. Cause like I love, again, I love my trans femme sisters. You're all lovely. I appreciate the hell out of all of the trans femme creators in my friend circle. When I was working on I Don't Regret Girlhood, I was sitting there like, why don't I know any other trans guys? Where are you? I was literally like going through the list of everyone I was friends with at the time, and I'm like, where the fuck are the trans guys? I'm just hungry real.
Oh shit.
Hello, Helta! How are you? Paid my rent about 3 months of HRT. I have $30 left. Oh no. Rivy, if you need any help, let me know. Most of the trans guys I know don't really internet too much. That is a thing I have noticed. As like, and I think this has to do with like the particular social spaces that we were kind of brought into when we were kids. Like, a lot of the social spaces that I spend a lot of my time in are not the social spaces that like I was kind of pushed into when I was younger. And I think a lot of us do tend to stay in the same social spaces we were pushed into when we are younger. Like, gaming by and large, at least until the mid 2010s, wasn't really a hobby that was super commonplace or acceptable for people who were like perceived or pushed into the girl category. So there's like not nearly as many trans guys in like gaming spaces outside of cozy gaming, you know? I think that's why this happens, if anything. But I would like to see a shift in that, you know? I'm happy to be one of the handful of loud transmasc voices out here, and I want to uplift other trans creators in general, but especially other transmasc creators, because I don't know many. I definitely have found a bit of a disparity there. Which is, like, ultimately I am beyond happy just to see the number of loud trans voices on the internet. But you know. There's a content creator who indicate they're transmasc, but they are NB, really nice and also an anarchist. Please introduce me to them. I want to meet other trans anarchist creators. Listen, if you know other trans anarchist creators, please bridge the gap. I would love to meet them. But no, I appreciate everyone. I know around 6 trans guys. Each streamer once streamed AE is one of them. Yay! We make a documentary called AE in the search for transmasc content creators. But hello, Helta. It's lovely to see you. I hope you've been good. Ah, rah, rah, rah. It is so lovely to see you. It's been a while. Got a whole grab bag here in my friends group. We got a plural trans man, also furry, non-binary pal, another non-binary pal, straight man, and woman, the pillars of our friend group. My friend group also has the obligatory cishet couple. We appreciate them. To be fair, I guess as far as trans folk I know, the amount I know that are binary trans people is pretty low. You know, that's really interesting as well. I'm realizing in this moment that I only know, I think, one binary trans man on Twitch. Whoopsie. But no, I would love to meet other, like, just trans leftist creators in general. The straights aren't the couple in my friend group, the one of them is married. You know what? Real and valid. Real and valid. Wait, y'all have friend groups? Sort of. It's messy and complicated. Also, thank you everyone for the hype train. What the fuck? Gun emoji. Streamer I'm thinking of is Goblin Hugger. I'm looking them up right now. Goblin Hugger. That's not what I was looking for. Goblin Hugger. Who are you? I have given them a follow. They should so totally talk to me. I want to learn about them and talk to them. I need more anarchist creator buddies. I know them around Pink Rower Circle. Interesting. They're anarchists according to my Twitch bio? Hell fucking yeah. Hello, Intrepid Nobody. I'm talking about the fact that I don't know like any other transmass content creators. How are you doing today? But yeah, if y'all happen to like, I'm really bad at reaching out to people, but if y'all ever happen to know like other anarchist content creators or leftist content creators or content creators that you think I would get along with, you should like totally bridge that gap. I'm just saying. You guys should totally like tell me about them, and then like if there's ever an appropriate moment to tell them about me, and then we like forge a friendship in private and become the best of buddies and make cool shit together. Hee hee ha ha. It's been a while. I've decided to try and restart my trans femme journey that I abandoned many years ago recently. Oh, congratulations! I hope it goes well for you. If there's any support or guidance I can provide, even if my transition is in the opposite direction, I am happy to do so. I contain many transgender resources. Would you like to know how to produce HRT in your kitchen? I know how to do that. Would love to see more leftist punk creators. Agreed, 100%. Like, it's such a disappointment to me when I hear about like another punk VTuber and I find out that they have like a no politics rule or generally don't engage or interact with politics, because like, oh, you're just a performative fashion punk, you're a fucking poser, you know. It really disappoints me the number of punk content creators that are purely alt in aesthetic. Just a witchy brew for potion of Enderman. Yeah, fun fact, I haven't really figured out how to spread that information in a safe manner, but you can actually compound HRT at home. It's perfectly doable. You just need like a crock pot and the raw materials. All the streamers I follow are streamers that got introduced to me here. Real and valid. Chat, I finished my energy drink and I'm sad about it. Crockpot HRT, literally, you can do it. To be fair, it might make sense to have that so people don't bring up overly controversial stuff unprompted, would lead to people being rude in chat, but yeah. I mean, but they're not even like saying fuck ice on Blue Sky, you know? Like, they're not even yelling fuck ice on Blue Sky. How are you calling yourself a punk? And I understand that like people want their online spaces to be cozy, but you can't be punk and not be willing to say anything, you know? I don't know. I understand that people want to create spaces that are cozy and comfortable and whatnot, but it does disappoint me the number of times I will come across a content creator who has a very alternative or punk aesthetic and they're not willing to even say fuck Nazis. Unfortunately, I think my job wouldn't like me home cooking my HRT, and my state is pretty decent with trans healthcare. Completely fair. I'm so glad you're able to access it through legal means. I send all the best though, and again, if there is any support I can offer, always happy to. I want to be a loud voice for trans and leftist advocacy out here. Ew, no politics. I will say, home cooking your HRT is not exactly much cheaper, or really any cheaper, than acquiring it through the medical system, but it is an option if legally it is hard for you to get. Fuck Nazis should be like bare minimum, exactly. A sort of specific kind of space. Also, the people who do the no politics please tend to draw the line at arbitrary points. For example, usually the type of person who let defend Ukraine slide but draw the line at free Palestine. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I get really nervous when I see people with no politics rules. I get really nervous because I don't know if that's because they want to keep their space cozy, in which case I respect that, or if it is because they don't want to admit that they believe in right-wing shit. because they don't want to admit openly that they are like a Zionist or some shit. That's why my rule is I am open to having complex conversations on nuanced subjects, but if I sense you're acting in bad faith, I will not entertain you, you know? I am open to having political conversations, but if I'm not in the mood for it, or I can tell someone is trying to be an asshole, then they can get out. I don't want to have debates with people, but I want to be able to talk about this stuff because I care about it. How do you feel about a not wanting to debate rule then? That's literally what I have. My rule is I don't want to debate you. But it is a free space to talk about this stuff. And I do think that, like, a lot of people are very exhausted by engaging with, like, political discourse and whatnot. I'm not one of those people. This is literally my special interest. Punk culture and leftist politics are my special interest. And even if the world is going to shit, there's very few moments where I feel overwhelmed or exhausted by it. But I don't know, if you're self-identifying as a punk and you're the kind of person who gets exhausted by fighting fascism, what are you doing?
Shit.
Hello, Astral Calico, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi folks, I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I'm a loud punk bastard here on the internet. I talk about anarchism, leftism, punk shit, trans shit. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them, and it is wonderful to make your acquaintance. Hi. How was your stream? What were you up to? Everyone will give some love to Astral Calico. Absolutely lovely content creator. Adorable. Adorable kibby cat. Make sure you give your love, alright folks? Also, hello in Saturday. And Oberon, lovely to see you as well. That is such a cute emote, actually. I've never really paid attention to that emote before. I love that. That's cute. Had to end it, somehow pulled a stomach muscle. How is that? That's a thing you can do? That's a thing you can do? Please take care of yourself, lay down. If you're able to, get some food or a nap or whatnot. But do what you gotta do. Thank you so much for the raid and for sharing your folks and spreading the love. It is always a pleasure to see you. Self-care takes priority though. Shoveling, got a foot of snow. Oh! I'm so glad I don't live up north. Oh. I'm so glad I don't live up north. I actually live in the deep south. Okay, for clarification, when I say I'm so glad I don't live up north, I'm so glad that I don't live beyond the Florida border. Muscles are like taffy when stretched and salted. Tasty when stretched and salted. Chat eats you, cannibalizes you. I never have snow like this here. Okay, so you're one of those folks who's getting snowed on right now despite not having the infrastructure set up for it. I am so sorry. Not everywhere up north got a foot of snow. I only had a couple feet of snow this winter, not last night. Fascinating. Fascinating. My parents just sent me a pic from South Carolina and they currently have more snow than we have in Central Washington. What? I'm so sorry for like everyone who doesn't live in Florida right now. Holy shit. I'm so sorry. I can show you pictures of our snow. I had Zelda this morning. I had Zelda earlier today send me a photo of the snow to scare me, and it was terrifying. It was terrifying. I should say this winter so far, as we get snow until June sometimes, with places further up north going to the end of summer. I went to Canada in the spring one time. This would have been like April, and there was still like ice built up on the sides of the roads and whatnot. This was also, I should mention, like a decade and a half ago. It was a long time ago. Hello, Grim Degree, lovely to see you. It's the only time I have ever seen snow. It wasn't actively falling, it was just like built up on the sides of the roads and whatnot. I don't know how y'all live with this shit. Don't know why April was still there was still snow that year. You folks are getting snow, I'm not. Hello, Yui, lovely to see you. What's a snow? I don't know either. I'm dreading moving back to New York City weather-wise. I can imagine. I have a couple friends in New York City, actually. I have a couple friends up there. I should check to make sure they're, like, not dead. Been trying to consider how to word this lately, where I talk politics when I'm really in the mood on politics, but also don't want to be constant on this every day and be the sponge for everyone on this. There's an extent to me feeling like lately I know I should very much understand how to be more careful with how I word things and what I say. Someone to me taking this the other day was saying, oh yes, I'm appeasing people. Like, no girl, I just don't want to get banned or do emotional labor for you. That is understandable. I think the emotional labor side of it is the point that I most understand in regards to content creators wanting to avoid this shit. Because there is a real emotional labor when it comes to, like... Okay, there have been days where I am live, and, like, I'm a political content creator. I talk about politics all the time. But people will just kind of come in to vent about the latest thing in the news. And that, I will admit, at times has had me a little bit miffed, because, like, I'll be in the middle of a train of thought, or I've already stated all of my thoughts and opinions on the thing, and I'm kind of done with it for the moment, or I'm just having a day where I'm not quite in it enough, and I definitely understand that angle of it. It is certainly a thing where you have to be in the right headspace. Also the careful what you say thing I do get. I've had to have a lot of conversations with the community about being very careful what we say on political conversations. But yeah, it derails a convo too long depending on chat vibes. Also true. I just get nervous with no politics rules because they very much... I've had a few too many experiences with people with no politics rules turning out to be right-wingers at the end of the day. But I totally get the emotional labor side of things, which is also why I have the whole, like, if I sense you're acting in bad faith, I will not entertain you thing. I will outright be like, hey, I'm not in the space for this, you know? If people are just there to vent to me or are interested in handling themselves carefully and respectfully around conversations, I'm gonna shut down the conversation. And that doesn't always mean banning, sometimes that just means me going, hey, I don't want to talk about this right now. I get nervous with the flat no politics rule too, never really trust that. Yeah, absolutely. I love talking about politics, sometimes I'm just too lazy to talk about it, but that's rare. That's also real. I have those days where, like, I don't have the capacity for it. Most of the time I do, because I love this stuff, but... if they don't list transphobia as discrimination, oh, absolutely. I don't think I've personally ever seen that, but I will also admit I will only raid someone if they have an LGBT or LGBT friendly tag. If I do not see an LGBT tag, whether that be, you know, gay, trans, LGBT, or even just an LGBT friendly tag, and I do not see pronouns somewhere, whether that be in bio, in rules, etc. If I don't see those two things, I will not raid you. Those are my requirements for raiding a channel. I'm less nervous with no politics unless I bring it up rules than flat out no politics. That's also valid. I think no politics unless I bring it up. I can understand that from, like, the emotional labor perspective. But, you know, I love this stuff. But that said, if you are advertising yourself as punk, then what the fuck? You know? Let me check if I have that, one sec. Would always recommend, like, as a queer content creator, I care about it. Very specifically though, if you're, like, advertising yourself as punk, like you're a punk VTuber and you're like, I don't want to talk about politics. The fuck are you doing? This might be the wrong time in US history to not talk about politics for obvious reasons, yeah. Honestly, like, I talked about this last night. I've been really proud and relieved lately to see the number of VTubers who have been standing up and speaking up in regards to recent bullshit. The number of VTubers who previously were very apolitical coming out and saying fuck ICE has been really wonderful and really relieving. For a lot of my time as a content creator, I have felt pretty alone in the VTuber space for being a political commentator, for politics kind of being the core of my content, and I felt the need to quiet that element of my art down. I'm very grateful that I no longer feel that way. Seeing in the last few months, like the last 6 months or so, how loud the rest of the VTuber space has gotten when it comes to saying fuck ICE, fuck fascism, when it comes to chewing out the right-wingers in our space, has been a big change of pace that I'm really grateful for. Safe space for everyone is a tag? I think that's close enough, yeah. Something like that would also be a green flag for me for rating someone. What kind of punk isn't political? There is no such thing as punk that isn't leftist, you know? Reminds me of the TikTok saying, can we leave polished out of punk? And we're like, nuh-uh, no. Literally. Shout out to Jair. Shout out to Jair for all of the TikToks they do, just chewing people out who asked to leave punk out of politics. Or politics out of punk, rather. Punk is inherently political, it always has been. I'm gonna hit you with a lurk. No worries, do what you gotta do, Alan. You take care as well, one-eyed ghost kid. Au revoir, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. The thing is that apolitical policy is political action, and that action needs to be congruent to tends to be congruent to right-wing, even if it isn't right-wing. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, it is worth noting that content creators are people with lives who are coming and doing this usually in their free time. Like, the majority of the content creators you see are people who work jobs and have friends and lives and responsibilities, and they're doing this for fun. So I definitely recognize why some people do not want to do the emotional labor of explaining politics to their audience all the time. But also, please say fuck ICE. Please say fuck ICE, especially if you're advertising yourself as punk, and especially if you want me to associate with you. It baffles me that people thought you could just root politics for punk. Yeah, it's... I don't... Anyone who says that very obviously is someone whose only exposure to punk is aesthetic. A lot of people especially these days, there's a big problem the internet has created where instead of subculture, we just have aesthetic, you know? The culture has been drained from the notion of a subculture and replaced with just raw aesthetic, and that has unfortunately started to hit and impact a lot of subcultures as well. So many people have never been exposed to punk outside of the context of just being a loud, rebellious aesthetic with lots of chains and black and whatnot. But punk is so inherently political in its nature. Punk without politics is emo? I mean, most of the emos I've engaged with are still left. They're just kind of sad about it, you know? Most of the emos I've met are still left-leaning. They're just kind of sad and hopeless about it. Hello, host. Speaking of emos. Get scuffed, bozo. Host, how do you feel about the statement that punk without politics is just emo? Reminds me of the straight lesbian thing. What's the straight lesbian thing? Because that could easily refer to like 3 or 4 different things that have happened. I know this music. Is this my Sims? Let me check. It's Wii Sports. You were wrong, Jordan. Gun emoji. Cause okay. I'm not super tapped into like modern queer drama, but I know like at least once a year people get really mad about various uses of the term lesbian. Cause I know there's been drama over the notion of like he/him lesbians or the notion of bisexual lesbians and whatnot, and like I don't know specifically what you're talking about with that, and I don't want to make a statement without knowing specifics. Hello, Jester. Hello, Skellrider. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Because, like, my opinions on the 2 things I listed on there in that moment are, 1, pronouns are not equal to gender, and 2, fun fact, the term lesbian didn't used to mean exclusively women who like women. It used to actually mean any woman who liked women, regardless of their other attractions. And while modern terminology has shifted and moved around, there are people who use old versions of terms all the time, and you can't really police how other people use words. But you know. Like, it's ultimately complicated, and I don't have the patience for policing how other people use labels relating to identity. People making the identity of lesbian just the aesthetic while still being straight. Something kissing girls just to get a rise out of people instead of because you love them. Oh! Political okay, so is this the same thing as political lesbianism? Because chat, fuck political lesbianism. Fuck political lesbianism. For those who are unaware, political lesbianism is this movement where a lot of women decided that they were going to stop dating or engaging with men romantically or sexually as an act of protest, despite being straight. And I don't fuck with it. I don't fuck with it in large part because it is highly tied to TERF ideology. It is very, very heavily tied to TERF ideology and bioessentialist bullshit. To the idea that, like, men are inherently predatory and that women are inherently not. And that, like, the entire notion that, like, penetrative sex is inherently an act of oppression. I don't fuck with that. It's kind of dumb. Not what I meant, but also a good point. Okay, sorry, I heard that and it very much reminded me of political lesbianism. Isn't that just being celibate? No, not necessarily. For me, I'm not good at explaining. You're totally fine. You reminded me of a separate adjacent phenomenon, I guess. Hello, Yogzaloth. Do you want to hear a joke? Perhaps. What is the joke you have to offer? Wasn't that a big thing in South Korea in recent years? Yes, which is why the leftist cooks made a video essay about it. Because there was a new rise of this entire notion, and I don't fuck with it. Also, it's the political lesbian same who call bi women class traitors. Are they? Question mark? There's definitely an overlap there. What do you call it when you stop dating an alien? What do you call it when you stop dating an alien? Did you know flannel is just a secondary skill that Canadians grow and shed every winter? This has been fun falses with Strap. Thank you, Strap. Do lesbians also have this secondary skin? XCOM. Thank you, Yogzaloth. You are appreciated. Well, you did find something that sounds ridiculous in current times. Long story. Oh my god, Lycan is confirming! Both Canadians and lesbians grow second skins made of flannel. Thank you so much, Canadians. I now know how to defeat every Canadian. Oh, do you now? Hi, Orleans. Listen, if skin is if flannel is just actually a secondary skin of all Canadians, why can't I just burn it, you know? I'm pretty sure flannel would burn. Flannel would probably burn. I feel like that makes Canadians, like, really flammable. You don't grow flannel skin. I have dress skin. Not all lesbians are butch. You know what? Fair points. I did stereotype a little bit there. That's where the flannels I found from the thrift store come from. Wait, are we skinning Canadians for our flannel? Sorry I'm back. I was dealing with a lesbian cannibal. Welcome back. Flannel sounds very flammable, but like, you'll have that here too. I mean, I know we have that here, yeah, but like, they're growing it as a secondary skin, according to Strap. Not skinning, it's naturally shed. Damn, that's lamer. Also, I heard that Canadians bleed maple syrup. Chat, hear me out. Vampires, but specifically for Canadians. Vampires, but they specifically feed on Canadians. Flannel is Canadian leather. Thank you. Incredible, incredible. No, I think it'd be cooler if they were skinned. I've noticed that a lot of shows are more comfortable showing LGBT women than LGBT men, and I can't think of anything off the top of my head with a gay man as the protagonist. They're usually our side characters. Yeah. So a lot of that comes from the fact that, like, okay, how do I say this? So when I talk about, I want to be very clear before I get into this, when I talk about something being, like, culturally acceptable, I'm talking about, like, in the eyes of mainstream cishet culture and expectations. There is a culturally acceptable way to be a lesbian. And that is to, you know, be kind of sexless and just soft, and also to, like, provide to the male gaze. There is an extent to which lesbianism is socially acceptable, so long as it is angling itself towards the male gaze and existing for the voyeuristic enjoyment of straight men, and or as long as it remains kind of soft and sexless, you know. The same is not true. There is not really an equivalent when it comes to, like, gay men. So it's a lot easier and more acceptable for, like, lesbian couples to engage in, or to exist in mainstream media, because they're kind of inherently more acceptable as they are able to be fetishized. Does that make sense? Labels are useful, but only to a point. They're a tool to help describe conditions that exist, but when other people police them to a point of restriction or gatekeep, they stop being a tool and turn into a weapon. Anyone who has a messy gender or sexuality can attest to the struggle. Oh, absolutely, and I'm with you, Mixed Maxi. And this is why I tend to stick with relatively vague labels. It's why I call myself queer, and why I just, you know, call myself non-binary. I find that labels get messy, and I refuse to use the words bi or pan for myself because of all of the over-policing that has occurred with those terms. It has created a level of discomfort around them for me. Labels should be descriptive, not prescriptive. And should always, like, you'll never be able to encapsulate the whole of an identity within a finite number of words, and that's okay. We can let that be the case. That is not a failure of us to properly define labels that fit everyone. That is just the complexity of human experience. And that's good. I want to see more mass LGBT characters. I do agree. Unfortunately, in, like, cis-het normative culture, the existence of gay men is kind of inherently more offensive because it cannot be fetishized and cannot be watered down for the male gaze. And most media does kind of seek to appeal to the male gaze, like, even a lot of media centered around women. Even depictions of men in media are rarely written with female gaze in mind and primarily are there to act as power fantasies or feed into male projection, you know? It's a thing. Maybe watered down for the male gaze, though? I don't want that shit watered down. That's why I'm low-key nervous to describe my orientation outside of queer unless I'm in a space where I feel safe enough. Completely valid, Adele. It's why I continue to just use the word queer. Same, but it could be. It could be, theoretically. Hey, yo, queer baiting. Like, I'll be honest, the closest we get to that kind of equivalent in mainstream media is, like, the webcomic boyfriends, which I think is not... I don't have any issue with it. I think it's kind of been, like, a little bit... All the fandom drama about it is so overblown, because it is just, like, a little bit too a little bit overly sanitized, piece of, fanfiction about gay boys, you know? It's a slightly over-sanitized, piece of fiction about gay boys that's written a little bit more to the rules and expectations of, like, yaoi, than it is to what we're used to, or in like a more Western context. all the drama around it is dumb, but I think that's about the closest we get to like the equivalent of what mainstream media has done to lesbians, you know? The fandom drama was caused by webtoon advertising and right-wingers screaming about it. I've also seen a lot of queer people hate on it, which I agree that it is like overly sanitized and whatnot, but like, you know, we're out here parading around Shira Princesses of Power, then complaining about boyfriends as if they're not both overly sanitized queer representations. You know. I generally use pan as a descriptor for myself since talking about demi stuff is usually more confusing for people, but queer is quick I don't know you term that's often used as well. Yeah. Like, if people need to know the ins and outs of my sexuality, I will gladly sit down and explain, like, the ways in which gender and sexuality intersect for me and my particular preferences, but, like, I could just call myself queer. Also, ad will be hitting soon. I do apologize, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. I might actually stand up and use the restroom during this ad. Rare AE restroom break. What he doing in there? But don't worry, I will be back, hopefully before the ad break ends. I guess another reason why queer men are less represented than queer women is because being a queer as a man tends to be seen as feminizing, degrading to masculinity. Yeah, and it's all written for male gaze. And also because, like, people in mainstream culture, okay. In mainstream culture, gay men are associated pretty much exclusively with sexual activity and are inherently sexualized. And lesbians, like cishet people, especially cishet men, cannot wrap their minds around how the hell lesbians would actually have sex, and are kind of written or perceived to be sexless outside of any attempt to appeal to male voyeuristic desire, you know? Alright, I will return. I lived. I survived. Welcome back, everybody. Hello. What are we talking about? What's going on here? Hello, welcome back from the ads, folks. I survived. You also survived. Congratulations, we both survived the restroom break. Good job, everyone. Successful piss. Why am I like this? Alright. Let me catch up with what's going on. I'm aware there exists drama around boyfriends, and I'm gonna be real, I've never read it. The drama feels very chutcore. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know, it's stupid. Queer people are so bad at loving the media that is, like, made by and for them. hey, no offense, fellow queers, why are we so bad at just enjoying the media that is made by fellow queer people for our enjoyment? Why do we need to... Because queer existence is so complicated and nuanced, and no one person is going to be able to accurately capture every single queer experience. And just because something is not accurate to your experience as a queer person doesn't mean it is not accurate to a lot of people's. This is something I feel in regards to, like, my video essay, I Don't Regret Girlhood. The majority of the comment section is people going, oh my god, you just put words to things that I've never known how to express. There were also people who attacked me and said I was, like, a faker and that no real trans person would feel like this. Like, y'all. Can we just appreciate art made by other trans people and recognize that our experiences are complicated and nuanced? Also, yeah, trashy romance is valid. Like, it's not my genre, and I'm personally a proponent of the idea that we need more messy queer representation that is, you know... Like, I want more media where queer characters are allowed to be flawed without getting critiqued and attacked for, like, being villains, you know? Hey queer people, let's stop tearing down queer art. That's my hot take. That's my hot take for the day. Thank you for the hydrate, Orleans. Not like the new Warriors that Marvel tried to do, where honestly didn't feel like it was trying to be inclusive, more just punching down. That definitely does happen. Alright, anyway. To continue the sexuality talk, and do you really have to tell people, I mostly like women, the NBs are hot too and men are alright, like I wouldn't just rule them out. I've definitely had a fantasy about one or two of them, but yeah, I mostly find women attractive. Literally, like fucking, I'm basically the exact reverse of that. Like I mostly find men attractive, but like, hello alt woman. I'm mostly into men, but hello alt woman. And I will get into the nuance of that if it is relevant, and I will also get into the nuance of it on stream because I'm a funny, silly little guy in your computer, and you guys like, we were allowed a little bit of parasociality as a treat. But yeah, no, like it's okay for our labels to not perfectly capture us, absolutely. There's so much trashy romance out there. Let trashy queer romance exist. It's not a big deal, literally. Naming their first non-binary character Snowflake just feels like it was written in bad faith. Oh, absolutely. 100%. I feel like it'd be a different story if it were coming out of like a queer indie group of creators who were like genuinely trying to reclaim it. But when it's coming out of a company as big as Marvel, it absolutely feels disingenuous at best, you know. Heaven forbid we have diverse experiences, right? I know, right? In the age of AI, I've become more appreciative of bad art. I'm so glad bad art exists, because without it, there'd be no good art. Real! Shout out to the patch I bought earlier. I'm gonna show this off again, because a lot of chat wasn't here when I initially showed it off. One sec. Let me find this. That's the wrong thing. Thank you for the hydrates, Fuse. I like how I completely dismantled my own brain train of thought to go look for this. Chat. Here's a reminder to make bad art. Hello, Zazzy. Welcome on in. It's been a hot minute. Hope you've been well. Apologies, I'm a little bit behind in chat right now. But chat, make bad art. Make bad art. Bad art is good. My hot take for the day says the living pile of hot takes in a trench coats. Yeah, real. Can queer people art without controversy? Challenge impossible. Literally. Like, chat, make bad art. Good art would not exist without bad art. And like, fucking, you can't make good art if you don't spend time making bad art first. Ah, rah. Me and Attraction Talk. Twinks, yeah, most other guys know. Random exception, sure. Everyone else, yeah, probably. Real as shit. Honestly, I have a hard to get into read or consuming stories centered on lesbians because of my own upbringing and trauma of being forced out of feminine spaces when I was younger, but the trashier stuff is really easy to get into. Also real and valid. I'm just like, we over critique media made by other queer people so often, and it bothers me. You know? Thank you for the hydrates. Now that I'm back from my piss break. Between one of my partners and I, a similar sort of experience with our interests in each other are sort of not so usual range of attractions. As a femboy creature boy wife thing, I'm the most manly in the interest towards guyish folks. Valid as fuck. Live your best life. I'm bad at reading. Love the just chatty portions of your streams. It feels like a bunch of queer mentally ill furries standing in a circle pointing at each other and saying, "So true, you're so right." I love trauma bonding with my chat at 9 p.m. in the evening. Make bad art, chat. You're right, I should make bad art. Time to make a FNAF lore video! Okay, fuck FNAF, though. FNAF's the exception. I don't respect FNAF. I'm sorry, chat, I do not respect Five Nights at Freddy's. Fuck FNAF. No art is worse than bad art, unless your art is like Nazi art, you know? You take care, no eyes for you, all the best. Ah, rah, 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 rah. That's why we're making watercolor. Are we bad at it? Yes. Are we gonna keep making it anyway? Also, yes, real. One great way to see this is to compare someone critiques a work made by a queer person versus not. Okay, but I'm actually writing a FNAF lore event script right now. No, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I get really mad about it because FNAF is one of those pieces of media that I want to like, but Scott Hawthorne is a piece of shit and a Trump supporter, and so I kind of fucking can't. You know? I like the pre-FNAF robots more, the really weird surreal designs. Valid. The gay person you can target your fellow queer attacks at should be that CEO of OpenAI. Real. Fuck generative AI. Nah, I'm not in the interest of policing other people's media engagement or interests. I just cannot touch FNAF with a 5-foot pole after finding out that Scott Hawthorne is a fucking Trump supporter. Do. It's a rough learn. I was never a FNAF person, but I know so many people that are. Yeah, it's and a lot of people aren't aware of it, and I don't blame people because, like, I'm not in the interest of policing other people's interests. I think, like, and also autism is a real debuff in this particular regard. But as a content creator, I have to be really careful with what I engage with because, like, people will perceive any engagement I do as endorsement, you know? I feel the need as a content creator to be really careful about what I engage with. I am not going to police other people's interests. I just have to be very careful with what I personally touch as a creator. so that I kind of stay out of controversy. I also don't want to financially support shitty people. That's the other side of it, you know? But even given I primarily play like retro games, which I don't exactly pay for, it's not exactly like people are profiting off of me. I feel the need to be very careful what I engage with to stay out of controversy, even when I am not financially supporting anyone directly. Some of the people I know are super vocal about all this stuff. I can almost 100% guarantee they don't know the creator is his supporter. Oh, 100%. Like, most people probably don't. Was super bummed when I learned Orson Scott Card is homophobic. I love Ender's Game as a school teen. Yeah, no, it's really hard learning that like your heroes are bad people, and I do believe bad people can make good art. I am 100% a proponent of the idea that like someone's moral character is not at all tied to the quality of their creation, and I hate whenever like someone gets outed as an abuser and the internet immediately jumps to say, oh, I should have known. I'm so glad we finally have proof. I always hated the thing they made. The quality of someone's character is not at all linked to the quality of their art. Bad people can make really incredible art that influences and touches us in positive ways. At the same time, good people can make really bad art. And the fact that someone is a piece of shit does not erase the positive impact they've had on our lives. I do believe in not giving financial support to people who make bad art. And as a content creator who has an amount of influence in these things, I try to be careful what I engage with and stay aware of these subjects. But like, I'm never gonna critique or blame someone for engaging with art made by bad people in private, as long as they're not financially supporting the creators, if that makes sense, you know? We are just people who are clinging onto the handful of sources of joy we have in the world. Piracy is a thing. Prime example of good art but very bad artist is Rurouni Kenshin. What did they make? See, the person who always comes to mind for me is oh god, what's his name? Wilbur Soot. I got so mad when Wilbur Soot got called out, and everyone was like, oh, I always hated him. Shut the fuck up. He made genuinely good music, and was part of me getting into folk punk, a step along that road. Just because he was a piece of shit doesn't mean he made that his art was bad. We don't need to attack the art and holding like predators and bad people responsible, you know? We can leave the art out of it. We can fucking leave the art out of these conversations. But no, like I'm not gonna critique people for their media consumption. I don't think it's a worthwhile thing doing. There are just certain things I have to be very careful about touching as a creator. Rurouni Kenshin is the manga series of the artist Nobuhiro Watsuki. I don't think I'm familiar. Oh. Gotta go rest. You take care, Adele. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. You'll always have a place here, alright? Take care of yourself. I'm forever just angered at the internet's response to Wilbur Soot, because god, we can hold predators responsible without attacking the art they make. Bad people can make good art, and I hate that that's such an alien concept to some folks. I really hate that that's such an alien concept to a lot of people. Not gonna lie, all the negative stuff in the news has me kind of doomering. Understandable. Completely understandable, Jester. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Like, I want this to be a space where we can discuss these things without getting hopeless about it. I believe the world is a good place and there is a lot of hope in the world, and part of me talking about this, like, I'll be dead ass, part of how I maintain hope, a lot of the time, a lot of the ways that I maintain hope, is having this community, knowing that there's a whole lot of people in this world who fight for leftist values and who genuinely believe that change needs to happen is a large part of how I maintain hope when the world looks as rough as it does. if anything, I hope you can find comfort in that. The Kenshin artist got caught importing CSAM. Got it. Gross. But yeah, no, like bad, like the quality of our character is not tied to the quality of the art we create or consume, you know? Not really sure if I should bring up further, if the chat, cause, like all the who knows who file stuff. Got it, yeah. We have talked vaguely about it. I haven't gotten too into it this stream just because I have not had a chance to go and read them myself, so I'm not entirely sure what is real, and I do not want to, even if I've seen quite a bit on social media, I don't want to dig into any of it or start talking about it in depth without verifying what is and is not legitimate. Because unfortunately, a lot of people are taking advantage of the situation to forge documents for like virality. So I'm trying to be very careful in that regard. That said, the Xbox situation is really funny. Hello again, Endercats. The Xbox situation was really funny. Read some of it. Media's Touch apparently saved everything before it got deleted. Interesting. I will have to look into that then. 100%. Nobuhiro was caught with a room full of CSAM, believed to likely been a distributor of it, but only got away with a fine. The manga series has been taken off in most of the storefronts outside of Japan. God, that is still gross. Didn't Scott Hawthorne change his opinions on Trump and even donate 50k to Trevor? I could be wrong, or there could be an update of the situation that I'm not aware of. I've never been, like, an active fan of Five Nights at Freddy's. If he's genuinely changed as a person, then badass. I'm not sure. I'm not aware. If he has, like, changed as a person and like, openly admitted to, having shifted and apologized and whatnot, then thumbs up. Cool. And again, I'm not in the business of critiquing people's media consumption. Like, if I just have to be careful as a content creator, you know? I have to be careful because my engagement can be easily, equated to, support. So I can't believe Epstein, was behind /poll. That is wild still. What is the Xbox situation you speak of? Jeffrey Epstein got banned off of Xbox Live. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of art-related things, if you could choose a set of symbols to represent a set of colors, what symbols would you choose for your color for red, blue, yellow, and green? Also, what colors in that list would you say represent you the most in the order of most to least? Interesting. So specifically to represent me? That's a very vague question, and I'm kind of struggling to grasp what exactly is being asked. Had a similar experience with Wilburstut, but an even bigger example for me would be Shay, the Undertale speedrunner, who played a big role in my gender discovery journey before they were added as a child predator. Yeah, it's an unfortunately common thing. Hell, as a content creator, I have been in the seat of watching, like, multiple people who I aspired to, or who even, like, knew personally get outed for things. I'm lucky that, like, I haven't ever been in a situation where, like, oh, my best friend just got outed as a predator, but, like, people I know and whatnot. It's scary how often it happens. Boof worked in the Xbox Live department when that happened. Wait, really? Wild! Would Boof be willing to tell me in private? I promise I won't, like, tell them. I promise I won't, like, leak anything if she's under NDA, but holy shit. Wild. Art and colors can influence our brains to :3. She said sure, but yes, NDA. Understandable. I'm so curious, but also I understand NDAs are a thing. If anyone needs to feel a little happy, Melania movie bombed hard. Good. Ah, rah, 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 rah. Ah, rah, 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 rah. God, talking to people with NDAs is so funny. Markiplier on Iron Lung, meanwhile, is doing great. Is it good? Is the Markiplier Iron Lung movie like actually good? Question, like genuinely. I usually am not someone who goes and like watches movies, but I found Iron Lung such a fascinating game. If the movie is good, I might actually consider seeing it. Hello, Noir, lovely to see you. Ah, rah, 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 rah. I liked it. Noted. The Jeffrey Epstein to Poll connection is baffling to me. Like, someone there's probably making a video essay right now linking him to every bad actor internet group from the past 30 years. I mean, he absolutely, if not directly involved, was responsible for a majority of those groups having the modern presence they do. Even if inadvertently. Like, actually terrifying shit. It is terrifying to me, chat, how much influence like a handful of wealthy rich people have had on every element of our like political culture, largely because of how influential the internet has become. Basically everything, every element, every like line of our like political fucking framework these days is in to some extent tied to a small number of like rich wealthy people. It terrifies me to no end. I need new music. Terrifying is an understatement. Yeah, it's the kind of stuff that we've talked about or expected in some capacity for a long time, but are only just recently getting direct like evidence of. People are more connected in general than they seem. Yeah, 100%. Like it really is a buff towards the ideologies and credibilities of a lot of conspiracy theorists, isn't it? Everything's a lot more connected than it looks. Kind of like how all anti-trans rhetoric is tied back to a group of 60 or so 4chaners. On that note, the fucking oh my god. Shout out to the motherfuckers from 4chan who were dragging me and saying that I'm not actually trans. In response to my YouTube video. Fucking hell. I've heard the term discourseocracy used in regard to that. I wanna grab that term and I wanna see what people are saying on this, because I might have some new YouTube content. I need to finish my my necropolitics video, but damn, I want to talk about this stuff. I hate that massive events that I absolutely should be making like YouTube videos about and YouTube shorts about are happening while I'm like in the throes of working on my next big video essay. Like, come on, I should be doing political commentary right now, but I'm too busy writing the same script about necropolitics that I've been working on for a month. It's scary that a lot of the things that I remember joking about with people a few years ago, we thought would have been too wild to be true, is coming out to be true. Literally. Like, if you said a lot of the stuff that, you know, is currently being revealed to me a decade ago, I would have called you a conspiracy theorist. If you told me back in 2026 that, like, the majority of major right-winger fascist groups in the US are, whether directly or indirectly, the result of fucking Jeffrey Epstein. One, I would have blinked at you very confused because I was like 15. Actually, I was 14. I was 14 and barely knew what politics were, but also I would have called you a conspiracy theorist. Turns out the government is run by a shadowy cabal of pedophiles, except it's just fascists and neolibs doing it out in the open and not some weird secret society. Literally! Like, the conspiracy theorists were so close to being correct. They were so close to being right. The reality is honestly worse. Around 90% of book bans in the US are linked back to 11 people, all of which are 70 plus years old except for one. Wild. Even if Jeffrey Epstein wasn't mentioned, but just all these far-right groups are from one powerful person, is a scary thought. Yeah, absolutely. It's just not who they wanted to be involved, literally. It's a theory that everyone is within 6 degrees of separation to anyone else, which isn't that relevant in itself, but it's a lot closer than it seems. True. I mean, completely off topic. I am like 2 degrees of separation from some really big famous people, and it's always weird to think about. But you know, I know people who are like extended family of Trump. Shit's wild. I have friends who are like extended family of Trump. No personal connection, because like extended family. But it's kind of wild. Hate that Andrew Hussey was right about the internet. I hate Andrew Hussey. I hate that Andrew Hussey turned out to be a shitty person. Not that I didn't see it coming the whole time. But also, yeah. Guy on YouTube, Minuteman, often says, you don't have to make up a shadow government to be mad at. You can just be mad at the actual government. Honestly, iconic quote. I wish I had said that. I also love Mini Minuteman. Badass content. I need to go watch more of his stuff because he is very iconic and I love his commentary style. Like, his style of commentary is the style of commentary I wish I could do, but I don't think I'm funny enough for. I am so used to writing in a horridly rigid academic tone, so my video essays end up more being like monologues than like humorous, and I wanna try and bring more of that style in. I need to study his style. Hi again, Mr. Faultman. Guess who can't eat? Aw, poor thing. Feel free to hang out with us. Trump owes my dad a lot of money. Wild. Nah. Also, for anyone who's interested on the Andrew Hussey thing, Andrew Hussey actually has a few personal friends of mine currently caught in predatory NDAs. Like, as soon as, like, I knew some stuff was happening behind the scenes just because of, what was going on with a few of my friends' fan projects, but it's not until recently that the situation, like, came out publicly, largely because of, Homestuck's legal threats against, the... what's it called? The unofficial Homestuck collection, and their efforts to like get that taken down under like copyright bullshit. But quite literally a few personal friends of mine that I used to do voice acting work for are currently caught in predatory NDAs with Andrew Hussey. No fucking joke. I've lost all respect for them. Owes my grandfather millions? Wild. Wild. Veeb is evading you, I see. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Love watering my local FOP adjacent creature. Thank you. It's appreciated. I'm out of energy drink. I'm sad. Chat, I'm out of energy drink. No. My caffeine. My Rockstar energy drink. Energy drinks are bad for you, sir? No. Fuck you. Sorry, you calling me sir never gets old. You Department of Gay Affairs is very funny. Caffeine is sleepy juice, though. You know what's really sleepy juice? This weed pen I have in front of me. You know what's really EP juice? The weed vape that's sitting on my desk. Have you heard a theory that no two people are more than 6 degrees of separation from each other? I have. We were talking about that a second ago, yeah. I think it is true. What kind of Rockstar? Lemon lime. A Rockstar focused lemon lime. Feels weird to post on the Penny Arcade forums at the same time that Andrew Hussey was developing their style there. Wild. I'm okay. This is a reference that I think a lot of my chat will get, and I have said it before. Fun fact: one of my friends is friends with Femptinol, and I almost met her one time. We were actually going to go to Halloween Horror Nights together, but it didn't work out because we couldn't find a date. Hehe. I think that's the most impressive one that I can pull out for this specific chat. I've also been in a voice call with one of the What Pumpkin writers. I'm like 2 degrees of separation from... I am probably within 3 degrees of separation of almost every major VTuber. I'm not like related to anyone famous, and I'm directly friends with anyone famous, but I am like 2 or 3 degrees of separation from a lot of big name people. One of my friends is related to like one of the biggest emo bands of the 2010s. Shit's wild. Yeah, indeed, Zazzy. I knew Hussey was an asshole back in like longest time ago when PGen Pod was still a thing. Yeah, Hussey unfortunately is very like has gotten very legally protective over their IP in the last few years and has been getting a lot of people caught in predatory NDAs and like forcibly taking over fan projects. So a lot of like the fan projects that I used to be involved with, I didn't sever ties with the Homestuck fandom, I just like gradually eased my way out of it around when I started VTubing, but I used to be a big name Homestuck voice actor. So if you were a fan of Homestuck around like 2020 to 2024, or like 2019 to 2024,
You've probably heard my voice before. I ended up in a lot of like relatively popular Homestuck fan project created in the late 2010s, early 2020s.
But I kind of, when I started VTubing, phased my way out of the Homestuck fandom. Still voice acted occasionally. But that's pretty much all dead in the water now because Andrew Hussey has forcibly taken over dozens of major fan projects and forced a lot of people I know into predatory NDAs. Shit's fucked. Okay, what about the meow? My brain keeps switching off and not registering anything. Oh, I won't fall asleep. What a scam. Yeah, that is weird. I hope you're okay. You genuinely sauntered out of Homestuck areas? Yeah, I just kind of like went, hey guys, I'm not a Homestuck-centric content creator anymore, but if you need voice acting, reach out to me. And like, I would get reached out for voice acting work a couple times a year, up until a few months ago. You know what's really EP juice? This bottle of NyQuil I got. Yeah, Fuse, that does sound like a mild allergy to cannabis. I've known some people who are allergic to weed in specific formats. Some people who can only smoke it, some people who can only do edibles. For me, I can't do edibles because my stomach is paralyzed. AE fun fact, my stomach is paralyzed. It's actually only partially paralyzed. I have a condition called gastroparesis, which is partial paralysis of the stomach, so the muscles in my stomach do not work properly, and things stay in my stomach for too long, which is why I'm such a lightweight. If I take an edible, I will be high for like 20 hours minimum. And I'm gonna be so real with y'all, after like the 8th or so hour, it gets old. When you've been high for like 8 hours, it starts to get kind of lame. I was within 3 degrees of separation from all of Pumpkin, but then a undiagnosed sociopath started this friend group, so I'm just doing my own thing. Zazzy, what's the likelihood we ran in the same circles? What's the likelihood that we have at some point run in the same circles? Did you ever have any ties to, oh god, what was it called? To Sleepy Souls? Did you ever have any, involvement or ties to Sleepy Souls? Like the voice acting channel and group? I gotta know. I do edibles often enough that I'm fine. Also, very allergic to cinnamon. Interesting. That's fascinating. Primarily do edibles because I've had enough lung issues. Interesting. More also valid. I do fear that eventually smoking and vaping is gonna fuck up my lungs. But I do it very infrequently. I get high like once a week, so hopefully if I just continue to be very casual about it and I'm not an overuser, I'll be okay. There's always the risk, but you know. I can't do edibles because I don't want to be high for 20 fucking hours. There is apparently also the option of like putting oil under the tongue, which I've considered. Maybe one of these days. Being safe is important in recreational activities. True that. Other homesick project I was involved in the S Press Play project, Sound Page Press Play, which was a Zine. I also was involved with oh god, what's it called? I was involved for a while with shit. They deleted it. Studio June. I was involved with Studio June. Which was a Homestuck fan game thing. Just gonna use some generic template symbols for your character for now. Yeah, I don't have enough information about what you're looking for, apologies. Be careful with vapes, a lot of them have been tested for having a lot of lead. Yeah, I know it's not ideal, but I'm trying to figure out better means of engaging with substances while keeping myself safe. I don't really know what my best options are there, being perfectly honest. I'm experimenting, slowly trying to figure things out, and we'll see where I end up. Appreciate the concern though? Oh. We love checking about each other. Everyone is different. If you do try edibles, have at least one friend you trust. Oh yeah, chat, if you're doing any drug or substance for the first time, please have friends around. We're definitely peripheral to each other. I was a lot more in the game dev plus tabletop RPG sides, but there were a lot of cross-pollination with their sections. New peeps from CP Souls and Studio June. Damn, alright, yeah. We have probably encountered each other somewhere along the line. That is actually wild. That is actually really cool. I think I'm best known for the work I did as part of Homestuck Alternate Universe. I was one of the voice actors for Homestuck Alternate Universe, and I've done a lot of work in general for Funk McLovin. Funk McLovin and I are still friends. No, the weed vapes don't have the coils the way Nick vapes do? Oh, interesting. Huh. Huh. I don't know how anything works. I don't know how doing drugs works. Chat, I don't know how to do drugs. I just ask my friends. I was such a straight edge for such a long time. I had weed for the first time about 6 months ago. A little over 6 months, about 7 months ago now. I tried THC for the first time 7 days before I started HRT. it was June 23rd. If I want to do drugs, I ask my friend. How do drugs? Ask while chewing on a plant. Yeah. Shit they wrote, like, isn't me at all. There's only one thing actually about me. Don't even have the accommodations I need. Need to get separate diagnosis for different stuff. I don't know what document you're looking at, but that is weird, and I am so sorry. To be fair, a lot of the time when it comes to, if you're talking about like a medical document for accommodations and whatnot, yeah, they do just kind of copy paste definitions in there as a template to make it easier, because it is a lot of work writing that stuff. It's usually ceramic or cotton coils. Oh, interesting. Huh. I recently got an official autism plus other diagnoses document thing so I can get accommodations, and I seriously need them. Guess what? Right over the document. Oh, yeah. So there are certain things that they need to say in order for you to, 1, get the diagnosis, and 2, get accommodations. So even if those things are not accurate, they're probably just going to say them. They are probably using a template to ensure that, 1, it is quick and easy for them to make that document, and 2, that you actually get the accommodations that you need. No, like, I don't have the shit I need. That is weird, and you will have to talk to them then. That's not normal. Hello, Gachapon! Thank you for the raid! Welcome on in, everybody! Hello, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic infield. I stream nautical virtual games and do art here on twitch.tv. We're currently yapping, as we're off to do. How are ya? Hey, Gachapon. What's the most famous person you're within 3 degrees of separation from? Do you have, like, a long-lost relative who's, like, a famous musician or a YouTuber or a politician? Welcome on in. Hello. Oh my god, I always forget how to pronounce your username. I apologize. But welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I need to eat, y'all. Have fun. No worries. You take care. National TV presenter. I used to play American football with my dad. Incredible. Thank you. I genuinely do believe the whole we're all within like 6 degrees of separation of everyone else type of notion. I think it's relatively true. But no, everyone go give someone to Gachapon. Gachapon's a wonderful red panda VTuber, plays a lot of cool stuff. What were you doing tonight, if you don't mind me asking? No worries though if you need to get some food, get some rest, etc. Also, the big guy that gets killed by the plane propeller in Indiana Jones, wild. That is cool. I also don't have the shit I need. Actually gave up in the medical system. I'm not trying to go through online ordering stuff. I think this is about school accommodations. But yeah. Tonight we were playing the Science of Blank Manor, which is an insanely cool game. Interesting. It was locked in for 6 hours and it flew by. You know you're playing a good game when that happens. That is fascinating. Good humored gaming dropping the uncle and cousin are NASCAR drivers, dad and brother own a distillery, literally. Good humored gaming, I'm well aware that you are very adjacent to and related to a lot of famous people. Genuinely good detective game? Hell yeah. Glad you've been enjoying. We'd love to see it. That is a win right there. Goldfish. Trump is within 3 of me. Wild. I am 1 degree of separation from a convicted kidnapper, and I will not be explaining. I have a restraining order. No, my goldfish! Where did it go? I think the person I have that's the most famous within 3 degrees is Ludwig. That is actually a big one. Damn. Oh no! I'm not the convicted kidnapper. I have a restraining order against the convicted kidnapper. I know someone who's related to rich people in Australia. Wild. Wait. If I am if someone in my community is 2 degrees of separation from Donald Trump, does that also make me 3 degrees of separation from Donald Trump? Wait, fuck. Chat, what? Oh god, chat. A restraining order? But I barely pushed you. Overreact much. Hi, Trans Knight. How are you? I'm coming to realizations right now, and I don't quite like the content of them. I'm realizing things. He did the math. He ran the math. But that means legal process. I cannot ever picture you in court. I was a minor when it was required. I was a minor. Got stuffing for dinner for some reason is good. You know what? Real. Sometimes you just need an entire meal that is stuffing. Sometimes you just need to eat a whole ass bowl of stuffing. Hehe. Do restraining orders expire? Give me a second. They don't need to have one in Florida. You can have ones that don't have, in Florida, they don't always have an expiration. You can have ones that don't have one here. When we're talking degrees of separation, are we not talking like they talk one time? I think it is like an extended connection, you know? I think it's like some sort of maintained content. Like a family relation or like a proper friendship, you know? Stuffing is fucking delicious with food, right? Florida moment. I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing that restraining orders can be indefinite. We're talking about a convicted kidnapper who has done it more than once. Okay, good. So it wouldn't be the late Queen of England for me then. Wild. A single degree is knowing the person. I mean, having, I think, a personal connection, but not saying it's a bad thing, but Florida being different again. Like, it's technically not actually a restraining order. There's a different word for it we use here. I forget what the word is, though. I think it's just an injunction. Give me a second. Yeah, an injunction is a court order compelling a party to do or refrain from specific acts to prevent irreparable harm. And you can have a permanent injunction. Random info for California is in chat. Our state government now has a state to remove you from data brokers as of this month. That is cool as fuck. Hell yeah. We hate data brokers. Injunction for protection? I mean, that's not what we call it. That's not what we call it. Oh yeah, it is an injunction for protection, never mind. It is an injunction for protection. Yeah, but they can be indefinite. They can be indefinite here. And this was a repeated kidnapper while I was a minor. Random info for Californians. That's badass. That's badass. Would I be 1 degree of separation from AE? Literally, Zelda. Yes. Literally, yes. Fuck data brokers, chat. I absolutely despise data brokers. And I am glad that California at the very least is doing something about them. Because most states are too scared to, because they're such a big fucking profit creator. Hell yeah. Winning. I will say, if you are concerned about your digital privacy, services like Incogni, you can pay for a month or two of Incogni, and they will take most of your stuff down, and there's always a risk of it getting republished. But like, you know, nothing wrong with every now and then paying one of those services to disappear you off the internet. I've done it when I got doxxed. Hello, understudy, lovely to see you. Can afford that kind of service? Yeah, I don't know how to help then. Data brokers are terrible. The nice thing is the majority of other countries have more privacy laws than we have in the US, so there are less data brokers. Not that they do not exist, just that they are less common because you just have more legal protections for your privacy in most other countries. You're now 7 degrees of separation from every president from Nixon to George W. Bush. I'm sorry, what? Huh? Was wondering then thought the EU had more protections in general. Generally, yes. I remember at one point, like a decade ago, a friend from the UK challenged me to find as much of their personal information online as I possibly could, and I did manage to find a few things, but like they generally have a lot more protections over there. The main reason I was able to find anything is just because their father was a politician. So a lot of his info was publicly available. Because to be honest, if you're a politician, yeah, a lot of your privacy rights kind of go. This is not to say that, like, everyone over in Europe is doing absolutely incredible, because there's a lot of bad bullshit happening over there as well, but Why is pop voice so soothing? You're making me sleepy. I refuse. It's literally 2 a.m. for you right now. Go to sleep. EP, EP Sneepy. EP Sneepy. I inject the EP Sneepy into your brain. I am projecting epiness directly into your head. Go to sleep. Go. I'm mind controlling you. I mind control you to sleep. Using Google or Microsoft helps not having privacy. Also true. A lot of the companies here make their money by selling your data. YouTube is not a profitable business. They make most of their money by collecting and selling your data to advertisers. It is the time of Eep. 4 a.m. go to bed. AE, the Wizard of Epiness. It's my one magic spell, you know? I can inject EP directly into your brain. I make you extremely EP now. Ah, rah, 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 rah. You know? Do, 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 do. I'm normal. Facebook, infamous for tracking everything even if you don't use it. Yeah! No, it is actually wild. Fun fact about Facebook. This is something I have mixed feelings on. If you have a Facebook profile and Facebook finds out that you died, they will, by default, memorialize your profile. So now your profile will permanently exist in a memorialized state where it can't be logged into or accessed. And I have very mixed feelings on this. I think like the existence of digital memorials is not inherently a bad thing, but the fact that they find out that you die and their immediate response is not, let's private this, unless there's a statement in the will, is weird to me. Hi AES, you're looking at my retweets? Am I? I'm not, but hello. Did you retweet something about this recently? Let me check. Did you post something about this recently? Oh yeah, oh never mind, I did just like one of your retweets. I opened Blue Sky to look at something, I ended up on the homepage for a second, and I thought that comic was funny. Fun fact chat, I think this is pretty obvious, but every now and then I start poking around my computer, checking notifications or pulling up stuff, and I will occasionally end up on Blue Sky and go quiet for a second while I, like, read something. It's a bad habit. For a while, Facebook was posting without your consent things you bought on Amazon and such. That is wild. How many people got, like, outed to their families for terrible things over that, I wonder? And yet Facebook is the social media my sibling on a mission in the LDS church is forced to use. Only way of contacting said sibling, evil. But yeah, like this is something I talk about in my next video essay, and I don't really get into the depths about it, because like I think the lack of user, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with the existence of digital memorials, but the fact that there is no like user consent and there's a kind of, there is no rule book currently for the handling of digital remains. Though there are those who want to write one, and Facebook is one of those forces that is trying to write that rulebook. There is, as things stand, no guideline on what you do with dead people's social media, and Facebook has decided we will memorialize this and leave it for everyone to see, regardless of its contents. Regardless of the will of the family. And I need to do some research for my video essay, because I haven't actually looked into this, but I don't know what Facebook does if you, like, as a dead person, explicitly ask for that to not happen. I don't know if there's an opt-out policy, and that concerns me. Because they introduced a web traffic tracker? Disgusting. I hate how many companies and social media apps and whatnot are so interested in tracking your activity between apps, as if that improves your internet experience at all. But hello, Sage, lovely to see you. Hello, Celestial Muffin. Hope you're both doing well. Sorry for looking at your blue sky while I'm live, Vivi. Forced by my class to have Facebook or Messenger. I also hate how much you're kind of expected to have social media in order to function in society. I won't lie, Facebook has its uses, but I do hate it. I do hate it. There will be another ad hitting soon. Chat, is it gaming time? Because part of me wants to keep yapping, but also we are 3 hours into stream. It might be gaming time. Do we want to play Hades? I could just keep talking. Hello, Ally the Witch. Major corporations homogenizing the internet was not a good thing? Absolutely. I miss when the internet was less centralized. The internet being more centralized means it's harder for things to go missing. And things are a little bit more regulated, but I don't think that's a good thing. I miss a less regulated, less controlled, wild west of an internet very deeply. Like, I also am a big fan of digital archival, and I wish we had kept more of the old internet alive, but I think the internet was better off being decentralized, even if it means things got lost. Hello, Scape G. Okay, one sec, I'm gonna snooze that ad, never mind. Thank you so much for the raids, everybody. Mods, make sure all these lovely folks get shout outs, but welcome on in, folks. Hello, I'm Archivist, your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not crypto games and do art here on twitch.tv. My phone is yelling at me on the other side of the room. Please shut the fuck up. But hello, folks. Hi, I'm a loud punk bastard here on the internet. I talk about queer shit, leftist shit. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. It is a pleasure to see y'all. Thank you so much, Mr. Matt, for the follow. Your discussion about the internet is so based and worth. Hell fucking yeah. I talk a lot about leftist issues, queer issues, digital archival, things of that nature. They're topics I'm very passionate about, so expect plenty of that. I'm actually working on a video essay currently talking about generative AI and necropolitics, about the current state of generative AI and what it means for the rights of the deceased, because generative AI is being used to forcibly revive people against their will. Like, disregarding every other thing that generative AI does wrong, every single harm it does, for just a brief moment. Because while generative AI is harmful on a million different levels, the fact that it is being used and marketed and sold for the purpose of, like, bringing back your dead loved ones and prolonging grief, taking advantage of the pain of people who have lost folks, is genuinely dystopian to me. Evil internet necromancy. But hello, folks. It's so lovely to see everyone. What were y'all up to? Escape GT, Verillium, Andy. Hope y'all had an incredible stream. Welcome in Quarry as well. Hope y'all had an amazing time. Old decentralized internet is still out there, just harder to get to now. I mean, yes. Like, the decentralization of the internet has made it more accessible and easier to navigate, but I don't think that's been a good thing. I think so much of it being harder to access also has to do with, well, part of it is because it isn't really in line with capitalist interests to have the internet be so segmented, but also because of a lack of digital literacy that people have these days. Still have no idea what happened during stream. That's how you know it was a good stream. That's how you know it was a good stream. Do you feel AI ought to help promote improvement of one's own skills? Or let's just get rid of it? What do you mean by that? Because, okay, here's the thing. AI, it's worth, you know, marking the distinction between AI and generative AI here. There are genuine uses for a lot of AI technologies in the sciences and research in automating things that are literally impossible for humans to do. Generative AI sucks. Generative AI, by and large, sucks, and there are very, very few meaningful uses for it, you know? Go give love to Andy! Bark, bark, bite, bite! AI is an aid to improve your own skills instead of just feeding it to AI and spitting it out as your own work. How would that work? Because I cannot think of a scenario wherein generative AI would be useful for improving one's skills, you know? First time playing Helldivers 2? Hell yeah! Helldivers is a very scary game. I'm terrible at it, but I hope you'll enjoy it. Please, everyone, go give love to all 3 of these, alright? They're wonderful folks who deserve your time and attention. I really miss the times where there were forums to connect with people. I agree, Amethyst. Now I'm on social media, but it's really hard for me to connect with people as an artist, as a musician. Because it's all hyper-capitalist and it's all towards the interest of advertisers more than anything. Have you heard of PeerTube? It's a decentralized YouTube alternative. It's mostly just filled with Linux users. If it'd be viable if PeerTube is a website that I could like post my video essays on, I'll do it. If it's like viable for me to do so and I maintain all the same rights to them and whatnot, I'd be curious. I'll have to look into it. If you have any information on PeerTube, feel free to drop it in the Discord server and I'll take a peek at it. If it's a viable place for me to start posting my content, then I'm tempted. That purr was lovely. Aw, thank you. It's my little bird noises. If Alphabet decides to exclude all of its data, it'll be a great harm to infrastructure that uses Google services. That itself does harm archival? Question mark? I guess AI in general didn't catch the generative part. Oh yeah. There are genuine reasons and uses for AI more generally. It's just generative AI that causes a lot of problems. Unfortunately, got a raid and run, is what I would say, but the topic's making me weigh my scales between food and interesting topic. Food. Gun emoji. Consume food. I kinda low-key hate how much generative AI is forced upon users. I high-key hate it. I high-key hate the way that generative AI has become, such a, choked down our goddamn throats element of modern existence on the internet. I hate that I can't do a Google search without getting an AI-generated response that half the time isn't even correct. You know? I spend a lot of time doing research into very niche subjects. Recently, that has been a lot of, discussion around necropolitics. Generative AI doesn't understand what fucking necropolitics are. Like, not only is the little automated Google thing super harmful to the environment and degrading search results, it's not even right half the time. It's not even correct half the time. AI for research and related stuff is the best thing I can use of it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, there are genuine purposes for generative AI, but not many. Hello, King Kai. Rather, not generative. Hello, King Kai. Welcome on in. I love when Google search, when I Google search the same thing twice within a few minutes and the AI overview gives two contradicting results, literally. There's also, okay, so I have very severe food paranoia, and I will very frequently look up, okay, how long is XYZ open in the fridge after opening? How long is this safe? How long after opening my jar of sour cream can I still eat it? Thank you so much for the subscription, definitely Fuse. Bark bark might bite. But like very often I will look up, okay, how long is my sour cream good in the fridge after opening? And I have to like scroll down to Reddit to get a good answer because everything is AI generated and incorrect. And it'll be so funny seeing the generative AI response go like, oh yeah, it's good for 2 months. And then you'll scroll down to like actual people having actual conversations. People go, oh yeah, don't keep it longer than 2 weeks. I actually learned how to block them using uBlock based ad blockers. Noted. If you have a summary on that, give that to me. Like if you search up something, some of your search results will have AI generated summary, like Redditors discuss. Real. I hate how I can't even open up YouTube anymore without there being little AI summaries under the videos that aren't even accurate to the video half the time. Sour cream is good until it doesn't taste good. I have very deep food paranoia. I'm very mentally ill about food. But nah, I hate the AI generated little, like, I hate that I cannot exist on the internet without encountering generative AI all the time. I hate that I can't open YouTube without little AI summaries under popular videos, or I can't fucking look something up on Google without an AI feeding me lies. Most of the normal users won't go and do a deep dive on the information that comes up initially in Google searches and just run with that information. Yeah, and it leads to people getting hurt. Like, there have already been dozens of cases of generative AI being responsible for suicides and murders. I wonder how many people have gotten hurt because generative AI gave them wrong information about food safety. Because, like, the murders and suicides are going to get publicized. The cases wherein people died because generative AI told them to kill themselves, that's going to end up national or international news. I wonder how many people have died because generative AI gave them incorrect information about food safety. And they just believed it, and it got written off as someone making a poor choice what to eat. Because that's not notable enough to end up in the news a lot of the time. Hello, Drekken's Horde. YouTube auto-translation gets me all the time, same. I need to figure out how to turn that off on my own channel because I can't find the button. AI summaries straight up lie about dangerous things too, which is yikes. Can't stand the amount of times I hear people say they do research on ChatGPT, and they don't mean they're researching it. Yeah. I hope y'all know if I ever say I'm doing research on generative AI that I'm not using the generative AI for the research. Okay, when we say generative AI being used in research, we're not talking about people using it as a resource to find sources for like papers and essays. When we say generative AI used in research, we're talking about things like people, like scientists using AI tools to identify cancer cells in like MRIs and whatnot. That's what we mean. We mean stuff like, fun fact, I once actually did work on a project where we were trying to design an AI tool that could 3D map out neurons from slices of brains. We're talking about using it for data analysis to simplify, you know, huge swaths of data that could not be done by hand, rather than people doing research for, like, you know, their own knowledge. We're not talking about everyday people doing research on their computers. We're talking about scientists in labs using specially designed AI tools for the purpose of data analysis and whatnot. They are different. Because some of those are generative tools. Not the kind of generative AI that we're seeing being used outside of, like by the general public. But they do still qualify as generative AI. That said, those cases are extremely niche and specific, you know? Machine learning for data analysis makes sense, because, like, that's what it's for. Literally, exactly. But a lot of people, when they hear the word research, they think, oh, doing a 2 a.m. deep dive on, like, whatever the fuck. There's a local university, there's a radio channel they listen to often. They had a few people on it ask hosts where a question was posed of what app do you use more? When insert ChatGPT for their research and doing essays and the like. The other agreed that they do that, maybe have no hope for new grads. I do worry a lot about like younger people in academia because they are getting an absolute garbage education on account of generative AI. It is scary. Like, but there is a difference between like AI tools that are designed in a lab to do things like analyze cells and spit out a 3D model of what that neuron looks like from a handful of scans, and the like image generation tools and like ChatGPT and whatnot. You know, these are different things. There's an old saying that I find true, trust but verify. Yeah, that's real and valid. Don't like the word research. I don't use the word research like that. I use looked into it a little bit and stuff like that for 2 a.m. deep dives. I will sometimes say research, but when I say research, because like the other day I was doing research on prion disease, and when I say I was doing research on prion disease, I mean I was in the National Library of Medicine's official website digging through like gene analysis shit. Fun fact, chat. Give me a second, let me pull this up. Fun fact, the National Library of Medicine has a publicly available genome search tool that you can just dig through. So we go into humans, browse genome, and you can search any gene that you're interested in. So like MC1R. This is not going to be relevant to like anyone in chat except for me. I'm the only person in chat who's going to give a shit about this. But like you're going to search and it's going to go find the gene that you're interested in. And then you can get details on that gene, and it'll tell you all sorts of things about where the gene is located, all known mutations and alleles and variants of the gene, any diseases it's linked to. Give it a second. This takes a while to load. I'm not very versed when it comes to bio, but that's cool. When I say I'm doing research onto something, this is what I mean. I don't talk about it publicly a whole lot, but I have a background in neurogenetics. This is my shit. MC1R, for those who are not aware, is a melanocortin 1 receptor. It is the gene responsible for red hair. Rather, dysfunction of this gene. This gene being mutated in a way where it is inactive is what results in red hair. And literally you have here, probably the exact sequence in here, most likely. Let's see, what all do we got in here? Because we got the summary, we got the genomic context, which kind of just tells you like where it's located, if I recall correctly. Yeah, this is like the exons and whatnot. So the elements that are actually getting encoded. Genomic regions, transcripts, and products. This will tell you the different areas of the gene, important codons, and what it ends up becoming, if I recall correctly. RNA sequence, exon coverage, yeah. RNA sequence, intron spanning reads, aggregate filtered. This is a lot of words. It's a lot of words. Here's all the phenotypes that it's associated with. And it'll also lead you to a ton of different publications about it and genes it interacts with. Like, this stuff's just all publicly available on the National Library of Medicine. And you will not understand any of it if you do not have a background in biology, but you can just look this shit up. Alright. Now, actually, I have a lot more to say about prions, because the other day, I was thinking about prion disease and I went, huh. You know, fun fact about prion disease, there is actually a variant of the gene that encodes for prions, because prions are a specific protein, where when you have that gene, it will make it harder for prions to misfold. It's a protective measure against prion disease. And I went digging to try and find out why, which then got me on the subject of like, what do prions actually do? Chat, we don't know what prions do. Okay, I need to back up a few steps. I'm realizing I need to back up a few steps. For those who are unaware, prions are a type of, or a specific protein that is produced by a specific gene in your body. There is one gene that encodes for these proteins called prions. We don't know a lot about prions. We have some things that we suspect that they do. We believe that they are involved specifically in like neurodevelopment and maintenance. So they help tell your brain cells how to develop and help them forge connections and maintain those connections as they grow. Now these proteins, you have your DNA gets transcribed into RNA, and that RNA gets turned into a protein. That protein folds based off like, you know, patterns that you can calculate. There are other species that also have prions. In fact, most species have, you know, prions if they have brains. But those prions look a little different despite having the same sequence as human prions. And if you are exposed to a prion that is folded differently than a human prion, all the prions in your brain go, huh, I'm gonna start looking like this now. At which point you develop prion disease and die a slow, painful death. Because your proteins are misfolded and can no longer bind in the way that they're supposed to bind. It's terrifying. Yeah, prions they instruct your brain to do stuff. And when they fold properly, your brain can no longer do the stuff it's supposed to do. Now don't worry, prion disease is incredibly rare. You are unlikely to get exposed to prion disease if you do not eat human brain tissue. Don't worry, you are unlikely to get prion disease if you do not consume human brain tissue. There are also other ways to get it. You can just get it genetically, and it won't kick in until you're like 60. But if you don't have a family history of neurodegenerative disease, you're probably okay. The other time it's appeared in humans, it's because cows were fed sheep brain, and the cows developed prion disease, and then humans who ate the cow meat also developed prion disease. But don't worry, we don't that's regulated now. It's very disturbing. So those who eat brains in other parts of the world, there is a specific culture in Papua New Guinea which has a genetic resistance to prion disease. They evolved to have this resistance actually because one of their funerary rituals is consuming the bodies of their dead loved ones. Hee hee. So they've actually developed a genetic resistance against it. It's really fascinating. All of this started because one of my friends in a VC went, I wonder if you could cure prion disease using CRISPR. You cannot. You can't. You can't do that. You can't do that. Unless you, like, fucking modified every gene in every cell. Do you know the genetic resistance functions? Yes, actually. It is a singular amino acid change in the protein chain that makes it harder for it to misfold in the ways that are most commonly seen. So just switching out that one amino acid, just because of like how the everything is arranged on the protein now makes it harder for it to misfold in the most common ways seen in prion diseases. Speaking of gene modification, how long do you think it'll take for us to get glow-in-the-dark trees? I don't think it'd be hard. You would just have to transplant a gene that creates bioluminescence into all the cells. Okay, actually, I wonder if the cell wall would be a problem with that, because it'd be being produced within the cell, and I don't know how opaque cellulose is. We theoretically could, depending on how opaque the cellulose is. It's something I want so bad for no reason other than cool glowing trees. It's certainly possible. I think it would definitely be possible. Just a little bit hard. It shouldn't be that opaque, I think. I mean, how opaque is cellulose? Give me a second. I love having a background in neurogenetics. How opaque is it? A lot of ones, what makes paper opaque is actually the mineral fiber. So, oh. Cellulose is transparent, but it's opaque depends on structural density and light scattering caused by air gaps. Okay. It's theoretically possible. You could do it. We probably could do it right now. The difficulty would be transplanting the gene into the cells, because typically the ways that we do this in animals is using viruses that are loaded with whatever gene we want to stick inside the cells. If we can't like directly interact with the DNA ourselves. A lot of like gene therapy stuff is using like viruses. And I don't know, I don't think viruses can attack, yeah, because that's the other issue, because you can't use a virus to stick a gene into a plant because the cell wall is there. If we can find a way, well, we do already have GMO'd plants though. We already have GMO'd plants. They found a way, obviously. Yeah, if we just use whatever they use for GMO'd plants, that'd be fine. Hey, Cass said she wouldn't mind if you bit her. I bite everyone, listen. Me biting is a given. Come on. I'll happily bite Cass. those plant viruses, but then you need CRISPR for plant viruses. Obviously, they're already... Okay, let me look at how GMOs work. I need a technical explanation. How are GMOs made? Thank you, FDA. How are GMOs made? Copying the information from an organism as a trait, inserting... Okay, yeah. So they already have a way of doing this. To produce a GMO plant, scientists must first identify what they want the plant to have, so they find the gene, they find the gene with the desired trait, they copy the gene, insert the gene into the DNA, but how do they insert it? I want to know functionally how they insert it, because obviously they're inserting the gene, how do they do it? I want to know how you insert the gene. According to Wikipedia, genetically engineered crops have genes added or removed using genetic engineering techniques, originally including gene guns, electroportation, microinjection, and... Oh, okay, so they're using agrobacterium for it. More recently, CRISPR and Talon offered much more precise and convenient gene editing techniques. Yeah, we could have glowing trees. There you go. We can literally just... We have plant CRISPR. Never mind. Crisis averted. We have plant CRISPR. We could have glowing trees. It's that easy. Just take the bioluminescent jellyfish trait and put it in the trees. There we go. We've done it. We figured it out. I think I saw something about tiny gold bullets being used to put genes in plants before. That is fascinating. Hello, Andy Star Galaxies. We just figured out how you can make glowing trees. I want to make the, I want them trees to glow. Let's make them bright enough to not need straight lamps. Now, the one concern is what effect that would have on local animal populations, but how? Apparently, we already have plant CRISPR. We figured out plant CRISPR. We actually have to use DNA from bioluminescent mushrooms, so jellyfish DNA is a bit incompatible but close. Mushrooms aren't plants. I don't know, there's gotta be some way to make it happen. You can actually buy glow-in-the-dark house plants. You're telling me this already exists? We haven't done that with trees yet, we've done it with firefly petunias yet. We've already done it! Chat, I love genetics. I love science. Christmas forest, fair point, good humor gaming. Mushrooms are weird. One sec, bioluminescent trees. I like how I have the little link, how does bioluminescence work? I studied neurogenetics years ago. Wait! Okay. They're already doing this. I'm so happy to make your dream come true. Japanese universities create glowing tree for non-electric lights. At CES in 2022, held in the USA, in January, 2 Japanese national universities, Osaka University and Naro Institute of Science and Technology, showcased their research on glowing plants. They've done it. I'm gonna need more information. They adapted these properties by using the genes of luminescent bacteria and a glowing jellyfish. They did use the jellyfish one. Fuck you. I was right. Successfully making tobacco leaves glow in the dark when embedded with them. The team has already succeeded in making mosses and cyclamens glow. According to the newspaper, Nikki, university research team said, after making some advancements with drought-tolerant plants, we expect to complete a growing tree in a couple of years. They're working on it. They're making it happen. We had fun playing Helldivers for 7 hours. Please make sure y'all rest. That's badass, though. That is such a win. I don't know if I've ever been happier than this. You're so welcome. Thought we hadn't gotten to that yet. Apparently, like, so they haven't gotten to the trees yet, but they've laid out the baseline. Hello, Dream Guardian Cast Mods. Can we get a shout out? Hello, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not quite retro games and to do art here on Twitch.tv. And did you know that they made glowing trees? Japan made bioluminescent trees, or at least is working on them. They're making it happen. But no, it's so lovely to see you, Dream Guardian Cass. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Everyone, make sure you go bite Cass. Go bite Cass right now. She is a wonderful Dream Guardian VTuber and longtime friend of the channel. Make sure you give your love, alright? Hello, Citrine Pond. Yeah, apparently, they have successfully figured out how to make bioluminescent trees over in Japan. This is badass. I love genetics. I love genetics so much. I love genetics. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well. I'm on a little bit of a science ramble tangent at the moment, which is really nice because I don't do that often enough. I really do not talk about like science stuff nearly enough here. My content is so like political centric, and I definitely don't mind that. I love talking about politics, but like it's so rare I get opportunities to talk about the science side of things. Mostly because I'm insecure. Should have freshened up my knowledge before making the comment. No, you're totally good. That was really funny. The fairy forests are almost a reality. They will be soon. I think it's really cool that we have basically developed the ability to make almost any organism glow in the dark if we want to. Humans have just figured out how to make literally anything they want glow. Shit's wild. Can I have the source so I can share glowing trees with more people? Absolutely. I will grab this and post this in the Discord. I will drop it in the content media channel. Thank you, Japan. It's on a really weird random website. Like I kind of just picked a random website. But like that's cool. Now we need to get photosynthesis into humans. I want us to not need to buy food. No, I would love that. Honestly, I would love to never need to eat food or sleep again. Please. Don't we already glow in the dark? I mean, not in a way that's perceptible to us, because technically, okay. So technically, light, heat, and energy are all the same thing. Anything that produces, and anything that is using energy is expending heat, or like anything that contains energy is producing heat because molecules are moving and that inherently produces heat. And anything that is producing heat is also producing light. It's just a matter of whether or not that light is within our visible range, you know? So technically we do glow. We just do not glow within the visible range that we can see. So yeah, kind of. Technically everything glows. This does make me realize that my desire for a random thing like wanting glow in trees is not unique. I think it's really cool though that like it's being brought up as a potential means of saving energy costs, you know? Now I'm just jotting down more ideas for my sci-fi setting on how humanity has modded itself to hell and back. I mean, that's the thing. Like, while I have a lot of ethical concerns when it comes to modifying humans, transhumanism is something I'm not very fond of. I don't fuck with transhumanism. I think that modifying humans will inevitably enable a lot of gross, nasty shit. Genetic, like the having the ability to modify genomes is genuinely fascinating, and we are much further along than we think we are, you know? A lot of my spec bio stuff is similar things to this, but spending an ungodly amount of time looking at the actual science of it. I mean, yeah, I do the same thing. Back when I used to do some world building, I actually detailed out the blood composition of my setting as elves, because I wanted them to have ethanol-based blood, and I still don't know if anything that I designed was actually viable. Very, very possible that everything I designed was completely implausible or would have required some big loopholes in order to work, but I thought it was fascinating. I liked it, and part of the, like, one of the things I had to do in order to make it make sense was say that, you know, elves live almost exclusively in colder temperature ranges, if I recall correctly, because ethanol's oxygen permeability or ability to absorb oxygen is reduced at warmer temperatures. Shit like that. I really loved that stuff. I don't know if anything I designed was ever actually valid or workable. But I liked it. It was fun. Hello, Sarah Starchild. Lovely to see ya. Your elves have auto-brewery syndrome? They also could not get drunk because of this, because you know, obviously if they had ethanol-based blood, they wouldn't react to alcohol. So they could not get drunk off alcohol. What if I could become a glowing tree, though? You'd love that. Chat, is there a term for, like, furries, but they're plants instead? Are there people with plant sonas? Are there plant furries? There have to be, right? You're telling me if I bite my bottom elf I can get drunk? You could theoretically in my setting get drunk off of elf blood, yes, but it would probably come with medical complications. I found some things about the copper blood of some invertebrates working better in the cold. Interesting. That's really cool, actually. Oh, also, the entire reason I did this, the entire reason I wanted them to have ethanol-based blood was because ethanol can dissolve chlorophyll. And so I wanted them to eat plants, and then the chlorophyll would color their blood green. So elves that had a diet that was high in leafy green plants would have green blood. You can tell I'm autistic. You can tell I'm autistic. Thank you for the hydrate. Not to mention the antifreeze blood of ice fish. I love that shit. It's so good. I'm drawing the line here, guy. Being serious, one name seems to be Planty. I love Planties. We stand Planties around here. Listen, I'm sorry, definitely Fuse. I had to make the joke. Now you can tell I'm autistic because I detailed out the fucking blood composition of the elves in my setting. Entirely because I wanted them to have green blood. Honestly, love me some speculative biology though. I miss doing like speculative biology world building. I would love to do that stuff again if I ever had the free time. What I really need is to like hyper fixate on some kind of world building project so hard that it's what I think about when I'm like busy being a responsible adult in this capitalist hellscape, you know? I need a new hyperfixation to think about whenever I am out there. Hello, Darkwood Rider. We were talking a lot about biology. My setting does deal with that a lot, the good and the bad. Even children are strong enough to lift 100 kilograms with one arm, but also cat people are second-class citizens and children are strong enough to live 100 kilograms. Sorry, just the fact that, like, cat people are second-class citizens, is just kind of thrown there in the middle is fucking hilarious to me. I'm curious how these glow-in-the-dark trees taste now. I wonder if the bioluminescent, like, chemical would do anything with that? I don't know. I really miss doing research. Me too, Mix Maxi. I'm with you. I miss, like, reading a biology textbook and spending the entire time thinking about how I could potentially, shove this into, like, my world building, you know? I miss conlanging, too. I miss conlanging. I need to pick Ashi back up again. Ashi being the Fae world language of my world, because there was a lot of really fun stuff going on with that. I volunteer as tribute, I bite the tree. It's called Contrast. Well, it's fucking comedy gold. Really need to people to properly talk about what I've learned, and what I'm researching. I don't have anyone much. I know it's not the same. Feel free to ever, like, ramble in Discord. I can't always read everything in there because I'm a very busy person who's often running around with my head, like, cut off, but I love seeing people be passionate and I love science. I know it's not ideal, but I'd love to see some of it thrown around in there. You know? You know. I mostly just go on deep dives while I'm in Discord calls with people. Need to figure out how to make a language not made by humans. What do you mean by that? I've done a lot of conlanging in the past and I really love it. And I would happily ramble about it sometime. I wonder, okay. You know what? What is the protein that causes the bioluminescence in jellyfish? Okay, it's literally just the green fluorescent protein. Tell me more about the green fluorescent protein. I need to know more. This is what I'm doing now. Welcome to my life. This is what I do at 2 in the morning, chat. This is what I do at 2 in the morning. I end stream and I do this shit. Green fluorescent protein is a protein that exhibits green fluorescence, obviously, when it's exposed to light on the ultraviolet range. Yeah, it's first isolated from jellyfish. They've been found in a lot of other organisms. Major excitation peak at a wavelength of 395 nm. Interesting. Frequently used as a reporter of expression. It's been used in modified forms to make biosensors, and many animals have been created that express GFP, which demonstrate a proof of concept that a gene can be expressed throughout a given organism in select organs or in cells of interest. Okay, yeah, because they're using it to So here's the thing: when it comes to genes, you have to also control where that gene is going to be expressed. So they've used it to kind of test their ability to target genes to express in specific locations. Because, like, the cell type of a gene matters. Where do these lead? I want to find the... Okay, protein structure. Can I get some stuff on the structure here? This is a website that that hosts a lot of different like protein structures. So you can like look at 3D. I think they are 3D models. Are they 3D models? But I'm pretty sure you can look at 3D models. Yeah, 3D models of how proteins are structured. It'll basically just map out the protein in a 3D mesh like this that you can kind of poke around, and you can actually like get down on a molecular level and look at how everything connects, and see all those little groups. Hello, welcome on in. How do I tell my parents I'm trans MTF? Okay, this is definitely a hard thing to talk about or say. Please make sure if you're going to come out that you are safe first. I know it can be really difficult to, like, you know, live in the closet, but as hard as that can be, it is a lot harder being homeless. I say as someone who used to be homeless. If you are going to come out, make sure first that you are either safe or have somewhere to go if things go wrong. You also do not have to come out to be valid. Best thing I can say, like, be honest, sit them down, prepare them for a serious conversation, but make sure that you have an escape plan should things go wrong. I love how my glowing trees desire is spread in this chat. The glowing trees are really cool. Language made by an organism that isn't human-made or related to humans, might be from a non-Earth planet. Got it. You'd probably just disregard all existing rules of language construction in that case. You'd probably still, like, you could take inspiration from some weird syntax features. There probably would be some overlap in syntax, but sounds would be pretty different. I think I prefer the symbolic bioluminescent bacteria, but the proteins are cool too. That's valid. I think the protein is cool. I think it's fascinating. We have like, what do we got going on here? Yeah, you get the domains of it. Hell yeah. I don't know. I think this is cool. It gets a little bit harder to do detailed research into non-human genes because most of the information online is specified towards human stuff. But this is fascinating. One idea I had was a type of sign language using bioluminescence across their body. The hard part is making an inhuman language while being a human. Yeah, because it's hard to imagine how syntax and whatnot would develop and be established, if not in humans. And also displaying detailed information like that. Okay, so I know someone who has a conlang spoken by bug people, and the way that they kind of transcribe it in a human speakable way is actually by beatboxing. Where like the frequency and length of a tone is indicative of its meaning. As well as the rhythm and where different sounds are placed. Unfortunately, none of that has been like publicized in a way where it's really observable. Which sucks. I would love to point you towards that, but I don't think it's like out there anywhere really. Science fantasy setting, the cat people are from the faction that looked at Japan the same way the Romans looked at the Greeks. Gonna evolve the language as I make the world and have the evolution of the species and world help me make the language so I should figure out patterns and stuff. No, I think that's real as shit. I love conlanging and speculative biology. I can feel like an old hyperfixation reawakening in me right now, but I do not have the time for it. And that is always the deepest pain, you know? That is always the deepest fucking ache. That is always the deepest ache. I want to make the thing, but I don't have the time. Love of the stream becomes genetic engineering and world building. That's just how it goes around here, chat. We follow the serotonin as far as conversation is concerned. I jump from topic to topic as much as I please. I do what I want. Have a whole obsidian vault of lore. I love obsidian. Hello, Baba. Thank you for the bark boy bark for the arp. Fuck you. Kills you with my teeth. How are you doing today? Lovely to see you. Reminded me of Tolkien and his work with making his own conlang. Yeah, no, Tolkien was a big inspiration for me to pick up world building and conlanging. He really is like the progenitor of a lot of like modern conlanging shit. How about I fucking bite you? You can try. I'm a slippery bastard. You can't just walk in and bite me. Come on, where's the bite? Your mouth's just hanging open. The amount of dedication you need, yeah, that's... And unfortunately, if I can argue this much, I think we're functioning with a lot less time and energy than many people of the past did, you know? There are so many people of the past who made great works of art, and I think oftentimes it can be easy for us to aspire to be that or have that, while ignoring the fact that we are oftentimes working under much harsher, more exhausting conditions than they were. Often expected to work greater hours. Like the majority of great influencers of the past probably weren't working 40-hour work weeks. And that sucks. It really does suck. I think more of us deserve the freedom that is required to make our art. You can bite the fob if you distract them with a lemon Fanta. This is true and would work. I can confirm that this would work. How is the based archivist? I'm doing pretty good. It's been a lot of good yapping today. I went out to an art market. I bought some patches. I'm going to show off my patches again because I really like them. They make me happy. Where are my patches? There they are. I bought patches. So I have a bunch of new patches I gotta put on my pants. Would a whole lemon the size of your fist work? Potentially. It depends on what kind of mood I'm in. If I'm in a sour mood, then absolutely. Centuries past, being a famous musician used to be nothing but a hobby. Now you need to make it a career to be famous. Also true. But like people had more time and energy back in the day, and they weren't so inundated with like the internet all the time. Like I will be honest, as much as I love the internet and the good it's done in my life, like the fact that I am able to make like half my living online is really, really cool. I love many of the things the internet has done for me. I probably would not be as confident in my transness without the internet. I probably would not be able, but I probably wouldn't be an anarchist without the internet, being perfectly honest. I think I would have eventually found that way, but like, the internet definitely helped. There's so many elements of my life that would probably look different and that I would have struggled with were it not for the internet. I also do think the internet has been a net negative for a lot of our mental health, you know? The internet has done a lot of good. It's also done a lot of bad for us. And I think a big bad that it has done is the way it has kind of commodified our very existence and created a greater level of just constant exhaustion we are forced to live in. Can you fuel me with more confidence so I could just fucking involve with drawing? I wish it were that easy. I don't have that confidence yet. That said, the only way to make good art is to make bad art first, if that helps at all. The only way to make good art is to make bad art first. You got this. You can do it! Cut out socials with the doom scroll factor after realizing how much time can be taken up quickly. This is taking me back to old habits of researching. Hell yeah. One thing I've done for myself very recently, I can't delete apps like YouTube because I need them for certain elements of my life. But I have started imposing like time limit restrictions on them so at least on my phone, so that I'm spending less time on my phone doing the easy, simple little things. That, you know, just gonna waste my time and energy. Because I don't want to be lying in bed watching YouTube shorts. I want to be at my desk scripting videos. And I'll be honest, it has not been a perfect solution. I end up instead spending a lot of my time on my desk, wasting my time in other ways. But at the very least, I am at my desk and not lying in bed, you know? Because it is an unfortunate fact, like, being a disabled person, I don't always have the energy to do things like write. I basically work 60 hours a week. So very often I am at my physical or emotional limits, and that really fucking sucks. But regardless of all of that, even just spending less time in bed and more time at my desk as I step in the right direction. I'm trying to slowly take the little steps that are necessary to be more productive and be happier with the usage of my time. Hello, Index! How are you? Bark, bark, bite, bite! Lovely to see you! How are you, my friend? Oh, rah, rah, rah! Are you excited to vintage story soon? Got something cool to show you in DMs? I need to respond to the lore planning stuff, because I have some thoughts and opinions, but I haven't had a chance to express them yet. But, are you excited to vintage story soon? It's so lovely to see you, Index. Do show me whatever cool it is you have to show. Good stuff. Love local community activities. Hell fucking yeah. What did Draken say? Been getting better at that as I become more part of my actual community. Local community. That's very real. That's very real. I do find how do I say? I do find that words. Oh yeah. Being more involved in my local community is a really good thing for my physical and mental health. I've really enjoyed having the opportunity to like go to more punk shows and go to protests and get politically involved. And I don't always have the energy because I'm working 60 hours a week and doing like YouTube stuff and all that, but I'm trying my best to stay as involved in my community as I can. Oh, and no worries if you can't Index. I am so sorry. Sorry, I got really excited. If it doesn't work out, that's totally okay. But you are my friend. Let me see what Index had to share. Oh, Paige, this art is so good. Those headshots are genuinely incredible. I love how it's looking.
Hell yeah. These look good. I like. Have continued to work on my own process? Hell fucking yeah. The artist I'm talking to for it is killing it. I'm really proud of you. I really like the game, but it hurts me. Yeah, that is unfortunate. There are a lot of games where I'm like that. Hairstyle upper or lower? Okay, let me look. Hairstyle upper or lower? I like the upper. I like the upper one. I don't want to say too much about why I like it because I don't want to accidentally spoil, but I think I like the upper one. It's the bangs for me. I'm not a super big bangs person. I like that bang style better. But no, I'm excited actually to play more Vintage Story myself because I got really into the game for a couple weeks recently, and I'm gonna be playing on my friend Stella's server. Stella's a good friend of mine who is really, really cool. Alright, chat, I'm in a bit of a dilemma right now, because one, we're hitting the 4-hour mark. I really want to play Hades 2. But, two, I need to rep room, again, because my body's being mean to me. I'm having one of those days where my body is being mean to me. And the ad break's not for 10 minutes, so fuck me. Well, I'm gonna wait until the ad break to rep room. I'm gonna wait until the ad break. This is really funny because I normally like restroom break like once a month on stream. I've been having a week where my body is really mad at me. My stomach issues have been acting up. I guess I'll go ahead and start opening the game and then we'll wait for the ad break. But recently been either playing modded MC or Pokemon ZA. I have put at this point well over 100 hours into Pokemon ZA and I adore it. It's so good. Alright, let me pause our Pokemon music. Let me at least take the time to set the game up, you know? Can you not just run the break early? I don't want to. I'll set the game up first and then I'll run it. Hello, welcome on in, Rio. How are you? You're actually coming on in right as I'm about to start opening up our game for tonight. We're gonna be playing some Hades 2. How goes it? I spent 4 hours in the just chatting category tonight. Jesus Christ. Whoopsie. Oopsie doopsie. But no, it's lovely to see you. Been very EP the last semester, but now not needing to sleep because of mental exhaustion. Internet definitely does it, but my IRL life gets more tiring. That's the thing that I found. Like, the internet's absolutely a part of it, but I also have found that, like, as I've taken on more responsibility in my IRL, yeah, it does get more exhausting trying to exist. Oh, I hit so many wrong buttons right there. Oh no. Come on. No, I love following the serotonin with conversation. Like, there are some days, low-key, where I hit, like, the 2.5-hour mark, and I'm like, I have nothing else to say. The yapping is run dry. I really love the nights where I don't want to move on to the game because I'm enjoying the conversation too much, but we've hit the 4-hour mark. You know? We gotta play at least a little Hades tonight. We're so close to beating the game. Still need to pick up Digimon Time Strangers. Oh, Digimon Time Strangers looks so good! Alright, where's my controller? Apologies for the incoming Windows noises. I feel like there were basically 2 or 3 topics at any given point. Yes, welcome to my streams. How many streamers do you think are Pavlov and needing to pee whenever they hear an ad? Chat, this is TMI. I'm Pavloved to use the restroom anytime I need to cook. Anytime I sit down to make food, like even if I'm just microwaving something, I have Pavloved myself to need to piss. Like, I don't have the problem of I'm Pavloved to piss with ad breaks because I piss on stream, like, twice a month. I do not- I stream for 6 hours, and I usually do not piss during those 6 hours. I am hello trained, and this is true. Hello, Vixen Dragon. Congrats on beating Time Strangers. Awkward conversation to walk in on, but welcome on in. I don't know. I'm weird. I don't know. I'm weird. In any case, there's probably a lot of streamers that have Pavlov themselves into that. Chat, this is absolutely TMI. I'm the type of bitch who pisses like twice a day. I do not drink enough water. I do not drink enough water. Don't drink water, you say, please have mercy on me. No! God damn it! I carry around a 64-ounce water bottle every day, and it usually gets me through the week. I'm not normal. Hey chat, hey chat. I'm just gonna say, if you're pissing like less than 3 times a day, you should probably talk to a doctor about it. A little bit TMI, but just throwing that out there. There is a normal amount of pissing. I know for me it's literally that I don't drink enough water. I require further hydration. Do you? Do you now?
Full grown.
I don't have any plants. Is there anything else I wanted to do before we hopped into the roguelike shit? Fuck you! I hate you. You're the worst. The group pissed when? Shout out to the time I waited outside while voice calling myself on Discord for like an hour waiting on a pizza. Alright. It's looking like I already did all of my prep. We're gonna be doing another surface run while trying desperately to hopefully beat the surface for once in my life. But before we do that, I am in fact going to go piss boy. A piss redeem when? No. Come back and hear A saying he pissed on stream. Chat, did he piss on us? No, I did not piss on you guys. I'm just being a little bit cursed. Alright, alright. I am going to go, piss before we start our first run of the night. I'm gonna force run the ad a little bit early. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Take care of yourselves, alright? Go piss, gamers. I lived. I do not see a book next to your name, Drakens. I'm so sorry. Put the Obsidian lore vote in the Discord and content media. Hell yeah. All right. Welcome. And I'm hydrating again. I'm drinking more water. God damn it. All right, folks. Welcome back, everybody, to Hades 2, a video game that I'm very bad at. We have beat like 7 Underworld runs. It's time to try and beat a second surface run. Yeah, gotta replenish the fucking fluid. Jesus Christ.
For my family.
Alright, can I get something good? Please, attack. Attack bonus. Attack bonus, please give me attack bonus.
It stood in tribute to your mother and your father until Kronos had his way. I still grow angry when I think on it.
Attack bonus. God fucking damn it. Kills you.
Infinite possibility.
Kills you. Let's go!
My pleasure.
This is the only way I know how to play this game. Alright. What's...
Over there.
I think we're gonna take the chaos out of the chaos.
Victory.
We are very close to the end of the game. I literally need to beat one more surface run. Also, how is game volume, by the way? Is it too loud, too quiet, anything of that sort? Would appreciate any insight into that. But we are in a situation where I think we need to beat one more surface run and one more underworld run to win. So I'm just desperately trying to get to the very end of this. We are so close. William Good? Hell yeah, we'd love to see it. Chaos could do anything to me. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I love androgyny. All of these suck. All of these suck. Okay. Well, shit. Give an EP, no worries, you take care, Gracie. All the best. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Speaking of piss, he'll watch footage of Dante's Inferno PSP port. Everything in the game looks like it's viewed through a bottle of piss. That is incredibly specific. That is so extremely specific. Alright, we're gonna take the additional health. Easy on that. Alright, give me a second while I remember how this game works. Oh, chat, I recently actually got a chance to play Raven's Watch for the first time. Which is a game very similar to Hades but co-op. I'm not very good at it yet, but I have the temptation to potentially play it on stream sometime if I can find any other streamers that are interested. Any streamer buddies who might want to play a roguelike with me for a little bit. Hehe. Oh, nothing in here. Alright. Well, I'll take it. Alright, we need as much attack and as much health as possible. Raven's Watch. It is a roguelike. What else did I want in here? I'm not super big on any of the gods that are being offered. We'll take an Hermes boon. Hello, Hermes. I'm not saying no to some free Hermes. Oh, I was standing in the fire there. Good job, me. Raven's Watch is a lot like this game, but more based on fairy tales, and it is co-op. I will take the No, I'll take the free protection. I think that's the better bet. All of Kingdom Hearts is half off Steam right now. I actually own the Kingdom Hearts collection on Steam already, and I'm eventually planning on streaming it. Eventually. It's on my list. We'll get there in due time. I think I will grab more of you. There is one more boon I want from Aphrodite. Alright. Observant viewers will notice that I do not use any of the Omega abilities in this game because I hate myself. That was sloppy. Oh, that was sloppy. Oh, that was sloppy. We're doing our best. I'll finally be able to talk to people online. Congratulations. That said, I'm looking for like other content creators that I'm friends with to potentially play it with, you know?
Now.
I would want to play it with my content buddies on stream. Alright. I guess I'll take some of this.
More levers. I'm cursed.
Oh, I forgot about the curse. Shit. That was sloppy again. Alright. Good job, AE. You're doing such a good job at playing the video game.
He's back.
Oh, Kronos warrants every bit of justice you dispensed and more, my niece. I was already angry with him after everything he'd done, and that was prior to my realizing that he'd unleashed terrifying
It is
typhon of us all.
indeed. Hello, Yui. None of this is what I want. Okay. I'll take the cast, I guess. None of that is what I'm looking for.
Carefully now.
Poseidon, my mortal nemesis. Thank you for the hydrate jam. It's appreciated. Big sippies. There we go.
What's left of Aphira?
I guess we can try Hephaestus out. See if he has anything good for us. I'm really disappointed by Chaos, honestly. Like, that Chaos food was just not what I needed. And I used up all my rerolls already because Aphrodite was mean to me. The luck was just not in my favor so far on this run, but it's fine. It's too early to say how the run's gonna go. I've had very good runs turn out absolutely incredible in the end. Let's see what we can manage. There we go.
Sorry about
Was
all
gonna
the
make a joke you should play Dante's Inferno, but then found out it never released on PC. More importantly, don't know if you can play it on Twitch because tits and dongs. I mean, okay.
Any trouble? Scrap 'em. You'll be doing me a
Twitch's rules for sexual content, they will usually put a warning over if the game has sexual content. It's kind of an automatic thing. If it doesn't have an automatic censor thing, if it's not like the central point of the game, you're usually fine as long as there's a content warning in place. But you kind of gotta know what you're doing. It's a sensitive, complicated situation.
This is my father.
But usually as long as that content warning is in place, you will be fine on Twitch. And you don't, like, you know, spend any excess amount of attention on it.
One less pylon.
Twitch basically just doesn't want you, like, focusing and making a ton of jokes on the fact that there's nudity on screen. So long as you are mature and handle it wisely and kind of move on, you're usually fine. That said, if it's too extreme, it could become an issue. I do appreciate that a lot of modern games, like, okay. I appreciate that a lot of modern games come with censors in order to, like, you know, be friendly for websites like Twitch. I also kind of hate just the sanitization of a lot of media at the hands or towards the interest of advertisers. Like, I'm glad that games put measures in place to make sure that they will be playable by content creators, but also, why the fuck as a content creator, should I have to limit myself and the content I produce to feed into the interests of a big company?
Good at taking
It
messages,
sucks.
isn't he? Almost like taking corpses down into the
There's
underworld.
released in
like he
2010 and
used
there's
to.
a boss fight against Satan's
Nothing
Horsecock.
to do
Okay,
for
that
those
might be a
these
little
days.
much.
Except to burn.
That might be a bit much. How many fire moons do I have right now? Okay. I'll take it.
Oh, great. You could have had my friend.
Designing this after my D&D inspired to made the design. Nice.
You spit
Reminds
my
me that I have
eye.
a ton of work I gotta do. I've been wanting to finally finish up the additional
done no
outfits for my
such
model,
thing.
and I have not gotten
I
around
merely
to
need
it.
access to the
It is a
docks,
lot of work.
Yet you insist on getting in my way.
Put
I
yourself in my
honestly think
sandals.
Polyphemus
What
might
would
be my
you
favorite
do?
boss fight in the game.
You'd say,
He might be my favorite.
I don't like the way you're treating me. I am gonna eat you.
I think this man might be my favorite boss fight.
You gotta meet some of the guys. Yeah, little sheep. Don't you get it?
Well, why did that sheep blow up? Sorry, why are the sheep explosive now? That's new. Okay. He's doing this again. Back in this pattern. It's fine. Oh, that was rough. Okay.
No use hiding from me.
There we go.
Good night.
Lights out.
Goodbye, Polyphemus. I really, really love him as an enemy. It's primarily my fascination with the Odyssey more than anything, being honest, but like, can you blame me? The Odyssey is an excellent piece of literature. Very big Odyssey enjoyer. Oh, what do I want to do here? I could... You know what? No, I'm gonna need the heals to potentially get through what's her face again, so we'll take it. You know how cane swords are a thing? Like a cane with a sword inside? Yeah, they have that in Homestuck. But no, I love that. You have to be a little bit careful about sword designs when it comes to those, but they are really cool conceptually. Big fan of cane swords. Polyphemus found the Mortal Game Worms 3 days by Super Explosive.
Boozes.
I have played a Worms game once before. It was one of my first collabs as a creator. I hate these guys so much. Okay, none of this is good. There we go.
There.
Onwards. The one hammer from Bloodborne was the inspiration. Valid. I love, like, weird weapons in games of fantasy that don't quite make sense, but are fascinating. Like, I particularly love when cosplayers make it a mission to try and make these things functional, you know? I used to cosplay a lot, and I was really bad at, even if I was bad at it, really into, like, prop design and the means of trying to create, cool
Imbued with greater strength.
fantasy weapons in a way that was like viable to listen to the games. We are rogueliking Andy. How goes it? Sorry, I think I was a little bit too caught up in the ongoing conversation earlier, but I do really hope you all enjoyed your Helldivers. I've only played Helldivers once before, and I struggled to get into it, but it does seem like a fun, fascinating
Pushed it
game.
far enough.
At least for those who enjoy the genre. Glad you all had a good time. Past midnight here? No worries, you go get some EP sleepy time. Take care of yourself, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's been a lot of fun having you. It is always an honor. Alright. Motherfucker. Where's my special button? There it is. Haha, supper.
This way.
Get fucked. You have to give you a hand if you want to try it again. Maybe one of these days when I have some more free time. My thing when it comes to people introducing me to games, I need people to be gentle and to take it slow. If people don't like slow down and act gently when they're trying to introduce me to media, I'm gonna end up having a bad time. And that's not anyone in particular's fault, it's just a thing with me. But perhaps one of these days. Oh, that was sloppy. There we go. Stammers a sword in his handle. I love that, genuinely. And a dream of glow trees. I'm so glad the glow trees will be real someday, chat. I am so glad that they will eventually be real. Oh, nice! We're gonna get to see Cersei this run.
A bit of solid ground.
Of mint, silk of spider,
Some driftwood.
tooth
There's
of shark,
Cersei.
ray of... There you are! How regrettable to know Prometheus rebels against the gods. Surely he must see that his pursuit of vengeance shall not bring him any peace. Is there no reasoning with him?
He isn't much for talk, but then lately who is? We end up clashing just beneath the summit. Apparently he always
People
knows
tell
who's
me
going to
I'm
be
a good
the
and patient
victor.
teacher, then maybe one
Even
of
if
these
it's me.
days I'd be down.
Oh, he's foreseen his own defeat before. Can you imagine, Poppet? To know of each and every ill awaiting you? I doubt if any punishment he has endured is worse than that.
What does Prometheus do in this? He is one of the bosses. He is the third boss on the surface. And he is his fight is hell. It's actually not that bad. I find Aerys harder, but I don't like him. Thank you for the hydrate windbreaker. The worst part of his fight is actually that he has a memory section where you need to memorize his attack pattern. Hello, Max. You got my Discord if you want to plan something? Hell yeah. I'm really bad at remembering to respond to people, but I would love to sometime. We'll take this. We'll take the dodge chance.
Did it work?
Am I 10%? I think I am 10% smaller now. Holy shit. Wait, I am just genuinely smaller now. That's really cool. Fun fact, that's a thing they can only really do because they actually made the models 3D for this game as compared to the 2D of the last game. Oh, her voice does pitch up, you're right. I thought she sounded a little bit off. Oh, I hate that. Fuck you. I keep forgetting I have my special that actually has like an ability on it for once. Let's go. There we go.
All right, Tila.
Her icon is also smaller. That is so good. God. I love just how detailed everything in this game is, you know? They really do put a lot of care and attention to detail into Hades. They are just, they're this is part of why I love indie game devs. They're not afraid to put a few hours and waste a few hours on like minute details, you know? Whenever I look at the concepts behind like larger video games, for example, there's been a lot of leaks recently that have released that have revealed like beta information for various Pokemon games. It's always kind of really sad looking at the early demos and tests because there were so many fun ideas that these devs had that they never got to implement.
For me.
Indie game dev studios are so fun because they don't care if you waste a day implementing a mostly useless detail that very few players will notice. Cersei kept Odysseus locked on her island for I don't know how many years, cursed to forever fall in love with mighty heroes who never reciprocated. I have a personal vendetta against, okay. So here's the thing. I love the Odyssey. I also kin Odysseus. So I kind of have a little bit of a personal gripe against, like, Cersei and especially against what's-her-face. Why am I blanking on her name? Definitely not expecting them to make Hades 3. Probably not. But we'll see. Actually looking at an indie game right now? Oh. What indie game in particular? There are a couple games that I'm really excited for this year. I actually, chat, I'm realizing I never watched the reveal of the new info for the Mii game, Tomodachi Life. I never saw the Tomodachi thing. No, not Hera. The other one who kidnapped Odysseus. Not Scylla, no. So Calypso, yeah, I fucking hate Calypso. Chat, I hate Calypso. Anyway, I have a deep vendetta against Calypso. Hate her. But that's because I kin Odysseus. Cersei is the one who turns men into swine? Yeah, I've read the Odyssey. And it's a story that I'm very fond of.
My greatest strength is yours.
But I fucking hate Calypso. What do I want here? I don't need a heal. I'll see what you have to offer me, Hephaestus. Never shrug it off, restore. Does this have a... Because taking less damage in general can be really nice. These are all really good. Shit. These are all really good. I'm gonna take this for now, so that we can be a little more tanky, but those are all really good. Game I'm looking at is called Noble Legacy. I'm not familiar with it. Hello, Fextures as well. Kind of funny how he gets kidnapped now that I think about it. Yeah. Why does Odysseus get basically kidnapped like 3 times? Like, to be fair, in the original context, Odysseus is not exactly a good person. He does like the issue with Cersei, it is much more akin to a kidnapping. Sorry, with Calypso it's much more, you know, similar to a kidnapping. With Cersei, he does kind of just decide to stay and like have 2 kids with her and whatnot until he gets bored. But like Calypso, no, I hate her. Someone forgiven media for making Ares out to always be evil. He's like 1 or maybe 2 well-adjusted guys on Olympus. Okay, so here's the thing. When it comes to Ares, the reason he's so often villainized is because he's a god of war. We have 2 gods of war, actually. We have Ares, and we have... Why am I so bad at names today? Athena. And Athena is your god of, like, strategy. She is all the good, honorable elements of war, whereas, like, as far as original mythology is concerned, Ares is all the bad parts of war. He is the bloodlust, he is the violence, he is the negative elements of what war is. So honestly, in the original Greek mythology, yeah, Ares is the evil god to be feared. They just had very different, like, social standards back then. So it kind of is accurate to the original, just saying.
Lord Charon. Target practice. You're so tiny right now, babe. How cute. Old Cersei must have done that to you, yeah? I've flown by her little island where she's doing all her lunatic experiments.
He's just a guy who is pissed off, like, gets screwed over time and time again. I just mean that he does embody like all the negative elements of war. That said, yeah, as far as like how he treats women, he's one of the few not shitty ones. Athena gets a lot of positive propaganda from Athens. That is true. But like I also like her, okay? I've bought into the Athena propaganda. Hello, Melissa, how are you? Lovely to see you. I have bought into the Athena propaganda. I like her.
You had so much promise as a student, Eris. Even now, you
Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it.
Enchantress, but only to spurn our craft.
Her voice is higher. I love that.
Your craft turns you into a walking joke. I'm just pointing it out. Well, whatever happens next, thanks for the laughs.
Okay. All right. A isn't immune to Athens propagandist. Yeah, I'm not. Let's see if I can make it through this.
Come on, reload.
Okay, that was the wrong button. There's the one I'm looking for. Okay. My reaction time is not good enough to be pulling that shit off.
Come on, everybody, join in.
I'm not playing very well right now.
Here
Nope,
comes
nope,
my
get out.
favorite part.
Okay, not playing well right now.
All mine.
Where is she? There you are. There you are, girl.
You. How about this?
Come on. Get off my ass. There you go. That was sloppy. Come on. We're about to get through this without losing a Death Defiance, which is pretty good for me. Oh, that was a lot of damage right there, though. That was sloppy. There we go. We did it. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. We got it without a Death Defiance. Discord joined. Millions must be entertained. Hell yeah. Before I forget, let me drag you into the creators chat. I actually, fun fact, have a secret area for content creators. And I like to try and throw... Why is my bot not assigning roles? What the fuck? Alright, well you get the collaborators and the Ashen role. There you go. I have a secret role for other content creators. I sit in that VC a lot at night. Apple of Discord, God. Stripe is the epitome of bitches love cannons. Listen, I can't blame her. Big guns are cool, and there's something very fun of the mental image of just, okay, like, is it an unrealistic, you know, image of to have like a thin, small girl with a giant, like, fucking cannon? Yes. There's a reason why it's so kind of ubiquitous in media. It's kind of an iconic image, partially because like these are traits that do not fit next to each other. You don't expect to see the pretty slim girl holding a giant cannon. But also it's cool as shit. even disregarding that, it is in fact cool as shit. Alright, we're gonna do Luckier Tooth from here on. Like, it's a bit of an iconic trope because it's cool as shit. No money, damn, I'm sad. I don't have enough money for the centaur herd in there. That sucks. Small petite women holding cannon 3 times their size is cool as hell, yeah. Like, it's the dichotomy that it creates. You don't expect to see the pretty little girl with the giant cannon. So it works really well to just automatically create paradox. Dissonance within the character design, and I fuck heavy with that. I think dissonance is very fun. All right. What do I want? I'll take more of you. I love the trope. Yeah, it's really good. It's a good trope. All right. So this is where I need to really start paying attention to my gameplay and being extremely careful. Because I struggle very hard with a lot of the enemies that we're going to start facing in here. They're ones I'm pretty bad at defeating, and I'm not sure if I have the damage to keep up. But we will do what we can. Would totally be trusted with a sniper rifle longer than I am tall. Absolutely. Gamer moment, though. Gamer moment. None of these are great. But we do get upgrade to slow cooker with that, I think. Yeah. So now we have +8 power on everything, which is nice. We like that. I think we take another hammer. Someone with Jami weapon is the reason why Amy Rose of Sonic is a favorite of mine. Real. Oh, that was sloppy. Oh, stop playing sloppy. These are where, because I don't have enough, as much experience going against these enemies, and they're also like bulky, and the camera's really zoomed out. Right. This area I struggle with a lot more. Let's take this. So now every time I dash strike, it shoots out my special, which means we could start dealing really big damage with this. We're gonna take more health. Chat, would you trust me? I know I'm not petite girl, but would you trust me with a gun that's 3 times my size? I feel like, honestly, that doesn't vibe with my aesthetic. I think I'm very much a, like I have on my model the AK, because it's kind of like the revolutionary weapon. But I also acknowledge and recognize and think that, like, I'm much more a small, fast weapon type when it comes to the vibes I give off. I'm a gremlin. Hello, Athena. There you are, girl. I was waiting for you. Give me a second.
Your gesture is unnecessary.
No, it's exclusive to petite women. Sorry, I don't make the rules. No, I agree, unfortunately. As unfortunate as it is. Okay, I do want to make one exception. There is one boy, technically non-binary, that I think works well with the big weapon trope, and that is Quintus. He is one of my Ashen. He's basically my little brother. And he's just this little non-binary trans mask, like 16-year-old who just, I will not let him have the rocket launcher, but I think he does deserve it. Once designed a Fakemon Tinkaton where she had a massive cannon. I love that. That's so good.
This is no incentive, merely a way of saying thank you for accepting me and recognizing what
She's
potential
so
I may have to
tiny.
aid our family in a time of need.
You seem more like an AK or old rifle meant for hunting that you're so proficient with that you outclass people with more advanced weapons. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it.
It almost looks as though you're having to contend with the invaders on your own, Lady Athena. There's a lot of mountain to cover.
Only allowed the rocket launcher when playing Helldivers. You haven't seen Quintus, okay? He's a little non-binary gremlin boy. He thinks engineering's cool. He's very endearing.
We have this matter well under control.
Is that the truth of it, or merely posturing, if you'll pardon my bluntness? You are clearly being overrun.
On the contrary, our automatons have quite effectively held many of our enemies at bay, and you and I can make a significant difference as well if we don't dally.
Let's see. We're gonna take this.
You shall have it.
So we have an extra Death Defiance every location.
No mercy out there.
Let's see if that treats us well. Let's hope so. It's not ideal, but it's something. I don't need healing right now, I don't think. Not really. Alright. Then we'll take this. Alright. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Stop killing me. That's mean. Stop it. I don't like it when you do that. There we go.
Adequate.
My Hades style design is gonna have some really cool stuff. Nice. Honestly, I would love to one day have the free time to be able to like release outfits for every game I play.
Perhaps
That's
I'll
kind
knock
of
some
dream
sense
shit
into you
right
yet.
there. But I'd have to find some like template, some way of like basically making my rigging be a template, or only do it for like long games, you know? Maybe I could do that for longer series. That might be a fun thing to do in the future. But also my model's gonna get bloated as hell if I do that. I don't know, I need to stop being so ambitious, not gonna lie, it's holding me back. Being too ambitious is holding me back in my creative endeavors. Alright, come on, come on. This might be my first time beating this mini-boss, maybe? I like stick good. The issue is I can't add any more outfits to that model, and I'm not
What
in
does he take
contact
me
with the
for?
creator anymore.
You seen that Icarus flying about?
He's kind of a
At
piece of
first I
shit.
took him for some giant ghostly bird, but
It's a personal
that
quarrel.
kid of Daedalus, all right. I reckon he made his latest wings himself. He's not too bad.
Possible
Alright.
exchange.
No, I don't want that. We'll take this. Slow cooker gets upgraded again. Beautiful. Oh, let's go! I get so ambitious all the time about my creative stuff, I feel that, yeah, I'm a little bit too ambitious for my own good, unfortunately.
Look, everyone.
Hello, sir.
Hey, sure, I'll take that nectar off your hands, as this here's just the place to put it to its proper use.
Bug seems like a
Don't you
lever
get all
action
sad and
enjoyer. I
sad
could
with me?
see
You're
it. She
out of
doesn't
face,
get
wide
involved
awake.
in combat very often. I don't know if she's ever fired a gun before. Hello, Lucky. Welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. We're playing Hades. We're chilling. We're yapping. I've had a nice day. Chat. I may or may not have, so I now have a funky little weed vape. I may or may not have hit it right before the Eris fight. like 15 minutes ago. But it was like half a second, so it's barely anything. That said. Hee hee. Just a little bit. Dionysus theme song called Lap of Luxury for no reason. I have found that I actually am better at Hades when I'm just slightly inebriated, because I stop panicking so much, and I kind of focus more on the grand scheme of what's going on my screen rather than specifics and all of the funky little things that are floating around. It's interesting. That said, I'm not looking to get fucked up. Lab of Luxury is probably what he calls his junk, probably.
I must
He's
admit,
valid.
I'm unable
I'd let
to
him.
cast aside my fears and worries quite like you, Dionysus. It's little wonder mortals make so many offerings in your name. As now do I.
Yeah, Dionysus is absolutely
Have you
packing.
any
Good for
idea
him,
why
good
this
for
mountain has
him.
been shaking ceaselessly?
Literally being
Doubtless
blessed by
to the
Dionysus.
occasional
Yeah, I'm
dismay
slightly
of your
better
other
at
guests.
Hades when I'm just a little bit inebriated. I'm not
Yes, I
like...
do. Sometimes the feasting
I
gets a
would
little rowdy, if
guesstimate
you know
based
what I
off
mean.
how
But
much...
dancing
Like, I'm
whatnot.
probably dealing with
Besides,
less
not the
than
only
2.5
unchaperoned
milligrams.
Olympus.
I'm probably, based on, like, the amount I breathe when I did it, it's probably, like, a milligram at most. Given it says 3 seconds is about 5 milligrams. It's just the tiniest little bit to literally, like, get myself to calm down and not
Typhoon has
panic
awakened.
whether something goes
The
wrong in the
father of
game.
all monsters now
Not
threatens
panic
your
over
own
how
father's
many,
palace.
like,
Keeping it not
projectiles are
Kronos
on
somehow,
screen.
fine. Prometheus,
But it's
perhaps.
working.
But not this.
Oh no,
It's
Typhoon's out there.
working.
Come to ruin everything. Whatever will we do? See that, baby? Nobody cares. Whatever happens, happens. And we're gonna feast until it does, no matter what. Nice try with that one, though.
He's a little bit of a piece of shit, but I also like him a lot. Give up all of your gold for vanquishing the next guardian, gain that much and more. I'm not really interested. Bottomless drink. Gives your very next move 100 power, then later reappears in a random spot. Huh. Tipsy shot. Fuck it, I'm not really fond of any of these, but I'll take it. We'll see if it does anything good. It's kind of a piece of shit.
You're a most gracious host.
What was that?
Dionysus is my patron. I absolutely game better a little stone. That's real as shit. Fuck measuring milligrams. Hit it off vibes for real. I mean, I'm experimenting, okay? I'm in the experimentation phase. We'll take this for the bonus health.
Anybody else want anything?
Want to know a really cool fact about his theme song? Sure. So this is probably going to work best in tinier arenas. So like, you know, giant arenas, this ability's not going to be, or this boon's not going to be very useful. But I could see it being pretty helpful like in the boss fight in the smaller arenas.
All quiet.
And I don't mind that. I don't mind that. We will take Hermes. Is the same leitmotif as On the Coast from Hades 1, but as Moonlight Guidus? Huh. Hey, buddy. Yeah, like in larger arenas like this ability is not going to be super useful because like it's going to be way out of my way. But I could see it being pretty meaningful in the smaller arenas. I don't like that. Fuck you. Oh, fuck you. Okay, that was bad, that was sloppy, that was really unfortunate. Crap. Alright, recenter. Just take a second. Do a lap.
Lost too much blood.
That was way too much damage in one room. Alright. I'm making a tune for an NES game, trying to code playable in hardware. Never touched assembly code before, doing it on my barely functional PC. Could do a simple game that emulates the style and breathing ambition. That is, God, I miss, okay. I do need to, like, be more, like, respectful to my limitations as a creator. I cannot do everything I aspire to as much as I want to, but at the same time, I want to. I want to aspire to too much, you know? Let me aspire to too much. It's such a mixed bag, but you know what? I don't think it'd change a thing.
In the name of Hades.
Oh shit.
Thank you, Bare Bones Brand. Welcome on in. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Let's see. Was that a duration bonus? I don't know what that was. Oh, damage reduction. Alright, I'll take it. We're definitely going to lose a Death Defiance or two in this upcoming fight, because I'm really bad at the memory minigame, but we'll do what we can.
A brief word. My master does not realize what will become of him once all is said and done. Do you? How abhorrent to try and steal away one's immortality.
I've truly heard it all. A thief lecturing me about stealing. Kronos took my family and more. He should
Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing Hades. I am indeed. Yeah, no, the Prometheus fight is genuinely brutal. I think I've beat him like 3 times now. We're trying to get our second surface win. Because I want to beat this fucking game. I love it. I want to beat it. But this fight is my nightmare. I usually lose like 2 or 3 Death Defiances here, and it screws me going into the final area. But we will do our best. We will do our best.
Your father's father. You share some of his ancient lineage and his obsession with the inevitable. Come get what you desire then, but one outcome awaits as you continue down this path. I shall feast on you.
Oh. Unfortunate. Alright. Oh, fuck, I forgot about that. Shit. Yeah, there goes the first Death Defiance. Alright. You know, I probably could just attack him during the bulk of that period, actually, as long as I like, move in time. Alright, first Simon Says. We're gonna go middle, south, middle. Alright. Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. Don't do that. Alright, alright, we can do this. Come on. You know, we're just gonna leave him alone for a second. We're gonna grab this. Come on, buddy. Get out of your little area of denial. Sloppy as well, but whatever. Come on, buddy. Oh, come on. Alright. So we need to stay in the top, jump down, up top, down. Alright. This is an easy pattern. Beautiful.
Eluded once again. You've more to contend with than me.
Oh, it's 2 Death Defiances down, not great. Come on. If I can just get him down before I lose a third, we're still in pretty good position. Done. Alright. We did it. This is the fight I usually lose the most of my Death Defiances before getting to the peak of this mountain. Generally do love the challenge the surface gives after so many underworld fights. I agree. I think like it is a welcome challenge. I do wish, like... I don't know, the difficulty scaling feels off. I feel like once you get to Olympus, the difficulty scaling hits really hard. I do wish the scaling was a little bit smoother. I don't know. I honestly, I like Hades 1 better than I like Hades 2. I still really do enjoy it, don't get me wrong. But there's something about the difficulty scaling and the, like, how well the abilities work next to each other that I'm not quite as fond of. It's still an incredible game, though. What am I interested in? We still have Skelly's Tooth. Do I want any of this? I'm pretty good health-wise, but I might not be in 2 encounters. Fuck it. Why not? Alright. Took me ages to figure out that Prometheus wasn't the final boss. That is really funny, actually. I love that. Also, good night, Pyro. You take care. And Crochet Dragon. Good night, everybody. Make sure you are getting the rest you need. Sleep is very important and necessary.
Out there, is that... Something's inside those clouds. Oh, gods.
I've never actually gotten that dialogue before, huh? Alright.
Monsters.
Let's see if I can get my ass to the final boss for like the 3rd time. I beat the surface once. I think I've only fought the Titan twice? I think this is gonna be my 3rd time fighting him if I make it. I've only beat him once. And it was not our most recent attempts. So let's see what we can do.
In we go.
I become far more nocturnal this month. That's how it goes sometimes. I love being nocturnal. It's great. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you.
Next floor.
We'll take more of you.
These 2 again.
Okay. This, I think, it's my second time fighting this mini-boss. I haven't really figured out the strategy or pattern for it yet. I don't know if they have a shared health bar or what. They probably have separate health bars that are both actually being aggregated. That's probably what it is. I don't like the area of denial. We did it though. Alright, that was not great. We lost a lot of health there, but we did it. Alright, alright. Make an Oranos twink that looks like Aphrodite. 10 out of 10 character design.
Olympus, I accept this message.
You know what this game needs? It needs more twinks. You're so right. Whenever you inflict weak, also... Ooh. I like that. We're gonna take the legendary. I don't think I've ever taken that legendary before. Alright, alright. That's fancy.
Work of the fortress of the gods, as though to shake the mountain to its very core.
That is fancy.
Best watch my step.
Oranoris is a Gaia's lovable, peggable twink. I'm here for it. Big twink enjoyer. Big twink enjoyer. Okay, that was sloppy. I am kind of doing the thing where I'm having trouble keeping up with everything going on screen a tiny bit, but we power through. We'll do this.
Whew, that's hot.
Let's see what we can manage. I think this is the most death defiances I have had getting this far, so like we're honestly doing really well for ourselves. What do I want? We'll take this. This fight. Where are you, buddy? Alright. I'm worried about losing a lot of death defiances here too, but we'll see what we can do. Oh, those deal damage to me. I didn't notice that. Okay. Okay, come on, come on, come on. Beautiful. Alright, not bad, not bad. I'm making a list of characters that should have shown up. I'm just glad they got the rest of the Olympians involved, you know? The first game didn't even have all of the major 12 Olympians. I'm glad that we get them all this time. That did take like all my health, but we made it.
Can much sooner do the trick. In such matters, my Hephaestus can be of assistance, can't you, dear?
Oh. Duo boom? Question mark.
Anytime. And as for which year, most of the time. Now come on.
Helios, fucking, see, okay. I kinda wish they put, Calypso in here mostly just so I could be mad at her, you know? Penelope could not have been in this. Well, no, never mind, she could have. They do mention Penelope. Penelope gets mentioned in some of Odysseus' dialogue. They eventually kind of moved on from each other. Which honestly, I think that's sad but realistic, you know? I think it's one of those, like, depressingly real outcomes for a character. That eventually they after spending eternity together in death, they eventually kind of moved on. I think there's an amount of beauty to the realism of that depiction. Especially just the way Odysseus is as a character. He isn't content to stay in one place for forever. Oh, hey.
Can't shake the feeling that I failed you here. I was supposed to figure out what Gramps was up to, but I wasn't quick enough. So now you're fighting Typhon face to face.
Lord Hermes, we'll have to go through everything that could have turned out differently once all
By
of
the
this
way,
is
your
over.
Aphrodite
But
build
for now,
melts
our
really
present
satisfying to
matters
see.
seem more
I'm
urgent than
glad,
the
I'm
past.
glad. I adore Aphrodite as far as like gameplay in this. I'm glad the build is enjoyable to watch because I have a lot of fun playing it.
I know, you're right. It's just I'm starting to accept that all of this is what Gramps wanted to achieve.
I'm very much a do big number, don't worry about my HP bar type of person when it comes to Hades. I just dash around and hope that it gets me somewhere.
You didn't know all the details, but long since figured out Kronos was up to something big. Had you not acted swiftly then, I wouldn't be here now. We wouldn't have this chance.
It's extremely dependent on getting really good RNG with your hammers, though. You need hammers that buff attack as much as possible.
I prefer guarantees to chances, Em, but hey, you're right. We do the best we can with what we've got.
I love him, chat. He's so hot, anyway.
See you.
See you.
Chat, Hermes is so cute. I think I will take the Death Defiance, and... Can I afford both of these? I'm trying to do math. I think I can? Yeah. I have 300. I can afford both of these. So we'll take you. Chain reaction. Boss effects from Hephaestus deal more damage and are 50% larger. You blast from Hephaestus after they recharge. They fire 2 times. No, I don't think I can bother timing that. And let me take the big heal. Alright. This is the best equipped I have ever been going to this fight, actually. Hermes and Charon are both lifesavers, best bros. Absolutely, I love them. And also, Hermes is a cute little twink. Got an interesting question. Would you like shark teeth instead of fox teeth? I think I prefer fox fangs, but shark teeth are cute, you know? I think I would rather have the fox fangs, but don't mind them. Alright. Chat, I'm about to have to lock in real hard. Hello, Scarred, lovely to see you. I'm about to have to lock in really hard, chat, because this is my 3rd attempt at this fight. We beat it once before. Let's see if we can do it again. I want to beat my 2nd service run. Please. Okay, what are you doing? I do not know how to dodge that.
I'll know how much you had when you lie dead.
Crap.
So this is how monsters are made.
Okay, come on. Okay, it's just a little bit specific on the timing, got it. That timing, I'm still working. Okay, that was sloppy. Okay, I need to get better at just walking away when he does that. That said,
Another lightning bolt for you, Typhon.
thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Phase 2?
Protect the palace, everyone.
Okay, these are not the ones that I have to attack. Got it. And I can just walk up here and bother him. Low-key, this build might be a little bit too good. I might have made a build that's a little bit too good. Because this is just absolutely melting everything.
My strikes are getting through.
Alright, nice. Honestly, I don't care about the Death Defiances at this point. We're like almost done with this fight. I'm pretty sure. Get out from the front. And up Sloppy. Oh yeah, he starts flipping the tongue back at this point. Got it. Alright. Yeah, he's getting a lot more aggressive. Now I'm a little bit more worried. Oh! Beautiful! And ad's about to hit. I'm so sorry, chat. Horrible ad timing, but we did it. Oh my god.
Fool, you monster.
Second surface win. Second surface win with 3 Death Defiances to go. That was the fucking run. Holy shit. That was the fucking run. We did it. We win these, chat. We fucking win
Few
these.
more of these and Gygaros can be put to the test. If only
How
Zagreus
many of
could see
those
me
do I
now.
need? I don't know how many of those I need to win. I actually did not know that we needed those to make a Gygaros work. So that's a little bit of a spoiler. Oh no. How many do I need?
To all my family on the mountain, let me pass.
The Pops is getting better, apparently. I think it was also the build, to be fair. I was
Kronos
absolutely
truly
melting
wished for
things
such
with
a
my
place to
damage.
be
That was
destroyed.
beautiful damage.
Ahead lies the well-hidden and protected palace of the king and queen
And now I
of
get
all the
ads. Slow down
gods.
for Apollo song
That
for me. Don't
stronghold
worry.
From which Olympus
I'm
has
taking my
fought
time.
back against all too many terrible foes.
Checking 1 or 2 things real quick. Alright. Big sippies. I'm your food genie. You can have for 3 foods and I'll cook them up. Ooh. Only rule is no people. Country fried steak is number 1. It's my favorite food. After the country fried steak, get me After the country fried steak, I will acquire probably a poke bowl. I'll be honest, I'm a big poke enjoyer. And finish it off with some nice barbecue. Like the good shit. Give me some ribs.
Keep holding on.
Some good fucking ribs.
Music.
It's always beautiful being here. I love that I absolutely adore the fact that he has to cup the thing just like perfectly in place so it blocks his dick. You wish to go to the first 2 words so there was a take of it? Thank you. I appreciate it. I love free food. I love that he has to hold it in place so that it's blocking his dick though. Welcome back from ads, folks.
Thought of Festus.
Welcome back from ads. We made it.
Welcome.
We welcome you.
We got that monstrous fiend once more, young lady, thanks most certainly to you. Such courage in the face of catastrophe. And our palace
I love male fertility gods, I mean fertility gods that are male. The Dagda from Celtic mythology is also a fertility god. I love male gods of fertility because they're such sluts. Anyway, moving on.
You were splendid, my dear. Had things grown any more dire, we were preparing for a last resort a son of ours developed. but the cost of it is high indeed. Plus, you have saved us in more ways than one.
It's my pleasure to have been of service to our family, Queen Hera, and to see the wonders of these halls once more. Perhaps we may yet permanently dissuade Typhon soon.
Hi, Pizza. How goes it?
And what do you have in mind on that account? Our own research has yet to yield the force that could take Typhon without also taking this entire mountain down. He's even fiercer now than when he first attacked us long ago.
I've gathered useful specimens of Typhon's flesh, and we've been studying how we can use it in our craft.
See, I like
But we
them because
don't
they
yet
get to
have
headcanon them as
meaningful progress to
transmasks sometimes. You know? That's half of it. I've done that before. I have a personal headcanon that the Dogda is transmask.
My lord husband thought that your first such victory could have
No,
simply
that's
been
just
a
how
fluke.
it goes.
Now, what I said, dear wife, was that a single victory against Typhon did not prove more such victories could be achieved. But now you've demonstrated otherwise, Melinoi, and spurred our hope that we shall rid ourselves of this foul menace soon enough.
Soon enough, indeed.
King Zeus, Queen Hera, by your leave I ought return with what I found, in case it leads to new discoveries about how we can do just that. Thank you all for your continued aid.
You have our gratitude in kind.
It's good to see you again, cousin. Just as I was beginning to fear my song would be tonight's sole source of cheer.
Dionysus is the god of a bunch of stuff. He's so fucking interesting to go into, and it's a shame that they always do the haha wine and party guy approach. Yeah, it is unfortunate, but also it is the kind of iconic image, and I do appreciate. Like, listen. As a punk, I'm an enjoyer of alcohol and parties. I enjoy, you know, meeting up with my friends before a punk show, getting drunk off my ass, and partying. And hey, like, why not? This guy was seen as almost a god of revolution and defiance. Wait, was he? Wait, does Dionysus have, like, symbolism related to defiance and whatnot? Because if so, holy shit, he is just the god of punks. Is Dionysus just the god of punks?
Of course, you must be on your last legs. The others
If
surely would
so,
have liked to see you
badass.
too, especially
Based
your
if
grandmother,
true.
But they couldn't leave their posts. Please accept our apologies, and let us help you to return.
He wasn't the god of defiance, but historically he was associated with a bunch of it. Got it. All right.
Tell Lady Demeter and
See,
everyone I wish them well.
I'm very attached to
Goodbye for
Athena
now, everyone.
for personal
May you be
reasons,
safe and
but
well when next we
noted.
meet. Return to Shadow now. Back from the palace. We're getting somewhere, Phrynos. Soon all this may finally be over.
Did you do it? So hold on. How is it you're going after the Titan of Time way down below, but he's also attacking Olympus way up top? Is it
His
two
worship was a
separate guys or
counterculture?
just the one?
Interesting. Also got a rebirth and reform. Hades gives this title to Zacharias, but Dionysus and Zacharias are in mythology and the same guy. Yeah. They are heavily intertwined in mythology to the point where they're probably the same guy. That's fascinating, though. Because, like, I've always been very aligned with Athena, but y'all are selling me on Dionysus right now.
Kronos isn't attacking Olympus personally, Dora. He's just sending his legions there. He has a dangerous commander leading the assault. A different Titan called Prometheus.
By Athena, I pictured you to be more of a Persephone kind of guy. I can Odysseus. And, like, even if I'm not all that good at it, like, I am a leader, even if I didn't ask for it, who carries a lot of weight and responsibility.
Yes, the Titan of
Something
foresight.
about that vibes with
Even
me.
you probably know the tale of his punishment for stealing
You know,
from
I
the
am a
gods.
revolutionary, and I care about protecting my people and doing so in the best ways I can, in the most honorable ways I can.
No, it's... I think... Nah, don't worry about it. See you later, Mal.
You sure?
Prometheus.
She's got some thinking to do.
Let me see.
Again?
Fuck you, girl.
I'm warning you, you better cut this out, Trouble. Messing with Kronos, messing with Typhon, messing everything up. That's supposed to be my job.
I love her.
You clearly did your job already. I'm in the process of undoing it. Much like how I'll pick
Okay.
up after you
Okay,
leave.
so Dionysus is straight up just transmask. So my whole little ramble earlier about how I love male fertility gods because I get to headcanon them as transmask is just like actually real. I love this.
Well, you're not gonna. And even if you do, you'll look back on this and wish things were as interesting as they are now.
We love Dionysus in this household, indeed.
I wouldn't mind if things were boring for a change.
I would.
This night is ours.
Oh, I love that she just has reputation. That's so good. Also, where the fuck is my man? Where's my beloved? He's got to be here somewhere.
Kronos must believe he has the upper hand now.
We
that
love Dionysus in
Olympus
this
has the
household,
father of
indeed.
all
I do fuck with
monsters
him.
bearing down on them
Like
night
I
after
really
night.
fuck with Athena mostly for Kinney
has
moment
made a
reasons, but like
grave mistake.
y'all are selling me on Dionysus a little bit right now.
Typhon cannot be controlled. If he no longer had Olympus to contend with, he would probably come after Kronos next. There must be some way we can redirect his rage.
If not his rage, the very nature of his being. I have always taught you that our craft is never to be used for destruction alone. But no rule is immutable.
Dionysus was transmasked with the virgins of Smith. We stand this. If you're going with divine epithets, Athena, Parthenos, the version of Athena, or what the Parthenon is named after, yeah. Like I know a fair bit about Greek mythology, just not the detailed ins and outs. My knowledge is spotty, but it is there.
Monstrosity.
All right, interesting.
Typhon does not belong in this world.
So I do need to unfortunately destroy Typhon a couple more times. 2 more times it looks like. And use up one of my Z sand, but I already have 8. So that's fine. I don't know where the fuck I get entropy. Where the fuck do I get entropy?
Noted.
Huh. Interesting. Dionysus is what happens when a theater kid has too much power and uses it exactly how it's intended to be. Because, like, I don't know if I can fit in another surface run tonight as much as I want to, just on account of the EP Sneepy. Maybe I can. We'll see. Hello, Cosmic. Lovely to see ya. Welcome on in.
Good
But
evening, Broker.
very interesting. Alright, we can sell these real quick.
So there you were, alone atop the rain-soaked mountain, when out of the dark came a roar so deafening
thank you for the
it
stretch
shook
as well.
Olympus to its roots. And with it came Typhon himself, more vengeful even than before. What then, goddess?
We fought. I prevailed. Oh, blast. I was supposed to weave a yarn.
Apollo is
he
also
kept
very
trying to
interesting, to be
crush
fair,
me
with
with his
Dionysus.
chin,
It's been around for
but
so
I
long,
evaded
there's
and clambered to the
more
top of
little
his
pieces
head,
to look at. Oh,
where
I
drove
imagine
the sister
so.
blades limb and Oros into his brain.
And the funky thing with mythology is it was such a shifting, specific thing that changed from time to place rapidly. And so when we talk about any kind of mythos, we're talking about like a dozen different distinct pieces of mythology across various points in time. It's very complex. The cultural
I was
context
just
and all
getting
that.
to that part. You're ready.
That stuff
All right. We get more garlic. Mandrake. Olive branch. And whatever the fuck this is.
grow and flourish.
Odd one there.
Can't do anything with him yet. What can I gift to you? I could bath salts with you again. Where's my little book thing? So I still need to unlock something in order to do anything with him, but I'll bath salts with you. All right, sir.
Hey, I was thinking I'm due for a good boil in the springs.
I missed the
Join me for
Hades
a bit?
one peeps. I want Dusa back. I miss Dusa too. She was so good. I like her a lot better than the equivalent in this game, to be perfectly honest.
I am honored to accompany you, goddess.
All right, I'm about to start simping. I'm very sorry. No, I'm not. That's a lie.
Practically feel it in my bones. I trust the temperature's to your liking.
I would do anything for this man. Is there a way to make the text box go away?
You've met many goddesses even in your mortal days, haven't you?
I'm normal.
In this,
I'm
I'm very
normal. I'm
fortunate
normal.
indeed. The Lady Athena often watched over me. I'd never have survived the war if not for her. Then on my travels home, there was Calypso and Circe.
Fuck Calypso. I hate
Circe
Calypso.
used to study under headmistress, always with her crystals. And Calypso, she's a nymph, correct? A lesser goddess, I suppose.
Well, nothing lesser about her.
Bark, bark,
with
bark,
respect.
bark, bark,
These
bark, bark,
goddesses,
bark,
they
bark. Anyway.
enthralled me, each in their own right. Almost made me forget myself, forget my family.
But you did not forget. You made your journey
This
home.
is the man I started playing Hades 1 for. I wanted him so bad that I played the first game.
It's a tale, goddess. Anyway,
I
life
wanted him
takes its
so
complicated
bad.
Turns. Take it from me.
I do really want to see the designs for the other nymphs. That's real. I don't know. I miss Hades 1. Hades 1 was so good. Like, I feel...
That was a splendid and much-needed time. Truly
I love
appreciate
this
the
game,
invitation.
don't get me wrong. There are a lot of moments where, like, damn, I wish I was playing Hades 1. I wish I had more Hades 1. Like, it's a very good game, don't get me wrong. I do sometimes have that moment of, I wish I was playing Hades 1.
Ready to come out?
But that's just how it goes. Ooh, extra garlic. Garlic again. Does that unlock anything for me? Was there anything I had that was waiting on garlic? You're waiting on olive and poppy. Oh, it's not super useful, but I might, if nothing else is using those resources. Nothing was waiting for that, apparently. Oh, I do have something that's waiting for garlic, but I am so shy one. Okay. I'm not gonna waste my poppy on that.
Oh, hey.
Alright then. Looked away, you're in a hot spring with him? Yeah, don't worry about it. What? Do I not deserve time with a handsome man? How's my grip looking? I don't have enough shadow for it. Fuck. I don't know if I can do anything here. Like, there are some things that I can do. What do I have selected?
My altar.
I can improve
Any
this. I'll improve it again. Beautiful. We'll take it.
All right.
There we go. It's something. Is there any way I can further upgrade you? It's not what I wanted.
Stay here.
Treat. Wrong button. Treat.
Here, Tula.
Okay. Oh, okay, I already did those. So this can't be upgraded anymore.
Can't
Cool.
get enough of those.
We upgrade our claw bond, why not? Pet the car. Sometimes you just need to pet a car. It's a good little car. We love a good car, chat.
May we converse? Settle a little wager here, young one. These shades are making claims you felled the father of all monsters. I, however, am the voice of reason, and I say, come on.
Typhon's recent defeat certainly wasn't my doing alone, Commander. We have Olympus on our side, and more.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's what I said. Technically, it wasn't just you. Hear that, disciples? She had a bunch of those fancy boons, and who only knows what else.
Then you win the wager?
Damn right.
Alright, I might do some of these, given it is getting close to 6 p.m. So we might do some of these for a little bit. Did I ever... There was the one that I was having trouble with. This one's the one I was having trouble with, so we might jump for one of the other ones. Why not? Why not? Let's see if we can get through Erebus with the Lion Fang. I don't remember what the Lion Fang does. Why not? Let's see what we can do. Can you imagine if Odysseus and he went drinking and Odysseus would appear at the archive at the Enfield? Oh, no, I wouldn't. I'm too cool for that. I'm too cool and powerful. Fun fact: you can now pause during Kronos' fight.
One shape like that.
Oh, interesting.
Stone axe you got. Might be my favorite were I forced to choose your weapon point. Let's see what you can do with it, Witchy.
Interesting. Huh. Illusion of Time lets you do that. Oh, okay. Did I actually get Dissolution of Time already? Because I'm pretty sure I'm still trying to get the last resources I need for it. I don't actually know what the last resource I need for it is.
Right.
Oh, this is gonna be easy. This is gonna be easy as shit. Alright. Let's see what you have to offer me. I know that he does still do a thing, if you, like, do pause. Like, I've seen him do the unpause thing, because I think it's funny. I've shown chat that. I didn't know a whole lot of the details on it, though. Best 2 scores comes from Typhon? Okay. But I still need to do 2 more, it looks like, surface runs.
But this is me. I just can't help myself sometimes.
I still need to do 2 more. At the very minimum, which is unfortunate because I don't want to do 2 more, but I guess I'll have to. Which we'll have to do during a future stream because it'll just take too long otherwise, but that is fine. We'll take more health. Yeah, now you take care, Ian Tino. All the best. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future, alright? What does Perfect Image do? What's going on with that? Perfect Image. You deal more damage until you take damage. Got it. Alright. Understood.
Better.
No, you're totally good. I was under the impression I only did one more, but apparently I need more than that. But like, that's fine. It happens. It is hard to tell what's going on in games like this sometimes. Let's see what you can give me.
More coming. Wretch.
What's the Lion Fang? I don't know what it does actually. Special inflict Scorch. There we go. What do you do? Well, don't know. Don't know anymore. No clue now. We'll just take more money right now. Give us damage boost that gets lower on each room. Oh, okay, that's lame. I don't really fuck with that. Oh, I miss my fucking small fast weapons. Give me my small fast again. Alright, we will grab this. What do you have to give me? You know what, actually, I'm gonna take this, and then we are going to Chaos. I think any Chaos buff, unfortunately, is gonna last too long, but whatever. It's fine. I'm gonna take a risk. I love Chaos. Chaos could do anything to me. They're so pretty.
Precisely as planned, but from that point, not even I can influence the outcomes entirely. For instance, I do not expect to find you here, Spawn of Hades.
They're pretty. I don't know how many encounters I have left, actually. Fuck it.
Worth the risk.
I'm gonna take a debuff. Screw it. I'm gonna debuff myself. I'm gonna make my life harder. Every now and then you just gotta make your own life more difficult.
Olympus, I accept this message. Lord Charon, I've returned.
Let's see. We'll take more health and then we'll buff something. We'll take it. Why not?
Strength of the
Archifine indeed.
We vanquished Typhon, at least for the night, my lord. Hermes ensured that I was well supplied. Plenty of gold for you lately.
I love that we give dialogue that's relevant to story progression in this little side zone where story progression does not matter. That is really funny.
Decided to take a break from all your recent outings to the surface, have you now?
There's much to be done, both above and below. You always say the greatest teacher is out there, but I always seem to find her here.
I taught you nothing of such flattery. One of Odysseus's tricks, perhaps.
I love that. I love that she cannot take a compliment. It's like, you learned that from him. Oh, that is beautiful.
Cheers, Chaos.
I love that about her. That's so good.
Oh, sisters.
Oh, that was bad. Okay. That was sloppy. Good job, AE. I could not get in the rhythm there. That was on me. That was my mistake. I should have known. There we go. Okay, okay. It's fine. It's a little bit sloppy, but it's fine.
Preventable.
I'm usually not this sloppy in this fight, but it's fine.
Well fought. Return to shadow now.
Check.
Trial cleared.
Going. Return to shadow now.
An easy one, but hey, I'm not complaining. So you took the small woman, giant woman discourse from earlier to heart this run? It was just one of the little chaos thingies. I'm wasting some time right now more than
Another
anything.
chaos trial down.
I'm wasting time more than anything. I don't know if that gives me new dialogue with any NPCs, actually. I don't know if I get any story progression from that. We have more garlic, which is actually good, because we need that.
Look at all this stuff.
Oh! Hi! Would you like to sit down with me?
Lord Moros, would you accompany me to the springs again sometime? And by sometime, I mean, are you busy now?
Chat, I'm gonna go to the springs with my 2 favorite men.
I feared you'd never ask again, Princess. I've longed for the warmth of the springs since last we visited.
I'm so chat, I'm so gay. Chat, I'm so gay. Oh, chat, I'm really gay.
Perfect.
All my fears evaporate again. I surely can get used to this.
Your relationship with the Fates sounds like it must have been a complicated one. You've never been on your own, have you?
Oh.
I haven't. They're my sisters and my elders. I grew up under their watchful eye, and I'm more than their brother. I was their guardian.
Colon 3's all around.
But I couldn't protect them in the end. Perhaps they always knew I'd fail them, and loved me anyway.
You can't go thinking like that. You had one of the most important responsibilities in the world. The Fates are as all-knowing as they come, aren't they? Then it stands to reason there wasn't anybody better suited for the task than you.
Princess, would you just let me wallow in my misery a bit?
No
No,
thanks.
wait. Forget it. It's gone. A mighty incantation on your part just now.
In early access, he took his horns off to get in the spring. People found it looked much better. It looked too much like Thanatos when he did. You know what? Understandable. I like that he still has the horns.
I know
think
you
they're
love
cute.
your sisters, but the
I
circumstances
really like
being
him.
what they
I'm a little
are,
bit gay.
perhaps some distance will be good for you.
Perhaps. These springs are good for me. Of that, I have no doubt.
Nor I.
I love him. Ah, chat, I'm gay. Anyway, I'm normal. I'm normal.
I think I really
I
needed
wish
that.
I had time for a second
always
surface run
wonderful to
tonight.
have your
Unfortunately, I want to make sure I sleep because I've not been doing enough of that recently. But I wish I could.
The fated list of minor prophecies.
Each trial deepens your connection to chaos.
Oh, you have more dialogue for me. Okay.
Dissolution of time, disintegration of monstrosity, connected incantations, negating
Gay,
that which
gay,
has already come to
homosexual,
pass,
gay.
and violently terrible use of our craft.
It is. You always said such power ought never to be used, save when no other possibility avails itself. Perhaps not even then. How did you discover such incantations? You practically know more of Kronos than he does himself.
When I learned of what Kronos had done to you and the rest, I refused to accept it, but I studied him nevertheless. Power always contains the secrets of its own undoing.
Even his and Typhon's.
Even his and Typhon's.
I don't think I have anything new. Actually, one sec. Let me grab you. And I don't think I have anything new to plant. Which means we can just come over here. And I should be able to get that one thing I wanted, right? I don't know where I get soot. Where do I acquire soot? That I do not know. Okay, so I can do this now.
May nectar of the gods bring greater blessings still.
What else?
I don't think anything else here particularly interests me all too much. But that's fine. And then I can come here and I think I want to buy a couple more
Should be
of
of
you.
use.
I'll also, for the hell of it, buy the bath salts and the ambrosia. I got the spare bones. I got the spare bones. All right.
Commander?
You keep on vanishing into the pitch black stone, young one. My disciples and I, we've been thinking must be something pretty good in there.
Well, Commander, it's not exactly a feast on the other side. Whenever I use the stone, in many ways it's just like any other night. Except, I really shouldn't say.
Come on, why not? Not like somebody's gonna tell on you. I mean, have we not earned your trust, or what?
Oh.
The stone reveals its own secrets, not I.
Seriously?
She's so good. Okay. What else can I squeeze in tonight?
Let's see here.
We could give we're probably not gonna win, but like we can give this a try.
Commencing chaos trial.
Why not? Let's give this a go and see how quickly we perish.
Skipped me ahead.
You have arrived here rather quickly, Spawn of Hades.
Oh, fuck you. The fucking bird. This is not going to my plan so far.
Good work, Rocky.
We'll go this way. Alright. Can you go to the springs with Skelly? I haven't checked, and I do not think I've built up enough affection with him to do so, but you have me very curious now. You have me very tempted to find out. Okay, I am playing like a bad right now. You can very much tell that I'm just a slap buttons kind of gamer.
The monster Typhon is far from invincible, no matter how it seems. When first he dared attack Olympus long ago, I personally struck him down. But now he does seem more resistant to my lightning than before.
Let's see. Let's go with that.
Thunderous power.
Thanks for the text to speech. I will get it in just a moment. A little bit locked in right now. Oof, that was bad. That was very bad. Why the fuck have I not seen chaos like at all? Oh right, because that thing doesn't increase my chaos. It doesn't, right? This stream is sponsored by the Machine Evo Hive. Steel is here to eat the flesh, not replace it. Disagree. Forever disagree. You will never catch me agreeing.
Back in one
That's
piece,
weird,
Thomas?
Draken, because it doesn't show one on my end. I don't know if you refreshed the stream at all today. That would probably be why, but I have no particular clue. Sir, I need you to... There you go. Okay, this is going bad. I don't really know how to use this particular build or whatnot, so it's not exactly going great for me. My feed is flooded with all the American craziness. I'm here to watch the pops and de-stress. Understandable. There is a lot going on right now, but I hope to inspire a space that is simultaneously one of hope, while also being a place where we can talk about how crazy this bullshit is. Fuck fascists, fuck Nazi, fuck ICE. I'm actually currently part of a group who is planning a series of fundraiser streams for folks who have been impacted by ICE. Basically, gonna be doing a series of streams where we are trying to fundraise money for, you know, those who have been impacted by ICE activity. We're doing that right now. We're planning it. We're gonna make it happen. And it feels really nice to be planning out my first mutual aid stream of the year, because it was one of my goals. Because fuck ICE. Fuck the rise of fascism in this goddamn country, and fuck the harm of fucking anyone who doesn't look white enough for the government. If cybernetic upgrades are a no, what would you say about magical mutations if magic were real? It depends on the purposes they're being used for, because, like, I think there's a difference between... Okay, mutation suggests that it is not an intentional choice, you know? In which case, yeah, that's fine. That's chill. Like, that suggests that it's just a thing that people accidentally are having happen to them. And honestly, I don't take issue with that. That just happens sometimes. But I'm still kind of anti-people, like, intentionally changing themselves to be above human baseline in ways that are inaccessible to the majority of the population, also screw over the lives of disabled people, you know? It gets really eugenics-y really fast. Because, like, that feels more... I don't know. The word mutation there gives it a particular connotation that I'm not sure is your intention.
It's done.
The word mutation there gives it a particular connotation that I don't know if you intend. Controlled mutations, like AMPT uses an arm, some ritual gives them several tendencies to replace a lost arm. Okay. I want to be very clear when I talk about this stuff, and I've explained this dozens of times. I do not mean things that help bring people back to a functional baseline. I mean things that bring people beyond baseline human capability. If it were... You're just describing a way of bringing someone back to a relatively normative baseline, not a way to give a healthy person superhuman capabilities. And that's a very important distinction in these conversations. If we're talking about, you know, consensually helping disabled people in ways that are not required, but could better impact, or could better their quality of life, yeah, absolutely. What I don't like is bringing people beyond normative baseline. That's the stuff that bothers me when it comes to transhumanism.
Came alive.
Reloaded and it's gone? Don't think I had the stream still loaded for that long. Shrug. In any case, yeah, it looks like unfortunately your sub expired. I'm very sorry. Alright, we're absolutely fucked in this fight. We are absolutely screwed.
Hear me on my authority. Peace can wait.
Alright, here we go. So normal human gaining wings and stepping the line, yes.
My master's plan, of course, requires time. The objective here is not to stop you permanently, but to slow you down.
Believe in you? Thank you, I appreciate it. Let's see if we can get this little chaos trial done. We're absolutely screwed. I have no HP. I have no HP and no death defiances, because I'm not good at the video game.
Either way, my own objective remains the same.
Yes, bullheadedness is one of your family's defining traits. Then let us execute our respective plans. There is a possibility that mine shall succeed here beyond measure. Go, Whitehouse.
Okay, not going great so far.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, thank you so much, Snowkid, for the raid. Welcome on in, mods. Can we get a shout out? Hello, everybody. I am Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream Not Quit retro games and make art here on twitch.tv. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm a loud punk, an anarchist, a leftist. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. Welcome on in, Amber Fops as well. Hi, 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 hi. How was your stream, Snowkid? Hope it was absolutely incredible. And if it was not, I don't know. Take a nap. But nah, I hope it was great. What was up? What were you doing? We're being raided. Man the turrets. Chat attack. Bite them. Nah. Yeah, get bit. We're currently playing some Hades 2. I'm currently in a boss fight, so I apologize if my attention is not the most on chat at the moment, but always a pleasure. And any and all support is appreciated. And I just realized I made a grand mistake right there. Okay. We're gonna go down. So down, middle. I fucked up.
I'll never serve the gods. Only the future.
Well, I tried. I gave it my best shot.
He knew he'd win.
It's always the memory game that fucking does me in during that fight too. It's always the memory game. I don't know how I pulled it off perfectly that one time. We were doing a challenge run on High on Life. Hell yeah, hope it was a good time. Sounds like fun. Gus only run. I'm not familiar with High on Life, but I hope you'll have fun. That is always the best thing we can ask for. Damn, the game really said no.
To think that we were fated to meet under such circumstances.
I do hope it was enjoyable. Anyway, I'm gonna go fishing with a pretty boy.
I don't suppose you'd join me for a little while at the fishing pier, Lord Morris.
Very fun, hell yeah, we always love to hear it. We are probably going to be closing out soon because we are coming up on that 6-hour mark, and I am an EP sneaky fella who has streamed like 20 hours this week, so I do need my beauty rest, but it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Wait. What happened? Oh, he said no. Damn! Motherfucker said no to me. Morris wants nothing more from you tonight. Rude?
Oh, shit.
Thanks for the follow, Snowkit. I can't believe he said no to me. Man really turned me down. Wow. I see how it is. Sleep is a good thing, indeed. I have not been sleeping enough recently, so I'm hoping to catch up on a little bit of rest tonight. After I handle a few chores, 'cause I gotta make my lunch for tomorrow. I gotta
I'll just clean this up.
Make lunch for tomorrow. I need to work on a little bit of video scripting work. I need to talk to my editor. I need to help plan an event, and then I need to sleep. What time do I have to be up tomorrow? I think I'm actually able to sleep in until noon tomorrow. Oh yeah, I can sleep in until noon tomorrow, which is very lovely, but I have some work I want to get done in the meantime. So, once I do my little bit of housekeeping here, we're probably going to close out for the night. I always play Hades 2 on Saturday nights, at least under the current schedule. That may eventually change, but for now, that's looking to be the pattern. And it is always a good time. Alright, looks like I do have all my housekeeping in-game done. I mean, my fiance, Snow's bedtime is approaching soonish, so that is something I gotta think of soon too. Hey, no worries, make sure you all get some rest. I do think, as that 6-hour mark does pop over, and given I do not have time for another run tonight, we are gonna start closing out. But it has been a pleasure, as it always is. I will next be live on Monday at 7 p.m. EST. Schedule will be dropping in the Discord and on Blue Sky sometime tomorrow night. But we're gonna go say hi to a friend. Who do I want to say hi to tonight? Who do I want to say hi to? You can catch me Mondays, Wednesdays, Saturdays, and sometimes Fridays, 7 p.m. EST. This week, I am planning to be doing, I think it is Wednesday, I know is Vintage Story. Monday is, I don't know what I'm doing Monday. We'll find out what I'm doing Monday when I post the schedule. And Saturday should be this. But expect that schedule dropping soon. Who all is on for me to raid? Who all is on for me to raid? We do have BLT on. We got Orleans. Haven't raided Foss in a while. I did raid Espen recently. Who all do I got? You know what? I don't think I've ever rated this person before. I'm debating it. Oh, but they're doing a peak collab, and while that's super fun and chill, I don't want to really interrupt a collab. Are there any VTubers doing Hades? Does not look like there are any VTubers on Hades right now. What do we have in the realm of transgender content creators? Give me some trans people to raid. We do have Code on. Code is an option. It's usually not this hard to find a raid target. You know what? We have not said hi to Quali in a while. Quali's playing some Night Rain. Let me just make sure I don't have anyone doing an event. Wait, I might have someone doing an event. Shit. I'm being indecisive, chat. Actually, no. I see someone I haven't rated in forever. I see someone I have not rated in months. I think I want to raid someone I haven't rated in months. I'm so sorry for taking so long to decide, chat. I'm having a moment. There's too many cool peeps on. But I think I want to say hi tonight to Healy. I haven't said hi to Healy in a while. Healy is playing Elden Ring. So we're gonna go say hello. I will next be live, like I said, on Monday. If I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Y'all take care of yourselves. I'm gonna go get some work done. Exciting things are coming up soon. I am planning my 4-year anniversary coming up on March 4th, so a lot of my attention is going into that these days, as well as completing some video work. So expect some big news. Oh my god, I need to write the newsletter. I got a lot of work to do tonight. See y'all later. Signing off from the archive. Good night.